If the patient wants to take control of the time of their own death, they are, under the current law, legally entitled to take their own life. But they must do so without any assistance, often horribly. Many of your lordships were with me in the Archbishop's room in Millbank as the widow of a man who had a lethal brain tumour described how she found her husband's body in their garden, having stabbed himself in the heart. Others go to Dignitas, often alone, because those who accompany them from England fear the consequences of the criminal law. Kate Fenner's mother, Alison, had motor neurone disease and died in Dignitas in Switzerland. Katie could not join her for fear of a police investigation. She found out about the moment her mum had died by text. Katie says, and I quote, "We didn't see her go, we didn't hold her hand." The DPP's guidelines make it clear that anyone with medical qualifications who provides assistance will certainly be prosecuted. Where the authorities learn that somebody has provided assistance, or they suspect that they have, they do investigate that person, invariably with compassion. But no matter how kind the process of investigation, it is an agony for the person investigated. It can go on for months, sometimes over a year. They fear prosecution as they grieve for the person they love. It is right and possible to pass a law which allows those who are terminally ill to die with dignity and at a time of their own choosing, without the fear and the horror I have described, and with appropriate safeguards in law. Not as currently, where people, in order to have a death at their own choosing, seek to evade the law and therefore evade the protections. 300 million people in the world live in jurisdictions where there is such a law. There must be safeguards. The bill we are debating today has benefited from those other jurisdictions. It is the most safeguarded assisted dying measure in the world, particularly in the light of the safeguards inserted in the Commons. Key provisions in the bill are as follows. The criteria for requesting assistance is that the person is terminally ill, has the mental capacity to make the decision, is 18 or over, is resident in England and Wales for the last 12 months, and is registered with a GP in England or Wales. The safeguards are designed to ensure the patient has a clear, settled and informed wish to end their life and have made their decision voluntarily and without coercion. Terminally ill is defined as having an inevitably progressive disease which cannot be reversed by treatment, with a reasonable expectation of death within 6 months. The bill is for the terminally ill only. It is about how you die when you are dying already, not for those with unbearable suffering, irrespective of their life expectancy, like in some countries, such as Canada. And the bill is clear. A person is not to be considered a person who is terminally ill only if they are a person with a disability or a mental disorder, or both. Safeguards are layered throughout the process, as set out in the bill. First, a doctor in a preliminary conversation has to lay out all the care options, including the palliative care available, in the context of the likely progress of the illness. Then 2 doctors, independent of each other, have to be satisfied that the illness is terminal within 6 months, that the patient has the mental capacity to make the decision, and finally, that it is their firm and settled wish, arrived at without coercion. After that, a panel comprising a senior judge or King's Counsel, psychiatrist and social worker have to be satisfied of the same things as the 2 doctors. If they are, then and only then can medical assistance be given. I acknowledge that some think the process is too complicated and also excludes too many people. On complicatedness, I am very conscious of the words of the Chief Medical Officer, Chris Whitty, who gave evidence in the other place that we should not create a bureaucratic thicket, and I very much hope we have avoided that. But it is vital that we should have a bill that is robust in its safeguards in a matter of this gravity. Disabled groups express fears that they may be vulnerable to being over-persuaded into an assisted death. I well understand the fears of the disabled in their dealing with healthcare providers, but the evidence strongly suggests the disabled want the same rights as us, as the rest of us, when they become terminally ill. This bill gives them excellent protection. There may be risks for them in other interactions with healthcare, but not in relation to this issue. The multidisciplinary panel, which I've referred to, was added by amendment at committee in the Commons, replacing the High Court judge alone. The panel provides a better safeguard than a judge alone because of the wider experience of the panel, psychiatrist and social worker, but accompanied by the retention of the senior judge. Beyond the current safeguards, some people have sought a compulsory psychiatric assessment for everybody. I do not believe that that is necessary or appropriate. The bill provides that if either of the doctors have a doubt on capacity, they must refer the patient to a qualified psychiatrist. The panel includes a psychiatrist, and the panel can, if they wish, require more psychiatric assessment. No doctor or other person is required to participate in the provision of assistance under the bill. Only those who opt in to participate in the working of the bill need play any part. The bill is explicit and wide in making that clear and provides extensive employment protections for those who do not wish to participate. There are those who argue it may be a terminal illness bill now, but its provisions will be expanded. Any such change would require primary legislation, and the experience of all other jurisdictions is where they start with a terminal illness bill, as this one, that is where they end. The Health and Social Care Select Committee in the Commons conducted an inquiry into assisted dying, ending in March 2024. Their conclusion on this issue was as follows. We conclude that jurisdictions which have introduced assisted dying on the basis of terminal illness have not changed the law to include eligibility on the basis of unbearable suffering. None of the jurisdictions, they said, which have introduced a terminal illness bill have revoked it, and they've been there for as long as almost 30 years. The bill provides that for England, the Secretary of State must, by regulations, make provision securing arrangements are made for the provision of voluntary assisted dying services. And in Wales, Welsh ministers may make such regulations. The difference between must and may is that we respect the devolution settlement, and it's for ministers in Wales to make their own decision in relation to that. Concern is sometimes expressed about the cost of an assisted dying service and its effect on NHS provision. I would draw your Lordship's attentions and please read the 151-page impact assessment that the Department of Health has produced. The current budget of the National Health Service is £188 billion. On the central estimate as to what the service will cost once it is up and running, the impact assessment says approximately £25 million a year. 25 million. The figure doesn't take account of the annual savings calculated in the impact assessment, which exceed the figure of 25 million. The NHS should have all the time it needs to introduce the service properly. They've said that they may need up to 4 years. The bill has a backstop of being brought into effect after 4 years. We reflect what we are being told in relation to that. The provision of assisted dying is not an alternative to palliative care. The Commons Select Committee report did not suggest that the availability of assisted dying compromised or reduced the availability of palliative care. Rather the reverse. Their conclusion was, we did not see any indications of palliative and end-of-life care deteriorating in quality or provision following the introduction of assisted dying. Indeed, the introduction of assisted dying has been linked with an improvement in palliative care in several jurisdictions. The next stage is for this bill to be scrutinised by your Lordship's House in the normal way. I have been intimately involved with the bill since it started its journey. This is a private member's bill, invariably and inevitably, because it is a matter of conscience. Once the bill passed its second reading in the Commons, the sponsor of the bill in the Commons, the Honourable Member for Spen Valley, and myself as the sponsor of the bill in your Lordship's House, has been provided with very substantial support from the civil service machine to ensure that the bill was workable. The government, in providing that support, did not forego their neutrality. Rather, they provided comprehensive policy and drafting support. I have long experience of shepherding government bills through Parliament. The support I've had in relation to this bill is second to none. The bill passed its third reading in the Commons in June after more than 100 hours of debate, including 29 sittings in Bill Committee, 2 full days of debate at report stage on the floor of the House, and a full day's debate both at second reading and third reading. I have to say that that compares very favourably. It's almost double the time that the scrutiny was given in the other place to the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Bill, which we are dealing with now. Altogether, the Bill Committee considered and debated over 600 amendments, accepting around a quarter of them. Over 100 amendments were made in the sponsor's name, and more than 30 amendments that had been tabled by MPs who voted against the bill were passed. Could I very briefly turn to the motion in the name of the noble Lords Lord Forsyth and Lord Bridges, and the amendment in the name of my noble friend Baroness Berger? The noble Lords Forsyth and Bridges refer to the Delegated Powers Committee, a report that I have considered along with that from the Constitution Committee. I will be tabling amendments to deal with many of the points that both committees raised. They always help us in our deliberations. There are some proposed amendments which I will not be able to accept. For example, that your Lordship specify the drugs to be used in the process. Medical advances come thick and fast. This legislation is designed to last for the ages. On civil service support, which is mentioned in the noble Lord Forsyth and the noble Lord Bridges amendment, I've already dealt with that. With regards to the availability of government time, which is also raised, I am confident that after conversations with the government, that your lordships will have more than enough time to scrutinise this bill thoroughly, as long, of course, as we start our process of scrutiny in the ordinary course of business after we've given it a second reading. My Lords, could I turn to the Baroness Berger's amendment? It's proposed that the select committee that she proposes, which has unfortunately I only got notice of this last night, and I didn't have the opportunity after I received notice of talking to the Baroness Berger, and she hadn't discussed it with me previously. I make no criticism of her, but these are my initial thoughts in relation to it. It's proposed that the Select Committee precedes the Committee of the whole House. It's been clear for some time that at least 7 days will be required to complete the passage of the bill. 4 days of committee, 2 days of report, and a day for third reading. There will then need to be ping-pong between the two houses. If the process cannot start until January, which is what my noble friend the Baroness Berger's amendment suggests, and must complete by the spring is when the government says this session will end, we will have to fit 7 Fridays in between the 9th of January and the 31st of March. Having regard to recesses, the need for the normal intervals, and the fact that other business will be conducted on some of those Fridays and not every Friday, I am afraid it is not possible to do that, and I will be therefore opposing that amendment on the basis it is not a workable timetable. That does not rule out a select committee running in parallel to the committee stage, and I would be more than happy to discuss such a proposal with the Baroness Berger or anybody else who has such a proposal to make. But we must do our job in this House, and our job is not to frustrate, it is to scrutinise. My Lords, the bill has been passed by the Commons. The decision on whether to change the law in our democracy should be for the elected representatives. We should improve where we can, but we should respect the primacy of the Commons. There are so many people who have been following the debate who recall the agonising death of a loved one, or like the people I mentioned at the beginning of this speech, who fear what their own death might be like. The public want this. The elected House has expressed his will. I am confident that your lordships will now do what you have done so well in the past. Whatever view we might take on the decision the Commons arrived at, the way the debate was conducted there enhanced the reputation of Parliament. I hope and believe we can embark on our scrutiny in a manner that will reflect just as well on our House. This bill before us has already given hope to those with personal experience of the injustice of the current law. They will be looking to us to play our proper role. If we can improve it further, we should, and we will have done our duty. Well, Lords, I commend this bill to the House. My Lords, I beg to move.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time.
My Lords, can I thank the Noble Lord Faulkner Thoroton for the comprehensive way in which he presented this bill. And my Lords, in opening the debate for the official opposition, let me be clear that as a front bench, we have no collective view on either the principle of terminally ill people receiving interventions to end their lives early or on the drafting of a bill. Noble Lords on this side of the House will have a free vote both on the bill and on the motions we are debating. The official opposition does not have a collective position on those motions. So given this fact, I will speak neither in favour nor against the bill. But as the Noble Lord said, this is a historic occasion. So it's not hyperbole to suggest that this bill may be one of the most significant pieces of legislation ever to be considered by this Parliament, with far-reaching implications for our society and the sort of society that we want to live in. Noble Lords will appreciate this significance simply from the sheer volume of correspondence received. And those speaking on both sides of the debate will be informed by their own experiences, whether that be professional or personal experience. And we will hear many moving stories in these debates, and perhaps even shed a few tears. But as a revising chamber, I know Noble Lords will respect those experiences and reflect upon them in good faith, as we work to properly scrutinise and improve the bill where necessary. My Lords, as the Noble Lord Faulkner said, we have received a clear signal from the elected House on the principle of the bill. And while that does not prevent Noble Lords from opposing the bill per se, it is the duty of your Lordship's House to do its work as a revising chamber diligently. This bill has received much scrutiny in the other place, over 100 hours across all stages, more than other private members' bills. But we should also not forget that 174 amendments were made to the bill in committee, and further amendments were made at third reading, not all of which have been properly scrutinised. So the bill your Lordships received in this House is much changed since its introduction and is in need of thorough scrutiny. The arguments around this bill are finely balanced. A noble friend of mine who, let's put it this way, is not exactly known for sitting on the fence, said to me that he attended the last time we debated this, and he said almost after every speech he found himself agreeing with the speaker. To this day he still remains torn. It just shows how finely balanced these arguments are. So let me attempt to frame the debate and touch on some areas Noble Lords may wish to probe at committee stage. But my Lords, in debating this bill, we must have in mind the well-being and dignity of those for whom this bill was originally proposed, the terminally ill who want to end their lives early. We will hear powerful arguments based on compassion, based on bodily autonomy from the supporters of the bill. And I understand, as the Noble Lord Faulkner Thoroton said, he's indicated his openness to amendments to the bill. These benches welcome that openness. And I expect members will come from supporters of this legislation who want to make it the best bill possible. We've seen this in some of the emails that Noble Lords have shared with each other. And I also and we saw this at committee stage in the other place, where the bill's sponsor, Kim Ledbetter, tabled 142 such amendments. Now, on the other side of the debate, there will be Noble Lords opposed to the bill on principled grounds, some based on their faith, others who support the principle behind the bill, but not the current draft, either because of insufficient safeguards or because of limited access to palliative care, which denies patients a meaningful choice. They also approach this bill with compassion, and this is a matter of conscience. And as the government chief whip said, we should respect the views of Noble Lords who disagree profoundly with this bill just as much as those who are in favour of the bill. Those who oppose the bill will also choose to bring amendments to improve their bill despite their overall view. So whether an amendment is tabled by a supporter or an opponent of the bill, or those who have yet to make up their mind, those watching the debate from outside your Lordship's House should not mistake amendments to this bill for outright opposition. My Lords, a number of organisations, including the Law Society, the Complex Life and Death Decisions Group at King's College London, the Royal College of Pathologists and the Royal College of Psychiatrists, have proposed amendments to address some serious concerns over the drafting of the bill as it stands. And as the noble Lord Faulkner himself has acknowledged, both the Delegated Powers and Regulatory Reform Committee and the Constitution Committee have recommended amendments to the bill, highlighting that there are now 42 regulation-making powers in this version of the bill, the version that came to this House. And both the Hansard Society and Constitution Committee have pointed out that as this is a private member's bill, and as the government remains neutral as to its purpose, it is unclear how these powers will be used. These are all important challenges which we must take the time to consider carefully. My Lords, there are noble lords with strong views on both sides of this debate, but all approach it in good faith. My opening comments are not meant to persuade your lordships to vote one way or the other or to support amendments over others, but an attempt to frame the overall debate and to touch on some of the issues that may need to be probed at committee stage. The decisions we take are not easy, the consequences not always clear, but I have no doubt that in this House, this bill will receive the scrutiny needed, whether we are in favour or against, with all the emotions and concerns that will be expressed, and no matter how challenging that may be. Let us work together to examine the bill in detail and to do our work diligently.
My Lords, although I am the first Liberal Democrat to speak in this debate, I'm not speaking on behalf of all the Liberal Democrat peers because, like all the other groupings in your Lordship's House, there is a divergence of views on these issues. The divergence is not just between members, it is often within each of us that there are dilemmas of an almost insoluble kind on some of these questions. The two previous speakers have addressed some of the technical questions of this bill and addressed them admirably, and I want to speak in a different way about it. The first time I had to think about these questions, of course, was as a young doctor, when I found myself with patients who were suffering a great deal of pain and wanted to bring their lives to an end. And the question for me was, how should I help them to manage? I got into conversation, I can recall, with one elderly lady in her 90s who was suffering from a cancer in her gullet, which meant that she couldn't swallow anything. And I said, well, we have two choices here. One is that we can put a tube down and we can keep you alive for as long as possible and relieve your pain as best possible. And before I went on to say anything further, she said, young man, I'm now in my 90s. I've had a fair life with its ups and downs. I do not want tubes going down. I just want you to keep me as comfortable as you can. And I know you can't relieve all the pain, but keep me as comfortable as you can. And that's what I did, as best I could, because however much we wish to rid people of their pain and discomfort, it isn't always possible, even with the best will in the world and the best medication available. But sometimes the situation is much more difficult than that. A close friend who was a very distinguished and highly respected teacher in one of our communities in Northern Ireland, and the chairman of the Alliance Party, the party that I led, had a son who was a doctor and a wife who was suffering from an illness from which she would not recover, and she was in a terrible state about it and getting worse. And she made him promise that if it got to the point where she could not bear with it anymore, that he would assist her to pass away. And when the time came, one night he put a pillow over her face. She passed away, and he went straight out and drowned himself in a nearby lake. He could not discuss it with his son, who was a doctor, because that would have implicated his son, and as we've heard before, that would have been a difficult thing. Now, the point about raising these questions is they're not academic questions. They're real human challenges which can only be engaged in not by rules and regulations and protocols, but engaging with people in terrible dilemmas. And the only way I think we can really understand what we're trying to do here today and next week is to put ourselves in the same position. For some of us, we will say, whatever the pain and discomfort, I simply want to be around as long as possible. Some may even say, I want to be around another month because my first great-grandchild is going to be born, but after that, it's a different story. And others will say, this is intolerable, it's excruciating, it's dreadful, I desperately, desperately wish to be relieved of it. And I rather suspect that most of us, in those circumstances, would want the help to do what we wanted to do and be relieved of the excruciating pain, emotional or physical.
Amendment to the motion that the bill be read a second time. Lord Forsyth of Drumley.
My Lords, I beg to move the amendment standing in my name on the order paper. The effect of this amendment is simply to implement the advice which was given by the Cabinet Secretary to the Prime Minister as to how to handle this bill, which was to treat it in the same way as other private members' bills, which were bringing in changes to legislation which were matters of conscience, like, for example, the abortion bill, or the end of capital punishment, or the decriminalisation of homosexuality. And the advantage of that, of course, is that it means that government time is made available and all the resources of the government and of the civil service are made available for the purpose. And I'm most grateful to the noble Lord for his assurances that he's been given some help. I'm not so sure about his assurances about the time that is needed for this. There are 4 days allocated between now and Christmas, I understand, to consider this bill. The Employment Rights Bill has a total of 15 days. These are Fridays. There are other members, private members' bills, and it's really important that this is discussed properly, and that is why I've tabled this amendment. And anyone who's read the report of the committees of this House will realise that there is much to do in terms of amending the bill. My father died in agony. And when I went to see him, I said, I'm so sorry that your cancer is causing you this distress. And he said to me, Michael, you're to blame. I was completely poleaxed by that. How can you say I'm to blame? He said, because you have consistently voted to prevent me getting what I want, which is having the opportunity to decide how and when I come to die. Now, I have thought about that long and hard. As a Christian, I've thought about it long and hard and come to the conclusion that my father was right and I was wrong. And therefore, I support absolutely the principle of this bill. But I do have some problems with it. If you look at the page 7 of the very excellent paper which has been produced on the explanatory notes of the bill, it sets out a table there on what is actually required. Now, I suspect that people will get to the stage where they just can't go on any longer. They'll do their best to hang on, but they will get to the stage where it's just too much, like my father. But under the provisions of this bill, you have to see a GP, then you have to see another GP, and then you've got to see a panel, and then there's got to be a holding period of no less than 3 weeks before you can actually get to the position where you are given what you want. That, to me, is completely impractical and impossible. Now, I know that some people will say, we're doing that in order to provide protection. But whom are we protecting? Surely the patient should come first before anything else. And one thing more, I'm conscious of time, one thing more that worries me about this bill is the provisions in the bill leave the Secretary of State for Health, who is against the bill, up to 4 years to delay the implementation of the bill. Now, the noble Lord, the sponsor of the bill, said that this is giving hope to people. Well, there's not much hope if the possibility of the bill not actually coming into effect until well into the next Parliament. So I say to the House, we need time. We need every resource available in government. And we need government time so that we can get this absolutely right. Because there won't be a second opportunity for a very long time. And anyone who's read the letters that have come into us will know many people are holding great hopes for this bill. And it's up to this House to try to amend it so that the other place can actually make it worthy of their hope.
My Lords, I beg to move the amendment of the noble...
The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been moved, at the end to insert the words set out in the order paper. Amendment to the amendment in the name of Lord Forsyth of Drumlin, Lord Carlisle of Berry.
I do apologise to the Lord Speaker. My Lords, I beg to move the amendment in my name to Lord Forsyth's amendment. I should make it clear at the outset that I am opposed to this bill in principle, but above all I am opposed to this bill because in my view it is not an adequate bill to deal with all the issues raised and does not provide anything like sufficient protection for those vulnerable people who might be persuaded against their real will to accept assisted suicide. I agree with Lord Forsyth's words in his amendment, apart from his bold bid that in effect this private member's bill should be treated as a government bill. That was not what the noble and learned Lord Falconer said was happening. And indeed, I'm sure that Lord Falconer would confirm that civil servants are absolutely insisting on their neutrality being maintained, even when they are looking at the feasibility of this bill. I see him nodding in agreement. Lord Forsyth asks for full support at ministerial and official level for the peer in charge of a bill. That would put the noble and learned Lord in the position of a minister. I would suggest to your lordships that such support is inappropriate for a private member's bill of this kind. It does not pretend for 1 second to be neutral or even-handed. If the last 27 words of Lord Forsyth's amendment were removed, I would agree with it completely, but he seeks to take the steps I've just described. Indeed, despite the large resources supporting the purposes of this bill and the involvement of many experts, including the noble and learned Lord Falconer, one of our most respected and knowledgeable legislators, this bill earns a D- for its draftsmanship, even after all those committee meetings in the other place. The bill needs to be dismantled if it is to be an effective and proper bill, to give it what I would, as a shortcut, call legislative legitimacy. What evidence is there for the propositions I make? Well, I'll cite 2 pieces of evidence that emerged from your lordships in the last 2 days. First of all, the committee chaired by the noble Baroness Lady Ramsay of Wall Heath, the Delegated Powers and Regulatory Reform Committee, produced a report a couple of days ago which there is no time to read out. I'll simply summarise that by the calm standards of that committee, their criticism is excoriating. I was on that committee for a considerable period and I never saw any bill being criticised to that extent. They say the bill is simply not fit for purpose, breaking several standard rules of draftsmanship. It is, my lords, incompetently drafted, after all the time that's been spent in it, with the steersmanship of the noble Lord Falconer. Then yesterday, the Constitution Committee reported and endorsed the views expressed by the other committee and said that the bill was not fit for purpose in effect. My lords, we must remember that this bill would allow a citizen deliberately to perform acts which are intended to cause the death of another citizen. Since the end of capital punishment, no such act is allowed in our law to any citizen other than in war. That is the change, the weight of the change, which this bill sought to make. And I believe that we must be given time and the space and the methods to amend this bill, if that can possibly be done. Hence my support in due course for the noble Lady Baroness Burgess amendment, which would allow a select committee to hear evidence which the Commons Committee chose not to hear and would have been very persuasive. So, my Lords, I beg to move my amendment.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. Since when an amendment has been moved as set out on the order paper and a further amendment has been moved to that amendment. The question I therefore have to put is that Lord Carlisle of Berriew amendment to the amendment in the name of Lord Forsyth of Drumlin be agreed to.
My Lords, as I rise to speak on this bill, I declare my interest as an ambassador for Thames Hospice. But the views I express today are my own. And I say that I recognise that across this House there will be very firmly held views on both sides of this argument, some coming from real personal experience, as we heard from my noble friend, Lord Forsyth. But, my Lords, I oppose this bill, and I wish to set out my main reasons. First, I do not believe that the safeguards in this bill will prevent people from being pressurised to end their lives, sometimes for the benefit of others. I also worry that, as we have seen in countries where there is such a law, that people will feel that they must end their lives simply because they feel they are a burden on others. I worry about the impact it will have on people with disabilities, with chronic illness, with mental health problems, because there is a risk that legalising assisted dying reinforces the dangerous notion that some lives are less worth living than others. And again, as we have seen in other countries, once a law like this is passed, the pressure then grows to extend the scope of it. I also oppose it because I believe that in the absence of by disapplying the default of a coroner's report, there is a danger that this could be used as a cover-up. A cover-up for mistakes made in hospital, or for perhaps a hospital-acquired illness, infection, which has led to an increased likelihood of death. I have a friend who calls it the licence to kill bill. And finally, my Lords, this is not an assisted dying bill, it is an assisted suicide bill. As a society, we believe that suicide is wrong. The government has a national suicide prevention strategy. We bemoan the number of young people who are lured into committing suicide by social media and what they read on the internet. This week is World Suicide Awareness Week. Suicide is wrong, but this bill effectively says suicide is okay. What message does that give to our society? Suicide is not okay. Suicide is wrong. This bill is wrong. And in my opinion, it should not pass.
My Lords, as Lord Kamar has already pointed out, we in this chamber share the same goal, for people to die with dignity and compassion. They are critical concerns for those like me who believe that this bill is deeply flawed. You will know that I'm a former government chief nursing officer and I chaired the UK Bereavement Commission. But as a nurse, a priest, as a daughter and as a granddaughter, I have had the privilege to be with many people as they die. Most people die well, although, as we have heard and will continue to hear, that is not always the case, but most people die well. I have known people to experience some of the most valuable days of their life as it comes to an end, including those with terminal illnesses. As Baroness May has just pointed out, to change the law is to change society. Any law that introduces choice for a few is not limited in its effect to only that few. If passed, this bill will signal that we are a society that believes that some lives are not worth living. This bill would become our state-endorsed position, and our NHS would be active in its delivery. It is the role of this House to scrutinise, but there are no amendments to this bill that can safeguard us completely from its negative effects. I am concerned for those who will face internal and subtle pressure to end their lives in the absence of adequate palliative and social care, or to avoid being a burden to their families. I understand the fear of many that they may be offered free assisted death before they are offered the care and equipment that they may live. I am concerned that we are still in the dark about how this bill will be integrated into a struggling health and social care system, as the Delegated Powers Committee report has shown. I am concerned that the bill is unequal to the task of preventing avoidable deaths due to the existing problems of discrimination, inequality and abuse. I am deeply concerned that so many in this Parliament are not heeding the voices of professional and representative bodies that are raising the alarm. Above all, this bill fails in its central claim, that it delivers choice. A meaningful choice would see the measures in this bill set alongside equally available, fully funded palliative and social care services. Without the choice offered, this choice is an illusion. It may not be the will of the House to take the decision on the principle of this bill today, but I firmly hope that we will do that in the third reading. If it is necessary, I will table the amendment myself, so this House is given the same opportunity as the other place to decide. Until then, I have no doubt that the scrutiny given to this bill in the coming stages will make plainer its inadequacies. As we have heard, much of the debate is about fear. Fear of pain, of illness, of dependency, of loss of control. Being someone somehow unrecognisable to yourself and to others. But the challenge is that life is not something to be managed or limited when it becomes difficult. Life is often more than we can ever understand it to be. I believe in a God whose very being is life, and in that gift we can discover meaning, dignity and innate worth, even if we are dying. To speak of God is to speak of the one who never is indifferent to human fragility, but who holds it and tends it. And that is why I believe that there is always hope. Hope that what looks like an ending is not the last word. Hope that with proper care, support and research, dignity and compassion is still possible. It is this firm belief that compels me to resist this bill.
My Lords, whilst I respect the views of the Bishop of London, I speak in support of the bill, not only in support of the principle of assisting people to die with dignity, but also in firm support of the legislation before us. In my view, we're presented with a straightforward choice. Are we prepared to allow people in this country faced with certain and imminent death to choose how they die? I want that choice for myself. I would have wanted that choice for those close to me whom I have seen die in terrible agony. I want it for the 650 terminally ill individuals who take their own lives each year, for the thousands of terminally ill who attempt suicide each year, and for the roughly 50 who travel often alone to Dignitas each year, and for the many who die in pain each day, even with the very best of palliative care. I would ask each and every one of you to reflect on whether what you want for yourself you are prepared to deny to others the choice of how they wish to die. Who are we to deny others their right to choose? Denying choice represents a fundamental attack on the freedom and right of individuals to control their lives at that terrible time when they're dying. There are those who argue that they are not opposing the principle of assisted dying, they just want yet more time for yet more consideration of yet more changes. I have to say to my noble lords, I had 30 years in the House of Commons, and I have never seen such scrutiny, such openness to considering amendments, such attention to detail as I saw when watching the bill make its way through the House of Commons. We're deeply indebted to my honourable friend for Spen Valley for the collaborative and collegiate way in which she steered her bill through the Commons. My lords, we have ample time here to fulfil our role, to consider further amendments and to improve and revise the bill during the consideration of its processes. And sadly, I've come to the view that those who have tabled the motion to delay the passing of the bill are more committed to killing the bill than to improving it. For that, my lords, would I fear be the inevitable consequence if we adopt the proposal to establish a select committee. My lords, we're not elected, so in carrying out our duties, we must look beyond our own interests and views and listen to public opinion on this very personal and very sensitive issue. We know from the most recent surveys that nearly 3 out of 4 members of the public want us to make it lawful for an individual to seek assistance in dying in the UK. And we also know that nearly 4 out of 5 of those who live with a disability support a change in the law, and that 2 out of 3 respondents with faith also express support for the law. The time has now come to change this law. Across the world, jurisdictions are introducing laws to enable assisted dying. We should proudly be the standard bearers of this important societal change in Britain. And we should demonstrate by our support for this bill care and compassion for those who need it most, those who are coming to the end of their lives and dying.
Yes. Declare an interest as a Director of Living and Dying Well. While my view on this subject has been publicly expressed, today is about the contents of this terminally ill adults end-of-life bill and the implications for wider society with all its pressures and tensions. And we should therefore learn from other jurisdictions. But just as good laws are not made from hard cases, sound bites don't make watertight bills. We've heard that this bill is the safest in the world. However, during the committee stage in another place, judges were replaced with a panel in a contradictory term called Judge Plus. This change was made after the Ministry of Justice and senior judges raised concerns about the impact on courts. And the Royal College of Psychiatrists say the suggested model is not even possible. The EHRC stated that the impact assessment in another place was published too late for it to be properly utilised to strengthen the bill. And this bill gives the Secretary of State extensive powers. The Henry VIII clauses allow statutory instruments to be endlessly rewritten. So specifically, my Lords, Clause 5, Subclause 4 requires the provision of adjustments for language and literacy barriers, but there is no requirement for modified information for those with learning disabilities or additional needs. Additionally, the doctor only has to ascertain that the person has been coerced. But how? It's not in the bill. Clause 25, Subclause 8, allows the coordinating doctor to assist the person to ingest or otherwise self-administer the substance. This blurs the line between assisted dying and euthanasia. And at a recent meeting with those who provide voluntary assisted dying in Australia, claims were made that all deaths were peaceful, but there are no requirements to report adverse events and no impartial oversight. In Oregon, presence or absence of complications were left unrecorded in 72% of deaths. This bill does not sufficiently outline protocols for recording or dealing with complications. The approved substances mentioned in Clause 27 and 37 do not explain how a drug will be approved. In Oregon, patients were given experimental drugs, with one treatment turning out to be too harsh, burning patients' mouths and throats, causing some to scream in pain. Over 27 years, half the patients in Oregon took between 53 minutes and 137 hours to die. If this bill is to bring compassion and calm at the end of life, how can this be ensured when we don't know what lethal drugs will be given? No requirement for a coroner's report in this bill could lead to a lack of proper oversight. There are cases where it's revealed post-mortem that the patient did not have a terminal illness. As this bill stands, we would never find out. If there is nothing to fear from this bill, then there is nothing to fear from accurate reporting. Claims have been made that once on the statute books, the law cannot be expanded. Just as this bill amends the 1961 Suicide Act, fundamentally, our role is to scrutinise and improve legislation. Parliament can do anything, but it cannot bind its successor. And I'm constantly told there's been no expansion in jurisdictions such as Oregon. In 2020 saw the removal of the 15-day waiting period between requesting assisted dying and administering it. And in 2023, the residency requirement was removed and the definition of terminal was expanded by interpretation. In Victoria, Australia, their 5-year review in February proposed a plethora of improvements which leads to substantial expansion. My lords, our role and what we must endeavour to do is to weigh up the evidence, to safeguard the vulnerable and to avoid wrongful death.
My lords, first a thank you to the many, many people who have written to me to beg me to support this bill, and I do. And so many of those letters tell an horrific story of watching a loved one suffer. And the proportion of support in these letters as to those opposed is overwhelmingly in favour by a ratio of 4-1. But today I want to speak for myself, for my rights, for my autonomy, for what I want to happen should I face the appalling circumstances of a terminal illness with 6 months to live. My right to choose. It is a central principle in modern ethics and law, autonomy, the right to make decisions about your own body and your own life. And if people can refuse life-saving treatment, create advanced directives, or choose risky medical procedures, consistency suggests that they should also be able to choose when and how they die if terminally ill. And assisted dying does not force anyone to end their life. It simply respects the choice of those who want that option. We already recognise the right to live according to one's own values, freedom of religion, reproductive choices, sexual orientation, marriage or not. Why not this, the most intimate and important decision of our lives? And choosing assisted dying should be framed not as a rejection of life, but an embrace of dignity. People facing terminal illness or unbearable suffering may wish to avoid a drawn-out decline that strips them of control, of independence, or even their ability to recognize themselves. And respecting their choice acknowledges their humanity rather than reducing them to passive recipients of medical care. And John Stuart Mill's philosophy was that individuals should be free to make their own choices unless they harm others. Choosing to end one's own suffering does not harm others, whereas forcing someone to endure against their will is a harm. And there is a divide. Those with means can travel abroad to access assisted dying, creating inequality and often a lonely end. Allowing it locally ensures that choice isn't only for the wealthy or the privileged. And when assisted dying is illegal, people sometimes take desperate or violent steps to end their lives. Allowing a safe, regulated pathway gives people peace of mind, and it reduces traumatic situations for families and for healthcare workers. So in conclusion, I just want to thank Kim Leadbetter for her calm and thoughtful approach to addressing the fears that people naturally have about coercion. And it seemed to me from reading the Commons debates that those concerns had been addressed and changes had been made. But I have absolute confidence that should there be any remaining issues that give rise to further concerns, they will be found and addressed in this House. And may I say to those with disabilities who are understandably very nervous and worried that this does not apply to disability. Disability is not a qualification. And to those who raise palliative care as the answer, I wish it was the answer, but it isn't a good enough answer in the reality of the circumstances people face today. And very lastly, may I say to all those who may vote against this bill for religious reasons, assisted dying is not compulsory. And if your religious convictions require that you do not take advantage of this bill, then please have compassion and enable us who do not have your convictions to have the right to choose.
My Lords, palliative care may not be the answer, but it has to be part of the answer. And unfortunately, that is just not the case across England and Wales as we speak today. It's estimated by my colleagues at the King's College London, Florence Nightingale School of Nursing, Midwifery and Palliative Care, some of the foremost experts in the country, that over 100,000 people die each year in this country without the palliative and end-of-life care that they would have benefited from. Two-thirds of people report being fearful that the absence of that palliative care, that they will not have access to palliative care when they need it. And so to the extent this bill is about autonomy, you can't have meaningful choice without having palliative care as part of that choice. Now, advocates for the bill, and by the way, I place high weight on the principle of individual autonomy. My question is, how autonomous can you be when you don't have a meaningful set of choices? Advocates for this bill make the point that in some countries that have introduced assisted dying legislation, palliative care services have improved. I've looked at those instances. That is because when the legislation has been progressing, there has been a matched government effort specifically to increase funding for palliative care. I'm not aware of any such effort on offer in this country. And although, as Lord Faulkner said, the assisted dying service is actually, per the estimates, going to be remarkably cheap at only £25 million, actually the cost of doing something about palliative care would be far, far greater, and therefore it makes it far riskier to envisage that this will automatically, as it were, come about. Instead, in this bill, we have two reports on offer in Clause 47 and Clause 50, one a year after the bill is passed, if it does, and another, in effect, in 9 years' time. I don't think those reports on the state of palliative care are frankly going to be worth the paper they're written on. It's the Secretary of State of the time marking their own homework. It's a one-off assessment, and in any event, it has no consequences because the bill will have, or the Act will have automatically commenced within 4 years anyway. So what can be done about this? I do think there are some practical amendments that would improve the prospects, and I would like to see, as it were, a triple lock for palliative care. First, I would like to see the attestation that the two doctors are being required to provide to attest that there has actually been a comprehensive offer of palliative care and end-of-life support made available to any applicant to this scheme, not simply that they've had described to them the availability or lack thereof of any palliative care in their local area. Secondly, I think we should see an attestation from the patient themselves that that genuine offer of palliative care has been made available. And thirdly, it would obviously be entirely perverse if the only way you guaranteed access to palliative care was by going through the assisted dying service. Therefore, we need to see an attestation periodically independently verified by the Care Quality Commission that everybody who might benefit from palliative and end-of-life care has access to it across the country. Absent safeguards such as that, I think we should take very seriously the warning of Hospice UK, which is, quote, that the introduction of assisted dying while palliative care is underfunded and inequitably delivered, as is currently the case, brings evident and substantial risk.
I want to start by saying that I'm very grateful to the hundreds of people who have written to me about their views on this bill, both for and against. And many of the letters made for very difficult reading. Goodness knows how difficult they were to write. And we all have personal experiences of loved ones' painful deaths in circumstances in which they were denied the choice of how they died and when. This is, of course, an important debate for the whole country, and it's right that your lordships balance legal and ethical considerations, the level of public support, and the requirement for practical safeguards in legislation, whilst responding to clear signals from the majority that they support this bill as drafted. But I believe, and the point that I want to make, above all the considerations that we will discuss, there is one towering point. It's the fundamental right of the individual to exercise agency and autonomy over their own lives. And as Lord Alderdice so eloquently put, those choices are hard indeed and not taken easily. Denying the ultimate right to end one's life in peace and dignity in the manner and circumstances of one's choosing, when the alternative is so scary and appalling, is not being compassionate. We need to facilitate this bill. I'm reminded of when I was a health minister, of the complex interactions, human interactions, and how we try to legislate, particularly when we undertook reforms in the embryology bill. My lords, we took on the challenge, we got the detail right, and we did not delay or deny the choice of those who seek this bill. The bill is not a reckless attempt of unchecked freedoms. Far from it. It provides measures that will offer carefully regulated paths to ensure only those with confirmed diagnosis of illness are covered by this bill. The imperative here for me is to respect human agency and autonomy, and that it's a travesty and ultimately wrong for the state or any other agents in civil society to intervene with or impose their values above the right of the individual to self-determination in circumstances where there is no perverse impact on community. My lords, democracy and in democracy, we must trust individuals to make informed decisions about their own bodies and lives. We must resist imposing our values on others when we have no right to intervene. To deny agency to those seeking freedom to end their lives on their own terms is wrong. The greater good is not served by sacrificing the few to the pain and suffering they face. My lords, I support this bill. I support it as it is drafted, and I will vote to resist any attempts to delay its passage through this bill. This House.
My lords, I speak with enormous hesitation on this very complex, sensitive issue. Any second reading of a bill must inevitably discuss the principle behind the bill. I acknowledge the principle of choice and acknowledge the argument that by changing the law, we may avoid unnecessary pain. Against that has to be weighed another principle, attitudes to human life. The wider consideration that legislators must take into account is not just the immediate consequences, but those over the longer term, not just the intended consequences, but the unintended consequences as well. And we have to take into account the patient-doctor relationship. Assisted dying is not a treatment and sits oddly with the concept of a cradle-to-grave national health service. My lords, regardless of the stance we take on the principle, any act that is passed must function as a workable framework which protects the interests of patients and professionals and ensures that the safeguards really are proper safeguards. I have been struck by the concerns that have been expressed to me by medical practitioners and also the evidence from several prestigious medical organisations, including several royal colleges, which, while remaining neutral, have expressed specific concerns about the bill. Points that need to be addressed in committee include these. Why does the bill not require the person who wants to end his or life to be asked why they wish to do so? It's of paramount importance that we avoid a situation in which anyone who wants an assisted death does so because they fear they are becoming a burden. That is a crucial point, that people should not be forced to consider they're becoming a burden. Would it not be better if pain and suffering were written into the bill as the exclusive reason for allowing assisted dying? Another unanswered question is, how will the regulation of the legal drugs be carried out? The system seems to bypass the MHRA and the UK established drug approval process. How are we going to judge the capacity, that is, the ability of the individual to make the decision about whether to end their life or not? Should there not be similar prohibition as there is in certain countries to certain countries where people are not allowed, in Belgium and New Zealand, medical practitioners are prohibited from initiating discussion about the possibility of assisted dying. Should there not be a similar prohibition in our legislation? On capacity, one of the Royal Colleges has criticised the use of the Mental Health Act as an inappropriate reference point by which to judge the individual's capacity. That is a point that I think needs to be explored in committee. The Secretary of State has made it clear that there will be no extra resources to cope with this bill. Lord Falconer has assured us that they will be minimal. Well, we shall see. But we are going to be in a curious situation in which we may end up with a situation in which palliative care is funded 30%, while state-assisted dying will be financed 100%. My Lords, the crucial point, I think, about this bill is so much, as the Delegated Powers Select Committee has pointed out, is left to be decided later, to be decided over time, delegated to other decisions by ministers. This is an unsatisfactory position. We need to know more detail. And for this reason, I think many amendments need to be made at committee. We do need intense scrutiny, and the bill as it is at the moment is not satisfactory.
My Lords, I acknowledge with deep respect that those arguing for the passage of this bill are often speaking from personal experience of the pain and suffering of someone's final illness. Yet, along with many other speakers, I have deep concerns about legislating to permit the practice of assisted dying. I caution the House against the remedy of choice in this area. My concern is that the most vulnerable and those who are most vulnerable in society will become more vulnerable should this bill find its way onto the statute book. Related to this, and as a bishop, I wish to say something on the subject of life, which I believe we must consider in any bill making provisions for its termination. My Lords, in the Old Testament, the principal word for life is the Hebrew word hayim, which is a plural noun. This expression signifies both our physical life and our source in God, who is the source of all life. It is a relational term, and like most societies up until our own age, it reflects a view of life as gift and one lived out with others. It is a sign of the deep richness of the journey of life, which of course encompasses mortality and the finality which takes us to our very last breath. We need, my Lords, to be immensely careful in supporting a departure from the practice and wisdom of centuries. My Lords, the consumer age in which we now live presents us with a technology with built-in obsolescence on a narrowing timescale. It tells us that choice will make us free, but choice needs itself to be examined closely. Humanity acknowledges instead finitude, which gives our lives meaning, for we are all mortal, and each of our lives will in due course come to an end. But in this life, in the words of the general thanksgiving, we give thanks for our creation, preservation, and all the blessings of this life. That is not to ignore the imperative of compassion and assistance for those who are suffering. The Christian conviction retains the belief that life is of intrinsic value at all stages. There is never a point at which it may be said, it is not worth it, or life is not worth living. Assisted dying, my lords, would dangerously introduce the concept of limited worth of human life into our medical practice and into our relationships. We'll be signing up to an essentially consumerist understanding of life with many potential perils. Life is to be cherished, my lords, and for those of faith, we acknowledge life to be sacred. That is why it is imperative that we address the chronic underfunding of palliative care and resource our hospices to do the work they do with such care and dedication for those who need their services. This provision would enhance a dignified dying and should be our first priority. I cannot in all conscience support this bill.
My Lords, I declare an interest as Chair of the Equality and Human Rights Commission, but I'm speaking in a personal capacity. This is particularly pertinent today because EHRC itself has briefed on the bill, and I must stress, therefore, that my remarks are entirely personal and to my own circumstances and knowledge. Some colleagues will know that I was found to have advanced stage 3 ovarian cancer last summer. After 7 months of an unsuccessful diagnosis at a major NHS teaching hospital, my experience in that distressing period was of a disregarding and at best incompetent NHS. Finally, I turned to the private sector last August. Since then, I've had 2 rounds of chemotherapy and 3 operations, and I'm now on relatively debilitating medication until 2027. So in this period, my lords, I too feel that I have glimpsed the Grim Reaper through my hospital window in a morphine-induced haze. We know that 460 people die of cancer every day in this country, so I know I'm not alone. Before going further, I want to acknowledge the great suffering that is caused in several other illnesses that may result in applications for assisted dying. But today, in our limited time, I'll concentrate on cancer. This is because the data tells us that for every 4-week delay in treatment, a patient is 10% more likely to die. The EIA on this bill tells us that in New Zealand and California, 2/3 of those who seek to end their lives this way are cancer sufferers. Now, I recognize the need for disparity and objectivity when one is trying to pass legislation. So let me turn to the flaws that I see in this particular bill. The Constitution Committee of this House has also stated that a private member's bill on this subject is wholly inadequate. Recognizing the repeated attempts in my 21 years here to put this kind of legislation in the statute book, I would have expected government to have taken over the bill and paused it for pre-legislative scrutiny through a joint committee. Baroness Burgess' amendment may give us that opportunity, and I would intend to vote for it. The second flaw lies in the definitions of the bill. How do we define terminal illness or measure 6 months to live? Or calculate monetary equations which measure our lifespans more poorly than they do bats in HS2 railway tunnels, as in this impact assessment? What do we make of the impact of these measures? The lack of compassion for those genuinely concerned about the impact on disabled people, or the questions of mental capacity, or for religious individuals, and of course the elderly who feel unwanted enough as it is. Importantly, the most critical agents in this story, other than the patients themselves, are given an impossible task: GPs and specialist doctors. Doctors dread that inevitable question from the patient: how long do I have? It puts them in an invidious position. This is particularly so in the case of cancer care, where management of the illness is the challenge. How well and how long are the critical questions asked on a daily basis? In England, a third question arises. How much? This is because NHS drugs for some cancer treatments in Scotland and Wales are simply not available here. That is the most cruel aspect of that postcode lottery. So there's much to discuss in the scrutiny of this flawed bill. I say this as someone who supported assisted dying previously. I do wish we didn't have to deal with this flawed bill, but we will do so in good faith.
My Lords, wherever you may stand on the principle, the fact is that assisted dying is already a reality. It is available to those who have the means and ability to go abroad. The question before us is whether we continue with this two-tier system, or whether people suffering here should be able to die at home, in our own country, within our own regulated and safe framework as set out in this bill, more stringent than any overseas. I am inspired by the experience of Michael Stubbs, the father of my son's close friend. His widow, Christine, is with us in the chamber today. After struggling with degenerative Parkinson's for 10 years, Michael was wheelchair-bound with double incontinence, seizures, spasms, insomnia, dyskinesia and depression. He was at the end stage of Parkinson's with a life expectancy of between 6 and 12 months. He wished to end his life to spare himself and his family. After much research and 2 months' review of his medical records, Michael made the arduous journey to Leith in Belgium, where physical and psychiatric assessments were completed. Then, following the requisite cooling-off period at home in Brighton, the family crossed the Channel again. Michael remained calm and resolute, as Christine says, compos mentis to the very last second of his life. The drug was administered and Michael died quickly and painlessly. The moment was sad, his son David wrote to me, but there was also a beauty and so much dignity in it. Everyone got to hug and say our last words. He seemed so at peace and filled with acceptance. 2 days later, Christine had to travel back to Belgium to collect her husband's ashes. All that unavoidable travel inevitably added to the family's stress and pain, but they know they were lucky. So many in this country do not have their opportunity. This is about equity of choice for terminally ill people here, about how and where they die. I urge my noble lords to support this bill.
My Lords, I oppose on principle assisted dying. I voted against it in the Scottish Parliament and I want to be transparent. But the task before this House today is to scrutinise this bill. That is a process to which I wish to contribute. I do reserve the right to vote against the bill if, or it seems more likely when, such a vote arises. But I do accept that the promoters of this bill act with sincerity and with the best of intentions. The genesis of this bill is the profound distress which has attended many patients as they approach the end of their lives, and prominent in that distress is the management of pain. My Lords, the answer to that problem is not assisted dying. It is how we care better for terminally ill patients and how we manage unbearable levels of suffering. And that requires two things, my Lords: a reversal of chronic underfunding over decades of palliative and terminal care, and a restoration to clinicians of their proper clinical discretion and professional obligation to always act in the best interests of their patients without fear of the consequences. My Lords, if it takes legislation to provide that immunity and reassurance, that is a bill I would support. Specifically within this bill, which is literally dealing with life and death, we should find explicit detail, clarity and certainty. We should know as legislators, what are we being asked to turn into law? Well, we don't. Detail, clarity and certainty are missing. For example, the attempt to define terminal illness as an inevitably progressive illness or disease which cannot be reversed by treatment and death reasonably expected within 6 months is incapable of precision. Diagnosis is not an exact science, and 6 months is an estimate. Think of the convicted Libyan bomber, al-Megrahi. But the patient will certainly be influenced by that opinion, even if wrong. There is an attempt to spell out the criteria which must apply to a patient requesting assisted dying, a clear, settled and informed wish to end their own life, doing so voluntarily and not being coerced or pressurised by any other person. There is a crucial omission in the bill. I can find no definition of a clear, settled and informed wish. What constitutes that? Yes, a doctor has to refer to that in the report following the assessment. But what are the criteria? If the answer is ask the patient the question, tick the box, that is grossly inadequate. Equally troubling is the declaration to be repeated by the coordinating doctor, summoned still to be defined by regulations, that the decision is made voluntarily, not under coercion or pressure. Well, if the coordinating doctor has only met the patient once, how can that possibly be a basis on which to inform an opinion about third-party coercion or pressure? As many of your lordships will know, such coercion and pressure is not trumpeted from the bedside. It is furtive and covert. It will take a skillful doctor visiting the patient on a regular basis to be able to make any informed judgment on such issues. On that, the bill is silent. My Lord, this takes me to the most concerning omissions from this bill. Where we should have explicit provisions in primary legislation, we have repeated reliance on delegated powers. And that is what makes this bill opaque and impossible to understand. On an issue of life and death, that is completely unacceptable. And we should be indebted to the Delegated Powers and Regulatory Reform Committee of this House for their objective but deeply disturbing report laying bare these omissions and inconsistencies. My Lord, this bill should be rejected. It is not fit for purpose.
Debates in this House and in every bill to introduce assisted dying to England and Wales since the Joffrey Bill in 2005, and will continue to support it. I do hope that this bill will make it through. For me, the principles are guided by the support for the importance of respecting the autonomy of mentally competent people to make their own decisions about their lives. And second, a matter of compassion that people should be assisted to end their lives when terminal illness means they no longer want to contemplate further existence or tolerate the possibility of a difficult death. Now, as we've heard, there are numerous jurisdictions now that have implemented legislation on this based on the Oregon model, which is a very successful one, tried and trusted. But other jurisdictions have gone for another model, which I would broadly say the Canada model, which I would also, a rather wider scheme, which I would also have supported strongly. But the Oregon model is the one we've got here before us, albeit modified, and that's what we need to get right and through Parliament, the one that's been approved by the Commons. We know from good peer review research that there are no risks for the vulnerable. They are largely a rallying point for the fundamentally opposed, and that's all. There is no evidence of any undue influence impacting on the decision. The process can be part of good palliative care services, and in many places where this model has been taken up, palliative care services have improved. It makes people focus more on the realities of care of the dying. Yes, it would be great to see better palliative care. I would support that all the time and always have, but not at the expense of trying to introduce another legitimate arm to it, which is part of good palliative care. My problem with this bill is what the Commons have done to it. It's now, like the noble Lord Forsyth, it's now hedged around with so many so-called safeguards that have been inserted that it might prove to be unwieldy, if not unworkable. I think the notion that a psychiatrist should be called in to confirm capacity is, in some cases, is probably unnecessary. All doctors are trained to assess capacity. They have to be for testamentary capacity. And of course, I love dearly psychiatrists. After all, I am one. But I think it's unlikely my colleagues will want to be involved, except in very exceptional, unusual circumstances. Frankly, there's too much bureaucracy and oversight in this bill, and the experience of other countries suggests that the less bureaucratic the process, the better the experience for patients. The bill is very narrow in its criteria for eligibility. And although I'm content to go through with this bill as it is, I'm one who would like to see in the future an expansion of the eligibility criteria to support people with irremediable diagnoses, such as Tony Nicholson and other people with locked-in syndrome. My 100-year-old mother decided to starve herself to death when her pain was excessive, and she did have very good palliative care support and a brilliant GP. But that 3 weeks that she was determined to die, and she's fully mentally competent, were, of course, the worst 3 weeks of my life. Nevertheless, I want to see this bill through and hope it becomes legislation as soon as possible. I'm sympathetic to the noble Lord Forsyth's amendment, but I am very worried that it will create further problems for us. So let's try and get this bill through, and at least we can make some progress and respect the wishes of the Commons.
Yeah. My Lords, confronted with the death of my mother 4 years ago, I've thought long and hard about this bill. Just days after celebrating her 99th birthday, she suffered a stroke and died 3 months later. Her final weeks were distressing, prolonged by unnecessary medical intervention. And the experience to me showed really the urgent need for a huge improvement in end-of-life care to prevent futile treatments and avoid unnecessary prolonged suffering. But, my Lords, for me, this is very different from assisting suicide at a person's most vulnerable moment. And as I sat with her in those last days, I, of course, understood why so many noble lords here today argue that dying people should have the choice of the time of their own. But I actually agree with the Right Reverend Bishop, the Bishop of Southwark, that actually the preciousness of life for me is paramount, and I've not changed my opposition to the principle of assisted dying. We are going to hear a lot about international evidence. I think there is enough international evidence to suggest that wherever you start, laws framed as modest and limited expand to cover non-terminal conditions, psychiatric illness, and even minors. And I do think the Canadian example is very interesting from that point. I think there's a real risk of vulnerable people being pressurised to end their lives because they fear being a burden. I do think there's a potential impact on the doctor-patient relationship, which could have a corrosive impact. And I do worry about the application of the Mental Capacity Act, for which it was not designed in terms of judgments on capacity in this bill. My Lords, on the issue of NHS costs, it is to be underfunded. My learned friend, noble Lord Faulkner, said it's very small compared to the overall. He's absolutely right. My concern, as Lord Stevens has already referred, is over the years, over decades, and there are a collective group of ministers here like me who is partly responsible, we failed completely to ensure the proper funding of palliative care. My worry is not only will we not get palliative care funded wholly, but actually the money for assisted dying will come out of palliative care. Because, my Lords, with all my experience with the NHS, that's how NHS bodies think about funding issues. So, my Lords, we've had 2 select committees. They've identified flaws in the legislation. Coming from where I am, what I would at least ask the House is that we have sufficient time to go through some of these very important questions. My noble friend has said he is prepared to make changes, interestingly enough, not to the Clause 27, which gives to the Secretary of State the power to set out the substances to be used to
enable assisted dying to take place, even though the Delegated Powers Committee suggested that you could start off in the bill with a list of substances and then amend through affirmative secondary legislation. I would ask him to give that some further consideration. My Lords, it's absolutely then essential that we have enough time to debate the bill and the government maintains its neutrality. So I go quite some way with Lord Forsyth. I certainly agree with him. 4 days in committee and 2 days in report is insufficient. I'm concerned about the position his second part of his motion will place on my noble friend and essentially place him in the position of being a government minister. Which is why, in the end, I hope the House will support the noble Lord Carlisle and my noble friend Baroness Berger in terms of having a proper select committee as well.
My Lords, I rise today to speak in strong opposition to the bill before us today, not only as a member of your Lordship's House, but as a person like all others, whatever side of the argument you are, deeply committed to the values of compassion and dignity. But I add to that about the value, both through faith and principle, on the issue and sanctity and preservation of human life. I had the great honour to serve as the United Kingdom's Human Rights Minister for many years. But for me, the most fundamental of human rights that we must and continue to protect is the right to life itself. The noble learned Lord knows that I have immense respect for him, and I regret that I cannot lend support to his bill. I, of course, acknowledge the deep pain and suffering of many individuals. We've heard many moving stories, along with their families face when confronted with terminal illness. We've all been there, with parents, with families and friends. No one can underestimate the emotional toll of witnessing a loved one enduring excruciating suffering, or the anguish of being in a state of health where one's life seems to offer no prospect of meaningful recovery. Yet it is precisely because of this shared humanity and compassion that we are driven, and rightly so, as a country, as a community, to seek solutions that alleviate suffering in ways that are aligned with our collective values in preserving life. I know one of the central arguments in favour of this bill is that it provides individuals the opportunity to exercise autonomy and control over their own death. I understand the appeal of that. In a world increasingly that celebrates individual rights, it's only natural that we would seek to extend such autonomy to the ultimate decision in one's life of how one departs from this world. But, my Lords, we must seek ourselves to ask the question, is it truly a sign of freedom when we open the door to a practice that could be used to expedite life's end, rather than seeking, as the noble Lord Stephen said, on the issues of palliative care, to preserve and enhance life, even, I would argue, in its final moments? I believe there is a moral duty, along with a legal and legislative duty upon us, that we must uphold, a duty to preserve life and to offer care in its most fragile stages, not merely through the provision of medical interventions, but through dignity, compassion, and kindness. My Lords, psychological and emotional pressures that have been mentioned can often cloud one's judgment. We must also, therefore, ask ourselves whether we as a society have done enough to support those who are facing such dire circumstances, not just through palliative care, but also through the emotional, psychological, and social support that would empower them to live the remaining days of their lives with dignity and peace. Let us be clear, my Lords, the very essence of this bill, that assisted dying should be available as an option, represents a major shift in the values we uphold as a society. If we as a nation say that it's acceptable to take life in certain circumstances, I fear, we risk opening a door where consequences go way beyond the current scope of the bill. Canada has been mentioned. The noble and learned Lord mentioned it in his opening. But we saw after that bill was introduced in 2016, in 2021, changes were made. The words terminal illness were removed. We've seen 1 in 20 deaths in Canada now are through euthanasia. The fundamental question we must ask, are we truly offering compassion when we facilitate death? At a time when technology is advancing, pain management methods are improving, we must ask ourselves whether assisted dying is the right approach. The role of state is to protect life. I have many concerns about this bill, about the lack of family involvement, engagement, the actual reflection of our diverse communities are not included within this. And ultimately, my lords, we must ask the question, when we offer choices towards the end of life, it is certainly my view that we as a society that cherishes lives, provides the dignity of every individual, provides not only the medical care, but the emotional and social support and investment that's required, with help when people are seeking and are at the time of ending their lives to live with dignity, and that they choose, and we choose, life over death.
I enter this debate with trepidation. I'm not, like some noble lords, a professional either in medicine or in the law, but I do have a view on this most complex matter, which touches on so many aspects of humanity. Many of us will know of relations or friends who have died in pain, and therefore, in my opinion, we must do something to alleviate the unacceptable situation that in the 21st century, in a developed country, there are still too many people dying in pain or with total loss of dignity. I am therefore in favour of the principle that something must be done. When considering legislation, my lords, we are trying to prevent a present or future wrong without inadvertently creating an unintended further wrong. We are all aware that in this bill, a possible future wrong could be that a vulnerable person might in some way be or feel pressured into seeking an end of their lives when circumstances do not justify such an action. But as far as I can see, there are more than sufficient safeguards in this bill to prevent such a situation. In fact, I'm concerned that the process of seeking assistance has become too onerous, particularly for vulnerable people. The requirement to consult, firstly, the coordinating doctor, who must be appropriately trained, then the independent doctor, who must also consult other professionals, then the commissioner has to refer the case to an assisted dying panel consisting of a psychiatrist, a social worker, and a person who has held high judicial office. After the various consultations, there is then another 14 days of further reflection, and a second declaration is required. I'm concerned, my lords, that this lengthy and detailed process will be difficult, particularly for people who might be described as vulnerable. So I do have to question whether this bill, in trying to create sufficient safeguards, has not in fact exposed the patient to further anxiety, distress, and probably pain. The bill is drafted to give a choice to the patient about how they wish to die. The current law does not give patients that choice. And I do think that the patient should have a choice, and therefore I support the bill. It would clearly be wrong for a patient to be pressured to seek an assisted death, but it would be equally wrong for a patient who is terminally ill and in pain to be put off seeking assistance because the process of application is too complex and lengthy. There are strong arguments on both sides, but I come down in favour of giving to the terminally ill a choice to end their lives in a dignified way with as little pain as possible. The alternative is the status quo, where those who can afford it and are in good enough health go to Switzerland. That cannot be right, and I therefore support the bill.
A cancer sufferer, a man who applauds and supports the hospice movement, and I hope as a Conservative. And I reject, as a matter of principle, the idea that the state can demand ownership of my body any more than it can own my spirit or my soul. The current law is cruel and untenable. The Supreme Court says it must be reviewed, the police refuse properly to enforce it, and the public demands that it be changed. There is the contrary argument that our lives and our deaths belong to God. I understand the strength of opinion of those who plead that case, but I suggest that you have no right to impose your view on others who don't agree. And with respect, I see no hand of any God that I recognise in laws that condemn innocent men and women to die in agony even when they beg for their pain to stop. Why are we so afraid to change? Do we really believe that there are ruffians waiting to pounce from the shadows upon their own families? That's the other argument that's put against this bill. Are we to believe that we've become so cruel that we've turned into a society of casual killers? Is that what we are supposed to believe? What we are supposed to have become? And such supposition, because that's what it is, my lords, supposition. Let's weigh that supposition against actual suffering, against the reality of the totally unnecessary torments that so many are forced to endure, even when they beg for mercy. Weigh those things up, one against the other. Measure fear against fact. And there is surely only one compassionate outcome, that this bill, or something very much like it, with all its many safeguards. A nurse wrote to me, "I have never met," she said, "a nurse or a doctor who is eager to end the life of any patient. But I have known," she goes on, "I have known many nurses and doctors who want to end their suffering. I hope and pray," she says, "that the law will change and I will not be subjected to the laws dictated by those who do not agree with me." My lords, I wish I had had the opportunity, out of love, to help my mother pass peacefully in my arms, and instead of watching her years of suffering. It would have been her choice, but she had no choice. And instead, I'm left with an enduring memory of endless pain. Your lords, my body, your body, my lords, your life and your choice. I wish you all long lives and a quiet and gentle and loving end.
My lords, this is not the first country in which I have lived and worked during such a debate as we are having today. I was a bishop in New Zealand ahead of their referendum on a similar bill 5 years ago. I witnessed the arguments, heard the reassurances, and have since followed its implementation, including the pressures on healthcare professionals and the unforeseen consequences from a lack of clarity around process. Only recently, New Zealand published its 5-year review of the Act, highlighting significant practical challenges, concluding that the review committee is ineffective as an oversight body and recommending reforms. 5 years on from passing a bill, much like the one before us, it would be irresponsible not to take its findings seriously. Most strikingly, the report highlights confused principles for the service and even recommends that the New Zealand government establish specific principles to underpin the Act. This is no small matter. To be 5 years into providing the service without clarity of the principles on which it was built. For legislation where the consequences of poor drafting are so high, it is alarming that such principles were not defined from the outset. And yet, almost a year into the passage of this private members' bill, we are still discussing core concepts without sufficient detail on how a state-sponsored suicide service would be implemented. That should trouble us all. My Lords, in that regard, I will support the amendment put forward by Baroness Berger to enable at least more scrutiny by professional bodies. Whilst such uncertainty remains about how the bill would operate alongside our most important end-of-life care institutions, we should not legislate at this speed or in this way. Our first responsibility must be to ensure palliative and end-of-life care is accessible and effective for all. Last week, I visited a hospice in Newcastle. I saw and heard at first hand how an affirmation of life and dignity matters for all of us. Proponents of this bill say it is about choice, yet I cannot see how this is true when the bill is both unsafe and unworkable in its current form. Within the Judeo-Christian tradition, the idea of being human begins with God, as my noble friend, the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Southwark, has asserted, the sense of transcendence which informs personhood. Our obsession with selfhood and individual choice belies our dignity and respect for others. In being human, we begin not so much with selfhood, but with the idea of the other and of who we are in the realization of community and society. My Lords, surely the moral imperative is to help people live. I recall the words of my bishop growing up in the Northeast, David Jenkins, words now written on his tomb. God is as he is in Jesus, so there is hope. It is this that deepens and enriches my vision of life and faith, a vision of hope in humanity, shared with those of other faiths and none, and which are inextricably bound together. I cannot support this bill and urge other noble lords to resist it too.
Amen. The third time in my life that I've spoken in this House on assisted dying. The first time was over 20 years ago, when it was not very prominent at all, and I've been a strong supporter of it. But the date and the argument then was the sanctity of life was so important, and the bishops have said this today. They believe that very strongly, but many of their, do walk past, many of their parishioners don't believe that. I'm an active Anglican, and in my church, my fellow friends are all very keen on assisted dying, and he's nodding. I see you've got some as well. I would only say there's something that is very extraordinary about this, is that the recent directors of public prosecution have been most reluctant to charge husbands for killing their wives, because they know that when they go to court, and the court hears how the husband has worked not from greed but from love, he's been asked by his wife constantly to end his, because she cannot suffer and any longer. And so they don't convict. And my lords, when laws don't convict, they should be changed. But that is the reality which the Prime Minister has actually shared in. And so I would, this House has always been very supportive of assisted dying because we're much older than the Commons. I am now one of the older members, I'm 90, and so I'm much closer to death than any of you. The one thing I would say, it would be wonderful to have a choice of palliative care, but it's totally unrealistic it's going to happen. It'll cost billions. Which party? Is the Labour Party or the Conservative Party going to say in their next manifesto we will spend billions on palliative care? I don't think even Farage is mad enough to do that. And it just won't happen. The real choice is, I only hope to be mine, because my father died watching television news, and I hope I might go as quickly. But I don't think one may. One may live. And the people that I've met, my friends, because I visited 2 palliative care homes and to meet friends, and they were looked after very well. But they all wanted to go home. They wanted to get out as quickly as possible to die at home because they wanted to control their own deaths. So it is not really an alternative, a political alternative. And so it is absurd for people to think that it is a political alternative to spread palliative care in the way that it may be needed. The other thing I would like to say is that I think this bill days should be supported because it's compassionate. It wants to prevent suffering. It also wants to protect coercion. I visited some friends two friends who were dying, and they were surrounded by family, and there was coercion, but there was coercion to go on living, not to die. And that is often the pattern. And I believe that the safeguards in this bill are quite adequate. And those who wish to destroy the bill or to undermine it or to increase the safeguards so much that hardly anybody will ever actually die commercially, die astutely, I think they should consider very carefully the great indignity of extended old age. I'm now aware of it. One thing I would say to you, a bit of a good advice, it's very costly. Save some money for being old. You really do need it, I can assure you. And the other thing I would say is that I think people must die in dignity. And the simple reason is that you can anesthetize suffering. You cannot anesthetize dignity. And many people feel very indignant indeed that they're going to have to suffer for so long. So I want my death to be my death. And I don't want some intruder who's never intruded upon my life to intrude upon my death.
My Lords, as one of the more younger members of your Lordship's House, I just want to start by first thanking the hundreds of citizens of this nation who have taken time out to write to us all, email us, and I've read some of those very personal letters that have been sent to us, and I want to thank them all, regardless of whether they were in support of this bill or they were against this bill. My Lords, I also want to thank the MP for Spen Valley, Kim Ledbetter, for introducing this bill, and the members from the other house, the other place, who've actually worked in the committee, and I see one of them stood there, my good friend, the MP for Harrogate, Tom Gordon. My Lords, for me, the concept of choice is always important. And I speak in favour of this piece of legislation because it's fundamentally about choice and about compassion. This bill is not about compelling anyone to act against their conscience. It's about giving individuals and families the ability to decide how they spend their final days, whether they have faith or no faith. And let's be clear, my Lords, that we've heard from speakers today about, in principle, they're against people being assisted to take their own life. But I will say that discussion has been held previously, and people already have that choice. And that choice simply is exercised by people who leave this nation and go to places like Switzerland and exercise that choice. So therefore, I think it's time that we, in your Lordship's House, moved on to see how we can assist those people who want to exercise that choice to do so in our nation, rather than those who can afford to travel abroad. And my Lords, let me be clear, I would not personally choose assisted dying, and nor would any member of my family. Our faith teaches us to endure life until its natural end, and we would respect that. But my personal decision, or that of my family, should not mean that others who would hold different beliefs and make different choices are denied the ability to act according to their own conscience. And as a society, we already grant a great deal of choice of how we treat a person after death. Families decide whether to bury or cremate. And in some faiths, including mine, my own, and for our Jewish friends, there's a duty to bury as soon as possible. Others may take more time, and some choose a more natural, environmentally friendly option, and some choose to share a grave with a loved one. And in each case, the law allows space for those decisions to reflect the conscience, culture and personal beliefs. So I ask, my Lords, if we grant such choice after death, why do we withhold choice in the last days of life? Why do we say to those suffering unbearably that they must endure their final hours in a way that they would not choose, even when the medical profession can provide safe and compassionate assistance. The bill does not compel anyone to end their life. It does not diminish the sanctity of life. It simply allows those who, after careful consideration and with proper safeguards, wish to have control over dying, and to do so with the dignity and without the fear of criminalisation. I will follow the passage of this bill carefully, my lords, and I will remain open-minded to amendments at later stages if they are generally enhance the intentions of this bill. My lords, at its heart, this is a question of individual freedoms, a central pillar of liberalism, a freedom to choose for oneself, provided it does no harm to others. As laws should not force needless pain, they should offer dignity, compassion, and above all, choice. If we honour freedom in life, my lords, we must honour it at the life's end.
My lords, if we pass this bill, we choose to go down a particular road. Before we do that, we ought to ask where the road leads and are there any stopping places on the way. First, let me say I much respect those who have long campaigned for this bill. Their position rests on two convictions that I share: the importance of free choice and our desire to relieve human suffering. What I would ask supporters of the bill to think about, however, are those who experience unbearable suffering but who have many years to live. In 2008, 23-year-old Daniel James went to Switzerland with Dignitas. As a 16-year-old, he played rugby for England, but paralysed from the waist down as a result of an injury, he couldn't bear the thought of a whole life in that situation. The hearts of all of us go out to people in that position. It is, of course, difficult to weigh the intensity of one person's suffering with another, but we can measure time. Is not the thought of having 60 years of hopelessness ahead worse than 6 months of pain? In the course of my life, I've met many people suffering from acute schizophrenia and multipolar disorder who time and again have tried to kill themselves. Even when they're in a good period, they've said they'd rather be dead than have to go through the cycle of their illness again. Again, one has to ask, my lords, whether it's worse to have 6 months to live or a lifetime of mental anguish. It seems to me clear that if the desire is to relieve people of unbearable suffering, and they have the right to choose whether they live or die, then the logic of the argument, if you like, the argument of compassion, is absolutely inescapable, that a bill more along the lines of the one there is in Canada or Netherlands is the only one that will do what is needed. So, my lords, that if this bill goes through, there will be inevitable pressure to amend it to include unbearable suffering of many kinds, physical and mental, not perhaps in the next year or two, but certainly within a few years. It is inevitable, my lords, because the logic of compassion is even stronger in favour of such a bill than in favour of the present one. And therefore what I'd like to ask the supporters of the bill to think about is whether they really want a situation such as there is in Canada and the Netherlands, where it's possible to be assisted in dying for a whole range of causes, mental as well as physical. I'm not arguing for or against a bill like that, just asking whether supporters of the present bill regard that as desirable. And my lords, and 20 years ahead, the proportion of elderly in the population will be much higher than it is now. Millions will be suffering from dementia, and it is difficult to believe that the resources caring for them, already badly stretched, will be adequate. There's a kind of nightmare scenario of assisted dying becoming the default option. Now, the learned and noble Lord Faulkner has pointed out that the law in Oregon, which is for assisted dying for terminal ill, has lasted now for 25 years or so and has not been changed into a law like the one there is in Canada or the Netherlands. And that is a good point. That is absolutely fair point. I totally accept it, that it is in principle. But my argument, my lord, is that the compassion The argument from compassion based upon free choice and the desire to relieve suffering is even stronger for a Canada-type bill than it is in this one, and therefore there will be inevitable pressure. This morning, as I was sitting at the bus stop waiting to go on, a lady asked me what I was doing, and I said that I was coming to do this, and she immediately said to me, "But what about those people who are suffering from incurable suffering who have years to live?" My lords, it is safer not to go down this road at all.
My lords, earlier this week, this House earnestly discussed in questions how to reduce suicides. Suicide hasn't been a crime for over 6 decades. But we still think that it is wrong. We still try to prevent it. Until today. Today we consider crossing the Rubicon. We debate not how to prevent suicide, but how to facilitate it with the support and resources of the state. We're told that the purpose of the bill is to prevent terrible suffering. But there is nothing in the bill which says this. The essential condition is that someone must be terminally ill, not that they are suffering. We're told that there are safeguards. In the House of Commons, the bill's proponents relied on what we were told was an internationally unique safeguard, the authority of a High Court judge. And then that unique but inconvenient safeguard was dropped. We're told that only the terminally ill will be permitted to help to end their lives. But if you believe that personal autonomy, the right to choose death, is the overarching principle, why should the law logically stop at the terminally ill? What about the terminally miserable? Why shouldn't it be their right, anyone's right, to be helped to die? My lords, I'm afraid we already know how the elderly are too often regarded in our society as a burden or a nuisance. We are less inclined than other cultures to care for our elderly in our own homes and more inclined to place them in care. They'll be happier there. They'll be better off there. And in these daily acts of purported compassion is betrayed how some will deal with the unwanted elderly if they can. It isn't hard to see how, with just a small slip down the slope, the elderly will be dispatched. And of course it will be their choice. They won't want to get in the way. They won't want to be a burden. And when the vulnerable are encouraged towards the view that it's better for them to die, the Orwellian-named assisted dying service will be there to step in. Of course, the stories we have heard about the suffering of the terminally ill are heart-rending. We can't fail to be moved by them. But that surely is a reason to invest more in palliative care, not to commit resources to assisting suicide. And we cannot responsibly legislate simply because we are moved. In truth, we cannot legislate away suffering. My lords, no so-called safeguard will persuade me that this bill is safe or right. Indeed, the very need for safeguards, for instance against coercion, should warn us of the profound danger to which we are about to expose the elderly and the vulnerable. I cannot support this bill, and I fear for the consequence if it passes.
My lords, I declare an interest. My brother is a consultant in palliative. It is deeply troubling that this bill and the debates surrounding it, certainly before today, have given so little consideration to palliative care. I oppose assisted suicide in principle, and I oppose this bill. It is poorly constructed, and it was rushed through the Commons with inadequate scrutiny, with many amendments not debated. Crucially, it does not even require that those requesting assisted suicide are offered a palliative care assessment first. Yet specialists tell us that palliative care can help people who wish to die rediscover reasons to live. At a recent Lord's briefing, palliative care practitioner Dr. Lucy Thomas shared the story of a patient who had considered Dignitas but changed their mind after receiving hospice care. Within days of starting that care, they felt valued rather than abandoned. Sadly, too many terminally ill people feel abandoned by the NHS due to the lack of palliative care. Sarah Jane Blakemore wrote movingly in the Times about her father, the neuroscientist Sir Colin Blakemore, and the palliative care he received. Diagnosed with motor neuron disease, he had planned to go to the Netherlands for euthanasia. But he never did that, as at each stage of his illness he was supported by his family and paid carers to cope and to find enjoyment in life. When his wife died, he struggled with depression and feared losing control, a fear echoed in the debates on this bill. But after a hospice doctor explained his palliative care options, his daughter says he became optimistic and hopeful again. He went to stay at the hospice after developing a chest infection. His daughter describes how for the last 10 days of his life he received, and I quote, the most gentle and attentive care from people who had dedicated their lives to end-of-life care. She acknowledges that her father was lucky to live near a hospice that enabled him to have a peaceful and dignified death. Ahead of this debate today, we've been privileged to have briefings from leading palliative care experts, including Professors Mark Tobert, Catherine Sleeman and Fliss Murtaugh. Those clinicians with decades of experience tell us that almost all patients offered high-quality palliative care benefit from it, but is often offered too little and too late, or indeed not at all. We do not provide enough care and support for people with life-limiting illnesses or for their families. Over 100,000 people die each year with unmet palliative care needs. Indeed, a Marie Curie survey found that in only half of expected deaths did families feel their loved ones receive adequate support with health and care in their final 3 months. So we should have invested in palliative care so that more people can benefit, as Sir Colin Blakemore did. It is unethical to leave the needs of 100,000 dying people unmet. We must consider those who do not and would not choose assisted suicide and ensure they are offered palliative care first. I pay tribute to my colleague Florence Eshalomi MP, who tabled an amendment in the Commons to ensure that no care home or hospice should be obliged to provide assisted dying. Hospices exist to offer comfort, dignity and holistic support, not to facilitate premature death. Introducing assisted dying into hospices risks undermining their purpose and deterring those who seek life-affirming care. Hospices are places of hope and compassion. They should not be asked to become sites of medicalised death. My Lords, we must protect the integrity of our care institutions. We must safeguard the vulnerable and uphold the rights of those who dedicate their lives to end-of-life care. This bill is not the solution. We should start with investment in palliative care to make it available to all who need it, including care at home.
My Lord, I'm not opposed to assisted dying in principle, but I'm opposed to this appallingly drafted bill, which is a travesty of a private member's bill. It is a massive 51 pages with 59 clauses and 3 schedules, and is one of the largest so-called private members' bills ever introduced in Parliament. It is larger and more controversial than many government bills and should have proper scrutiny. Since we need proper government bills to make laws on prison sentences, penalties for killing with knives or dangerous driving, serious drugs, etc., then it is wrong to pass a law on how people should die through the private members' bill procedure. The Delegated Powers Committee has issued a scathing report on the excessive 38 delegated powers, including all the Henry VIII powers, and that report in itself should be enough to condemn this bill to the scrap heap. And then yesterday the Constitution Committee criticised it also. My Lords, if this bill passes, then MPs and we peers, we won't be writing the law on how we die, but civil servants in the Department of Health writing up all those 38 delegated powers. Quite simply, I don't trust the Department of Health to write one word on the implementation details. The department has so far failed to implement single-sex wards for women. It failed for many years to take action on the discredited Liverpool care pathway, where 3% of patients being expedited to death actually recovered. A department which apparently can't tell the difference between men and women is not fit to write guidance on legislation on when people should die and the drugs used to kill them. My Lords, every year 550,000 people die of terminal illness in the UK. In my 42 years in Parliament, I am convinced that it is impossible for Parliament to draft a general law, even with thousands of pages of regulations, which can cover every possible individual circumstance relating to those 550,000 people. We as parliamentarians have to realise and accept our limitations. I can draft a foolproof law for myself, but not for any of your lordship's situations, nor 500,000 others. The variables are simply too great. There are numerous cases of people diagnosed with terminal cancer making a full recovery and living 5 to 20 years longer than expected. Proving correct the quote, from the famous Sir William Osler, the father of modern medicine, who said, quote, "Medicine is the science of uncertainty and an art of probability," unquote. Prognostic uncertainty is one of the reasons why the Royal College of Physicians do not support the bill. And this bill will give lawyers the ultimate power to make the final decisions, not the doctors. We've all seen firms of lawyers pursuing fraudulent medical negligence cases, our soldiers who fought bravely in Afghanistan and Northern Ireland, and corrupt immigration lawyers running fake cases. Almost every clause on this bill can be used by lawyers on all sides of an assisted dying application to take the case to court. And of course, all those regulations will be a judicial review paradise for lawyers. I will trust my doctor to do what is in my best interest on my deathbed on the basis of the medical mantra, first do no harm, but I'll be damned if I let any lawyers decide how I die. In 2016, I helped pass the Medical Innovation Act, the Lord Saatchi Act, which aimed to promote innovation in medical treatments in England for terminally ill patients. I recall at the time that most doctors were in favour of it, but the lawyers were opposed, since we removed their ability to sue if the treatment did not work. Now, my perception is that most doctors have serious concerns about this bill, but most lawyers are in favour. My lords, I do not want lawyers to come within a million miles of decisions on how people should die. I believe we need to start again, possibly with a Royal Commission led by doctors who will set out the principles and all the safeguards which are required. Then there needs to be proper public scrutiny on a draft bill which a joint parliamentary committee can consider. And finally, we need a proper government bill and we need to see drafts of all the regulations which will be made. We cannot buy a pig in a poke, which this bill is, and I hope that the regulations will be just all right in the night.
My Lords, I rise and first thank the noble Lord Falkland of Thoroton for having introduced this bill in your Lordship's House, and thank many noble Lords for their thoughtful and deeply insightful contributions to this debate, which have helped informed effectively the crux of the matter. That is, that this is a very complex and serious issue that will ultimately change the relationship between the citizen and the state, and indeed between patients and their doctors, but have also highlighted the important principle that as a matter of course we offer our fellow citizens rights, as long as those rights do not result in harm to other fellow citizens. And therefore I think it's appropriate that at this moment in time we do consider the question of whether citizens should be given the right, when terminally ill, to consider when and how their lives are ended. But in doing so, we need to be deeply sensitive to the many residual anxieties that still exist and the many issues that have been raised that attend this bill in its current form. Now, the principal consideration here is whether in introducing a right for the individual, the bill inadvertently creates the opportunity for harm to other individuals, and whether sufficient steps have been taken to protect against those potential harms. There are a series of other issues as well. But there is precedent when bills of this nature have arrived in your Lordship's House, the nature being bills that have a profound societal impact, that the government of the day has made additional time available. Two examples are the Murder Abolition of the Death Penalty Act in 1965 and the Abolition Act of 1967. So at the very least, I think it's essential for His Majesty's government to ensure that time is made available for appropriate scrutiny. And that appropriate scrutiny must consider a series of issues, many of which have been raised in this debate already. But one that has been made to be by many colleagues in active practice is that they are strongly in principle of the provisions of this bill, but in practice they are very concerned about how it might be applied in the NHS, and in particular how the bill might end up in what is described as a substantially protocolized fashion, where the thoughtful and insightful application of its provisions to the individual are lost in the way that so much care is now organised in the NHS. And this is something that we will need to explore. The other point that I think has been exceedingly well made are the implications and the message sent by passing a bill that makes provision for the state to pay for an assisted dying service in its entirety, whilst not fully funding the provision of palliative care. What are the implications? What message does that send? And indeed, what might be the inadvertent consequences of pursuing that approach? Another matter that will need to be considered very carefully during the committee stage of this bill. But ultimately, if this bill is to pass, it must pass enjoying the maximum amount of confidence possible, having provided the appropriate safeguards. To pass it in any other way will regrettably result in very serious adverse consequences.
Hear, hear. Yeah. Very good. The last 35 years, I've attended and spoken at most of the debates on euthanasia. And one of the features that has always struck me is that the debates have been full of anecdotes. And perhaps we ought to consider that the Greek word anecdote means unpublished, which is arguably what most anecdotes should remain. So I'll avoid anecdotes and stick to my practice over the last 50 years, looking after people who are dying. And perhaps I can best illustrate that by a lady aged 28 who came in with an inoperable cancer of her throat. She was in pain and in great respiratory distress. And I said to her that I could relieve all her symptoms with an intravenous injection of an analgesic. Would you like me to do that? I said to her. Yes, she said. I put a needle into her vein and started to titrate her, as it were, with a very powerful drug, and I was amazed how much I had to inject. And eventually, all her symptoms went. And she died 3 weeks later, having had 3 weeks symptom-free. Now, Cicely Saunders, with whom I was contemporary at St Thomas's and Guy's Hospital, she devised this, well, she was the founder of the hospice movement, of course, and she devised this technique of keeping the level of analgesia in the blood at a constant level. She found it was best to prevent pain rather than wait until it had come. And of course that worked, and the patient was much more wide awake and could enjoy what life remained with this technique. Now, one of the worrying features of this whole subject is that those who are keen on euthanasia have taken it into their heads, many of them, to rubbish the hospice movement and spread rumors around that they don't know how to relieve pain. This is a lie. I've worked in hospices for all these years, and that is not the case. They say, oh, well, we weren't allowed to give more analgesia because of the law. There is no law that prevents that. You can give as much as is needed. And that's the thing that Cicely Saunders promoted and did so very well. Now, we hear a lot about freedom, that people must have freedom. Well, a man came into the hospital, into a hospice rather, and he had multiple myeloma. So it was infecting his bone marrow and releasing large quantities of calcium. And that means if you have too much calcium in the blood, the heart stops beating. And he said, no, I want euthanasia. And they said, well, look, you're having a drug that keeps your calcium down to stop you dying. If you want to die, all you have to do is to stop taking the drug.
My Lords, he never stopped taking the drug until the day he died. So much for freedom.
I support this bill. Much has changed in the many years that your Lordship's House has been debating assisted dying for the terminally ill, but public support for it has been constant. The British Social Attitude Survey has found around 80% in favour and 20% against consistently for the last 30 years. Now, your Lordship's House should certainly not be a slavish follower of public opinion, but noble Lord should at least hesitate before saying that this House knows better than the pretty settled view of the vast majority of the public, especially now that the other place is aligned. Now, I support this bill because it respects personal choice and autonomy. However good medical care may be, it is a fact that it does not always cope with the physical and mental suffering associated with terminal illness. Terminally ill people do have choices at present beyond of accepting the medical treatment on offer. They can choose to refuse medical treatment. They can choose to refuse hydration and nutrition. And they can also commit suicide. But these are rotten choices, usually associated with an unpleasant death. This bill gives another choice to people facing certain death, the possibility of a peaceful death, or more indeed the likelihood of a peaceful death. I completely accept that there are dangers for those who are unable to make rational choices or who are pressured to make choices that they do not want to make. And that is why this bill is so complicated. The bill goes out of its way to try and ensure that choice is genuine. Now, I'm sure that we will be debating in committee whether further safeguards are needed. But I hope that noble lords will accept that there will never be a way of eliminating all risks without, in practice, denying choice to those for whom this bill is designed. That is why I think that, in many ways, the most important parts of the bill are those relating to the Commissioner and to monitoring and review of the Act. If problems emerge, they will be reported and they can be acted on, and that is an important safeguard in the bill. Lastly, my Lords, while I respect the Delegated Powers and Regulatory Review Committee, in this instance, I think they have gone a little bit too far. Secondary legislation and Henry VIII clauses are not the devil incarnate. They are often the most effective ways of getting the details right on a sustainable basis to deal with how things evolve over time. I hope, my Lords, that our approach to delegated powers, and indeed to the whole of this bill as it moves through the remaining stages, I hope that we will be pragmatic and that we will not let the best become the enemy of the good.
My Lords, on Wednesday we marked World Suicide Prevention Day. This year the theme was changing the narrative on suicide, and we were reminded how simply being willing to open a conversation with a person in crisis can interrupt suicidal thoughts and renew hope. It is with tragic irony that just 2 days later we are debating legislation that would indeed change the narrative on suicide, but in exactly the opposite way than intended. In fact, experts have warned that this legislation, and I quote, may reduce societal taboos against suicide in a way that conflicts with campaigns aimed at suicide prevention. Since assisted suicide was introduced in Victoria, Australia, and unassisted suicides have increased by some 50% amongst older people. Similar patterns have been observed elsewhere. I am conscious the bill's supporters feel uncomfortable with the language of assisted suicide, but we cannot shy away from the facts of the bill itself. Clause 32 amends the Suicide Act 1961 and to avoid doctors being prosecuted for providing lethal drugs for patients, an act that would otherwise clearly be categorised as, in the words of the statute, capable of encouraging or assisting the suicide or attempted suicide of another person. The argument is made rather callously, in my view, that terminally ill people are dying anyway. But why should the importance of suicide prevention disappear just because someone is terminally ill? In truth, I would go further and say this time of vulnerability is precisely the time when the protections afforded by the Suicide Act are most needed. As the Royal College of Psychiatrists explains, mental disorders such as depression are more common in people nearing the end of their life, and anxiety can amplify fears of future suffering. My Lords, the tragedy is that under this bill, a person's wish to die could be endorsed before that person can see the benefits of psychiatric or psychological treatment. Evidence suggests that suicidality in chronic disease often peaks at 90 days, but the assisted suicide process could take less than a third of that time. The requirement in Clause 12 for psychiatric referral, if there is any doubt as to the patient's capacity, does not resolve the problem. Many people may reach the low threshold of capacity set out in the Mental Capacity Act, but still have their thinking obscured by poor mental health or other disabilities. For this reason, the Royal College of Physicians and the Royal College of Psychiatrists have made clear vulnerable patients, particularly those with remedial mental health or other unmet needs, are not adequately protected by the current bill. Human rights lawyer Tom Cross, KC, goes further, warning that as drafted, the bill unjustifiably discriminates against those persons whose disabilities manifest in the expression of societal ideation, and so breaches Article 14 of the European Convention on Human Rights. To finish, it is inconceivable to me that a doctor might be seeking to persuade a societal terminally ill patient of the value of life 1 week, only to be effectively abandon suicide prevention and endorse despair once he considers they have only 6 months to live. The law should not send the message that some lives are not worth living. For that reason, I'll be opposing the bill.
I, as others have, start off by thanking all those who have taken the trouble to write to me, raising some very personal stories, some very tragic stories. I have no personal stories myself, but I am very moved by those who have. Actually, it's one of those debates, one of the few debates I wish I was speaking much later on, so I could sit and listen, as I seem to change my mind with every speaker, with their own personal experience. So here we have a piece of legislation which raises profound ethical and moral issues, and therefore we owe it to ourselves and we owe it to the country to spend as much time on a deep dive into many of the issues they raise. And I have to say, I think it is the duty of this House to do that. I don't agree with what the noble Baroness Hodge said, that in some way the Commons being elected have more rights than we do. I think we have absolutely every right to amend or send it back if we are not happy with what is in it. My Lords, this bill, as currently construed, leaves me with an overriding nervousness. What happens next if we pass this legislation? Now, the noble and learned Lord is reassuring on the matter of primary legislation being required were this to be amended in any way in the future. But the noble Baroness Murphy herself was honest enough that she would be seeking immediately an extension of eligibility. And you can quite envisage how, in a few years' time, people would say, well, 6 months, well, things have changed, medical things have changed. Shouldn't it be 12 months? Shouldn't there be others who could come into this category? Shouldn't we extend the category, as they have done in Canada, with all the rather profound problems that have arisen in that part of the world? So I am nervous about that. I have a deep unease that we are going to be asking part of the NHS, staff full of dedicated people who are working there on the whole because they wish to preserve and enhance life. But we are hypothecating part of it off to create a category of workers within the NHS who will be dedicated to ending life. And that leaves me with a sense of profound unease. Surely we should be spending more time, effort and money on palliative care, end-of-life care and social care. That should be where we should be concentrating all our efforts and energies. My Lords, we've heard very little about the amazing advances that there are in treatment on an almost daily basis. And what is inoperable or life-threatening today very often is curable or life can be extended tomorrow. And I think we should be a little bit more positive about the ability for people to recover from illnesses which now, frankly, they would die. I'm worried about the asymmetry of this legislation, that we will have different regulations, perhaps in different parts of the United Kingdom. I'm concerned at the report of the Delegated Powers and Regulatory Reform Committee, who expressed their concern that so much of the bill is being left to delegated legislation. I'm concerned that the Select Committee on the Constitution is concerned about the lack of pre-legislation scrutiny, saying that deliberation scrutiny is significantly, and assessment is significantly less than would be expected from a government bill, which is why I completely support my noble friend, the noble Lord Forsyth Bromley's amendment, because I think that makes complete sense. My Lords, I have not made my mind up finally, and shall not do so until I have heard all the arguments at the end. But currently, if the vote were today, I would not be in a position to support this bill.
My Lords, I've been asked by my long-standing friend and TUC colleague, Lord Monks of Blakely, to contribute to this debate. Lord Monks is unable to be present today due to family reasons, and what follows are his remarks, which I'm pleased to bring to your Lordship's attention. Some of you will be familiar with Daniel's story. Daniel, our son, died just over a year ago. His story was featured in an ITV documentary titled A Time to Die, and also in an article in the House magazine. Daniel was 48 years old, a music teacher and a popular live-wire presence in many situations. When he was 26, he was diagnosed with MS, almost certainly primary progressive MS, which by early 2024 had wiped out all his movements except for speech. My wife and I had looked after him since 2016. In 2023, an attack of pneumonia left him unable to move any limb, and a concurrent attack of Crohn's disease caused a blockage in his bowels. He was then placed in palliative care. Daniel always maintained a cheerful and positive outlook on life, despite his enormous disabilities, enduring his suffering with good temper and consideration for others. He did not suffer from depression, but he did decide that he had had enough. He wanted to die. He had registered with Dignitas in 2022 and had explored the Dutch system of assisted dying, as he had a Dutch passport. Neither option worked for him. So he did the only thing he could in the absence of any UK system for assisted dying. He starved himself to death by not taking anything by mouth, and a week later died in St Christopher's Hospice in South London, who, by the way, were marvellous. So ends Daniel's story. But I ask those of you who are opposed to assisted dying to face the same choices Daniel and our family faced. Would you have helped him? Would you have put obstacles in his way? or would you have helped to smooth his passing? Now, this bill, unfortunately, does not cover Daniel's type of illness. In my view, that is its major weakness. Nevertheless, in due course, I shall vote for it. It may not ease the end of life for those suffering from neurological illnesses, but it will help many more if Parliament has the guts to give them a choice. And please, my lords, do not make exercising that choice a hugely bureaucratic grand national course that is very difficult to navigate. Put the emphasis where it should be. Trust people to make the right choice for them. Please pass this bill when the crucial vote comes. My lords, I speak now very briefly for myself. Daniel was a talented, impressive, lovely man, and his loss is still deeply felt by a lot of people. Now, I recognise that there are concerns for some colleagues about whether the safeguards currently built into the bill leave uncertainties in some minds about possible unintended consequences, issues which we will be debating thoroughly in the bill's detailed scrutiny to come. But what is absolutely certain is that if this bill is not passed, countless people will continue to suffer painful, horrific, undignified deaths, suffering from which they could be relieved if this bill passes. That is why, like the noble Lord Monks, I am strongly supporting this bill.
I am opposed in principle to this bill for a myriad of reasons, very well articulated by my noble friend Baroness May and my noble friend Lord Ahmed. We've heard just now, other noble lords whose principles and experiences, often heartrending, lead them to support the bill. And I very much respect their views and their position. But to those who disagree with me and other noble lords on matters of principle, and those who support the bill, I'm sure we can all agree on one point, and it's a simple and obvious point, but it's worth meriting saying. On legislation on an issue as sensitive as this, we cannot and must not rush ourselves. Quite the reverse. On this subject, almost more than any other, indeed more than any other, it is imperative that we set a very, very high bar in terms of the scrutiny we give this bill, which is why I support so wholeheartedly what my noble friend Lord Forsyth has put in his motion. For if this bill is to pass into law, that law must not just be merely workable and practical. It must be a law that commands people's trust. A law which ensures that those who implement its measures can be held to account. Now, my lords, although I hear the heartfelt points being made today, I do not think that this bill in its current state does meet the exacting standards we should demand of it. Day after day, like I'm sure many other noble lords, I've been receiving emails and letters raising specific points of concern about numerous aspects of it. The eligibility criteria, the definition of terminal illness, the suitability of relying on the Mental Capacity Act, the role of doctors, the safeguards to ensure vulnerable people are not coerced into making decisions, the impact on NHS resources and on palliative care. Well, the list goes on and on. Baroness Gray-Thompson cited many others. And these concerns, my lords, are coming from experts and members of the public. And they cannot and they must not be brushed aside. But, my lords, added to these concerns is another that I think unites many of us on all sides of the House, and that is the use of delegated powers. Now, my lords, we often bemoan how governments, and I include those I've been part of, have produced bills that give ministers powers to make regulations which receive minimal parliamentary approval. And on any issue, chipping away at Parliament's ability to hold ministers properly to account is bad enough. But on this issue that is literally related to life and death, it is in my mind unacceptable. The Delegated Powers Committee quite rightly calls several clauses highly inappropriate, as they give, and let us remind ourselves what they said, they give sweeping, unspecified and unjustified powers to government while removing Parliament's scrutiny role for the provision that should be in primary legislation and replacing it with considerably more limited role of scrutinising legislation. Now, the noble Lord Faulkner, I'm delighted to hear that he has suggested that he'll address this, and I'm pleased to hear about that, but I'm not surprised by it. Just last year, he gave a lecture in which he bewailed, and I quote, primary legislation giving huge power to ministers and other bodies which would previously have required either primary or secondary legislation, citing, for example, skeleton legislation, Henry VIII powers, legislative subdelegation of powers, and disguised legislation. And he concluded by saying, and let me end on this point, that if legislation offends in one of these four ways, it is unconstitutional. Well, my lords, this is one other reason why this bill is flawed, why it needs a complete overhaul, why it is laced with ambiguity, riddled with unanswered questions, and is breeding anxiety among so many people.
Of St John's Hospice. This is one of the most important bills we will ever see. For centuries we have protected and preserved life, which is to me and to so many sacred. We're now asked to change utterly and create a way to help people die. The opposition is massive, particularly among medical practitioners and their professional associations. My lords, this is a profoundly dangerous and flawed bill. The Constitution Committee rightly affirms our right to scrutinise, amend or reject it. My lords, the noble Lord Alton was to speak today. He was seriously injured last week and he can't travel. He's not permitted to speak remotely. Had he been here, he would have warned against coercion, inadequate safeguards, inevitable incrementalism and the risk posed to human rights. Very important issues. But my lords, is this bill clear? The consequences are not known. There was no pre-legislative consultation, no proper impact assessment. The committee was selected by the bill's promoter. Witnesses selected largely supported the bill. The evidence secured did not reflect a wide evidence-based. Most amendments tabled at report weren't debated or voted on. Many MPs who wanted to speak weren't called. The Constitution Committee said yesterday the degree of deliberation, assessment and scrutiny is therefore significantly less than we would expect to see for any equivalent government bill, especially concerning given the subject matter of the bill. The bill is a framework for assisted death, nothing more. There are 42 delegated legislative powers, including Henry VIII powers which the DPRRC described as sweeping, unspecified and unjustified. Eligibility is very uncertain. What is a reasonably expected death? The definition of terminal illness is unclear. 36% of such diagnoses are recorded after death to be inaccurate. Only 48% of prognoses are accurate at 6 months. 1 in 2 prognoses will be wrong. Is it safe? Capacity is to be assumed under the Mental Health Act. The assessment process involves 2 doctors, only one of whom must meet the patient. How will they determine capacity, especially in those suffering from shock, grief and depressive illness after diagnosis? How will it be assessed, monitored? Deaths may take place in hospices. Hospices have said it's not safe, this bill. In care homes, how could that be safe? In people's homes, are doctors going to be able to manage their practices if they have to stay until the patient is dead, up to 137 hours? And what if someone doesn't die? It does happen. Nobody has to check why someone wants to die. Coercion for someone who feels they're a burden to others or is lonely or isolated. And my lords, how will we keep our doctors and other clinicians safe? My lords, clinicians are being asked to forget first do no harm and to provide medication to terminate a patient's life. Many will not do it. But what will the effect of this be on our doctors? Suicide rates are already higher among doctors than generally. A doctor dies by suicide every day, every 10 days, according to the BMJ. How will we care for our doctors and keep them in practice? There's a shortage of obstetrician and gynecologists because of the processes around abortion. And the president of the Royal College of Radiologists recently said, there's a chronic lack of radiologists and oncologists. The outlook is bleak. What will be the effects of the introduction of assisted death in this situation? And finally, my Lords, is it accountable? My Lords, if only 1% of people seek assisted death, that will be nearly 6,000 a year. How will the VAD Commissioner find the psychiatrists, lawyers and social workers to constitute panels for 6,000 applications a year at a time when all three professions are understaffed? At only 1 hour a case, it would take 18,000 panel members' hours a year, and internationally, the rate is much higher than 1%. The bill provides little protection and no security of how death comes about. There will be no inquests. Nobody will ask about coercion or abandonment or anything else. My Lords, around 50% of those who die can't get specialist palliative care. My Lords, why do we fund 100% of services at the beginning of life, but only 30% at the end? Dame Cicely Saunders said, "You don't have to kill the patient in order to kill the pain." My Lords, this bill is inconceived, uncertain and unsafe. It should be rejected.
May 2006, just prior to the bill to legitimise assisted dying came before Parliament, the late Chief Rabbi Lord Sachs published an op-ed entitled "The Jewish Tradition is Firmly Opposed to Assisted Dying," and I quote from his final paragraph: "Those who propose the current bill do so from the highest motives, but purity of motive has never ensured rightness of outcome. Often it has been the reverse. To give the dying dignity, using all possible means to treat their pain, is one thing. To allow medically assisted suicide is another. If we lose our reverence for human life, we will one day lose much else besides." My Lords, the words of Lord Sachs should once again ring loudly and clearly. As loudly and clearly today as they did in 2006. I have no desire to diminish the heartfelt convictions of anyone here in this chamber or anyone who has written so movingly, but I speak out of a deep and abiding concern for the society we are shaping, for the values we hold, and for the vulnerable whom we are duty-bound to protect. And, my Lords, I speak as someone who was given 6 months to live 37 years ago. The assisted dying bill before us carries risk we cannot and must not ignore. The debate is not about compassion. It's all of us want to alleviate the suffering. It's a debate about the means by which we do so, about the kind of society we want to be, and the message we send when the law itself offers death as a solution. I fear the bill crosses that moral Rubicon. Once the state endorses the intentional ending of life, however regulated, however framed, we embark on a journey whose destination is uncertain and deeply troubling. We are told that safeguards will be in place, but what starts with those deemed mentally competent and terminally ill so easily extends gradually, quietly to others. And looking at the jurisdictions where such laws have been passed, criteria loosens, and the line, once thought so firm, fades. What message do we send to the elderly, the disabled, the chronically ill, when the law declares their lives potentially not worth living? Will they not begin to feel a quiet obligation to relieve their families, to save resources, to cease being a burden? My Lords, that is not compassion. My Lords, it is quiet cruelty masked as choice. Rather than offering death, let us commit to better palliative care. Let us train, fund and support hospices and home care so that no one is forced to consider death out of fear, loneliness or despair. Lord Sachs said life is sacred. It is God's gift, not ours. It is the physician's responsibility to heal, not to harm. Jewish law, halakha, teaches that every moment of life, even in suffering, has meaning and value. Every breath is a blessing. We are not absolute owners of our lives, we are the guardians. Ending a life at someone's request is considered taking what ultimately belongs to God. We all recognise the terrible fear of degenerative illness, the dread of indignity, the anxiety of being a burden, but, my Lords, enshrining this bill in law risks turning the immeasurable sanctity of life, kedushat hachayim, into something to be weighed measured and judged. Lord Sachs reminded us that life is not ours to end. I urge your lordships to consider the long-term consequences of this bill, not just for the individuals, but for the moral fibre of society. My lords, in that moment of suffering, do we offer death or do we offer care? I choose care.
My Lords, Lord Campbell-Savers is taking part remotely, and I now invite Lord Campbell-Savers to speak.
My Lords, I do not intend in a brief intervention to argue the case for the bill. I support the principles behind the bill as set out. However, I do harbour some reservations as to the process of implementation. I want to concentrate my remarks on that process, and in particular the bill's handling in this House, and hopefully in an amended form on its return to the Commons. After 43 years in Westminster, I learned a simple lesson. Legislate in haste and repent at leisure. There are too many precedents. I'm worried that if we pass the legislation in a single session, it will, during the period of implementation, be subject to repeated attack as unforeseen problems arise. So I propose we proceed on the following basis. The legislation should be the subject of annual renewal over a period of 3 years. There are a number of precedents in primary legislation for defined period renewal. For those who follow proceedings outside the House, they may well wish to look at the precedents. The Northern Ireland Act 1974 provided for annual orders on direct rule from Westminster. Section 17 of the Prevention of Terrorism Act 1976 provided for annual renewal powers, as indeed did Section 13 of the Prevention of Terrorism Act 2005. Then we have the provisions under the Imprisonment Temporary Provisions Act 1980. We also have Section 98 of the Coronavirus Act, which required that the temporary, now devolved provisions to be voted on in Parliament every 6 months. And I also understand that attempts were made during passage of the Fixed Term Parliament Act 2011 to introduce annual renewal, which the House later rejected. So the precedent is there. Today I'm arguing that prior to annual renewal, depending on how the renewal notice was drafted, the government could introduce amendments to deal with problems identified during implementation of the legislation. On each occasion, Parliament could, if subject to statutory instrument approval, have the opportunity to kill the legislation if it was dissatisfied with any proposed deficiency reforms. Equally, if ministers failed to take renewal orders, the legislation would lapse. If satisfied, however, Parliament could renew. Yes, a steep hurdle, yes, but I believe that controversial legislation on this scale needs some form of consensus. We need to heed the concerns of those who will only support its provisions in conditions of minimized opportunity for abuse. Unlike many others, I'm not convinced that the annual review by the Chief Medical Officer and the 5-year review by the Secretary of State provides sufficient safeguards for parliaments to have a hand in dealing with potential public concerns. I hope to be tabling an amendment for committee stage dealing with my concerns, and I understand that my son, who is in a similar mind, would speak to such an amendment in the Commons if the opportunity were to arise. Thank you.
My Lords, I must begin by saying I was somewhat hesitant to speak today, not because I do not wish to contribute, but because I'm currently caring for a loved one, which makes my time in this chamber unpredictable, and at the same time makes this bill so much more important and personal to me. I've spent much of my professional life working in the health and social care system, in mental health services, in hospitals, in the community, and working with those affected who've been misusing drugs or alcohol. I've met people at their most vulnerable, often in pain, sometimes in complete despair, ready to take their lives. I've also seen the extraordinary capacity of compassionate palliative care, skilled pain management and the support of family and friends to transform a person's final weeks or months. My Lords, my own family experience gives me reason to tread carefully. When my brother Krishna was in his late 20s, due to childhood health issues, he suffered a series of strokes that were not diagnosed at the time. Over just a few months, he went from being an intelligent, charming and much-loved man to become someone unable to speak, eat or care for himself. All the clinicians told us that there was no future for him. It was only a matter of time. Caring for him at home took a terrible toll on my mother, and he was eventually placed in an old people's home in his early 30s, heavily sedated with drugs for his own good. Years later, by which time I'd become a social worker and was convinced more could be done, Krishna eventually was moved to a specialist Leonard Cheshire home. There, without sedation, with therapy, with love and attentive care, he lived another 20 years. He enjoyed life, saw his son grow into a teenager and formed loving friendships. And I sometimes wondered, had this bill already been in law, would he have been given that second chance? The prevailing medical view at the time was very clear there was no future for him. By contrast, I think of my mother who suffered her third stroke. Even then, A&E waiting times were poor, and she did not receive timely treatment. Her condition deteriorated rapidly in hospital. Consultants told me her organs were failing and she was suffering greatly. They asked me for a do not resuscitate order, and I reluctantly agreed that she should be made comfortable. She was given morphine, never regained consciousness, and passed away peacefully 3 days later. I still live with that decision today. These experiences pull me in different directions. They show me the danger of making assumptions about the quality or length of life someone may not yet have, but they also remind me that there are circumstances where easing someone's suffering and allowing a natural, peaceful death is the kindest thing we can do. In a country as rich in diversity as ours, we cannot ignore the influence of faith, culture and tradition in shaping how people view these questions. For some, life is a gift, a sacred gift from God, and only God should decide its end. For others, personal autonomy is central to human dignity. The law must tread carefully to respect both positions without eroding trust in our healthcare or our legal systems. The bill before us seeks to set out a set of frameworks for assisted dying with safeguards. But there are questions that remain unanswered. How can we ensure that safeguards work in practice as well as in theory? How can we guarantee that access to high-quality palliative care is a right for everyone, so that no one chooses assisted dying because they cannot get the adequate support? How do we avoid unintended consequences for the most vulnerable, the elderly, those with disability, those who are struggling with mental health or addiction, and certainly those from a minority ethnic group where we know there's a big mistrust in the system, and rightly so, and we know there's clear evidence of inequality in care? These questions are not barriers to the debate. They are the debate, and we need time to debate them. That is why I approach this bill neither with a blanket opposition nor uncritical support, but with caution and a desire for evidence. We must look carefully at the experience of other jurisdictions, hear from those most affected, patients, families and the clinicians who will be asked to make life-ending decisions. My Lords, whatever the view we hold today, this conversation will not end with this stage of the bill. It will and should continue, and our responsibility is to ensure it continues in a way that's informed by evidence, rooted in compassion and respectful to the dignity and value of every human life.
My Lords, I'm grateful to follow the noble Lord Patel, because he has just outlined so many of the issues which your Lordship's House needs to think about in the context of this bill. We've heard from several noble lords that this is a matter of choice, and certainly the main campaign of those advocating for the present bill is to give people choice. And in particular, we've heard that it would create a sense of equality, that at the moment, if you have the resources, you might be able to go to Dignitas to end your life in the way that you wish. But if you don't have those resources, you will have to stay in the UK and potentially die a more difficult death. Therefore, the logic of the argument goes, by introducing this bill, we will create a sense of equality. But, my Lords, I would like to suggest that this bill fails to do that. The safeguards in it are not adequate, and the time being proposed for us to debate and scrutinise this legislation is not adequate. Why do I say that? In many ways, for reasons that we have already heard in the chamber today. My noble friend Baroness Faulkner talking about her own medical case and the very different situation of whether you have managed to have quick healthcare through private provision or are stuck on an NHS waiting list. There are disparities at all stages. So those very people who might be able to pay to go to Dignitas may also be the very people that can pay to have private healthcare, to have had their medical treatment brought forward. Those disparities are inevitably there. But, my Lord, so we need to be very clear about this. Suddenly saying we're equalising provision and opportunities may not be the case. But, my Lords, there is also a very clear sense in the bill that ideas are put forward but not fully defined, as the noble lady Baroness Goldie in particular noted. The noble lady Baroness Primarolo suggested that there are many, many people who've written to her, and I think to other noble lords, saying, please adopt this bill as it stands. We agree with every word of it. Really? Much of the legislation is vague. The terms are not defined, and I suspect many of the people advocating for it will not have read it line by line. The noble Lord Lamont pointed out many of the questions that remain unanswered in the bill. Those questions require very significant scrutiny. And as the noble Lord Bridges of Headley pointed out, this is one of the most significant pieces of legislation we have had through your Lordship's House. The Children's and Wellbeing Act has got 12 days in committee. This bill is scheduled to have 4 days in committee. Would it be beyond the realms of possibility for the noble Lord Faulkner to work with the usual channels to find a way of actually having more time devoted to this bill? It doesn't have to be 9 Fridays in the period between January and March. There could be creative ways of giving this bill time so that it could be fully scrutinised, that the safeguards that are required could be put in place, and that we could actually do our job of legislating not just for ourselves and the choice we might want, but for the most vulnerable in society, because at the moment the bill isn't fit for purpose.
Lords, I cannot support this bill, and I am also opposed in principle to assisted dying. Those in favour have spoken today of those who face physical pain at the end of their lives having personal autonomy. That is not a view I share, but I do believe that more needs to be done to address the state of palliative care in the UK to improve the treatment of those at the end of life. However, my lords, of most concern to me is that this bill poses an inherent risk to the elderly and disabled. Decisions to end life are complex and not simply procedural. They take place in the context of individual daily lives. The context of many elderly and disabled people today should raise red flags about how we are caring for them and whether they will face abuse and pressure to end their lives. A context where 46.6% of those who have died in Oregon have cited being a burden, where 21.1% of those who died in 2023 in Canada, where death was reasonably foreseeable, cited isolation or loneliness as a factor in their decision-making. Age UK reports that 1.4 million older people in the UK are often lonely. where, according to Hospice UK, 90,000 of our citizens die in poverty every year. That is 247 people daily who have faced the financial impact of a terminal illness. One where, as Disability Rights UK have observed, the government sadly does not have a good track record of protecting the vulnerable and disabled, and I talk about all governments in the last 30 years, and that this bill poses a danger to disabled people. Where the British Geriatric Society says that many of its members are not confident that effective legal safeguards could be developed to protect older people from unwarranted harms. And perhaps most worryingly, research from the other half, just from June this year, says that we should prepare for 1 in 7 of those being assisted to die in a single year, being a recent victim of elder abuse. All of this is especially pertinent in a nation that is rapidly ageing. In 2022, 19% of our population was aged over 65, and this is expected to rise by 27% by 2072. With several millions more elderly and sick to be expected in the coming decades, what will be our message to them? Will it be that we are a burden on our NHS and economy and should therefore consider ending our lives before it gets worse? My Lords, I believe as a House we have a duty to protect the vulnerable, and should our response to the elders of our nation be to reverently love and support their need? Should it not be to invest in our care services such that they do not have to suffer alone? My Lords, I am not persuaded by the apparent procedural safeguards contained in this bill. None of them do anything to ameliorate the concerns I have raised for the elderly in particular. My Lords, I will be supporting the amendments in the names of Lord Carlisle of Berriew and of my noble friend Baroness Berger. My Lords, I believe let us fulfil the duty of the state in protecting the vulnerable, not encouraging them to die.
My Lords, it is 19 years since I first spoke in your Lordship's House on the hugely emotive topic of assisted dying, and my view then that however well-intentioned legislation may be, the safeguards just aren't good enough, has not changed over the intervening years and debates. If anything, my concern for the vulnerable and the frightened has increased. But I also recognise that over these years, opinions have changed, often due to distressing family experiences, and I understand the strength and feeling of those here today and throughout the country who support this bill. As the noble Lord, Lord Carlisle of Berriew so rightly said, this bill is not adequate. And however well-intentioned, a promise made in a general election campaign, delivered through a private member's bill with all its constraints and time limits, is not the way to fundamentally change the compact between government and the people. The report of the Select Committee on the Constitution completely captures where I stand on this bill. A private member's bill simply cannot undergo the same scrutiny as a government bill. And as they say, this is especially concerning given the subject matter of the bill. I also agree with the committee's advocacy for parliamentary pre-legislative scrutiny. If ever there was such a need, it is in this bill. Any legislation which so profoundly changes the norms of society should only be undertaken after seeking the widest views. And that is why I do not think my noble friend Lord Forsyth's amendment will make this a bill fit for the statute book, however many hours we debate it. We don't need more time to listen to ourselves. We need more time to listen to the voices of others. We have a chance to do that with the amendment in the name of the noble Baroness Lady Berger, which I will support. To all those who have written to me, either for or against the bill, a huge thank you for sharing your stories. We heard from the noble and learned Lord Faulkner the harrowing story of Tom's death from bile cancer. And yet choosing when to die doesn't guarantee a gentle end. In 2015, I raised the issue of a handful of people who had woken up from the drugs administered. It is now 9 in Oregon, none of whom asked to repeat the experience. And with the drugs taken now with tablets, it's just not one tablet, you have to swallow something like 100. And I thank those who have written to express their concerns around the issues of complicated grief, which haunts many relatives of those who have chosen assisted suicide and of which we hear too little. In almost all the letters I received, there was a desire to address the fear and reality of dying in pain, which exists. And as we have heard so eloquently expressed around the House, any discussion of assisted dying has to go hand in hand with the provision of and access to the very best of palliative care. If we could achieve that, my lords, then we really would be fulfilling this bill's stated purpose of giving those who are already dying a choice over the manner of their death. But as things stand, I wholeheartedly agree with the noble Baroness Lady Smith. This bill is not fit for purpose.
My lords, I can beat the noble Baroness of Bolton by 2 years, I think. It was in 2004 that I was appointed a member of the Select Committee of this House to investigate the bill brought forward by the noble and much missed Lord Joffe. My lords, since then, since that bill, that committee had an extensive programme of work. It travelled, not as far as it would have to travel today to see all the jurisdictions where there is legislation in place, but we travelled, we saw Dignitas, we took many evidence sessions, and listening to the debate today, I just wondered how many members of your Lordship House had actually read that report and seen how these issues come up again and again. And of course, there have been other bills, other debates, more in this House actually than the other place. And there have been many reports, most notably, I think, the Select Committee of the other place on the health and social care. So we've had a lot more evidence. We've looked at different ways of approaching it. What we haven't resolved, of course, is the issue of principle that divides many people in this House. But it seems to me, I had a wry smile when the noble Lord Hales Canvassavers said we shouldn't rush into this. 21 years, I'm getting near to retirement, you know, I would like to see some progress made. And I think we have to recognise that other jurisdictions have made progress, that there have been advances in palliative care, and of course, I support that. But I do have to say to the noble Lord McCall, however advanced palliative care is, it does not help everybody. I am still haunted by the last conversation I had last year with someone very close to me who was dying with a London teaching hospital who had cared for him for many years with wonderful palliative care. The last things he said to me were, every night I go to sleep, I pray that I won't wake up. My lords, in our visit to Oregon, one of the things that struck me most, that was new to me, was to learn how many people asked for a prescription for the drugs to end their life, but didn't actually use them. It was around 40% then. I think that's been a pretty constant figure, and it's been replicated in other jurisdictions. The Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of London, said absolutely rightly that if we change the law, it will affect more people than the 1% who have an assisted death. But I think that's a good thing. I think that would give tremendous comfort and courage to many people with terminal diseases, knowing that if the worst comes to the worst, if palliative care can't help them, that there is an option that they could choose to take. I think that would be a good and a compassionate thing, not just for the 1%, but for many more of us.
Yeah. My Lords, when I spoke at the second reading debate of the Assisted Dying Bill in 2021, I expressed grave concern about hidden persuasion being used by family members encouraging loved ones to take their own lives. This means that by words or conduct a patient is made to feel guilty that they continue to live, that they are a burden and expense on the family, that it would be better for everyone if they were no more. This new bill fails effectively to address this issue. Yes, it outlaws coercion, but doesn't deal at all with the issue of hidden persuasion. In the earlier bill, a High Court judge would have been required to confirm the patient's eligibility for assisted dying. Those involved could be questioned and the process tested. The role of the judge is now to be taken by a panel comprising a legal member, psychiatrist and social worker. But the lawyer's view could be ignored, as decisions are by majority vote. My Lords, removing proper judicial scrutiny is a most worrying development. There is no requirement in this bill that the patient must be known to the two doctors who are required to be involved, and the patient will certainly not be known to the panel. So determining capacity and intention will be extremely difficult. Inevitably, the patient will be in a vulnerable state. They may be distressed that their family is inconvenienced by having to visit, sometimes coming from afar. For those in a care home, there may be a concern about the substantial cost being incurred, eating into future inheritance. Nobody outside the visiting family will know what pressure has been put on the patients. How can we ever be sure that there has not been abuse? Further, the bill expressly provides in section 38 that a death by self-administration does not constitute an unnatural death, so there will be no inquest unless a senior coroner has reason to suspect that the deceased died an unnatural death. No guidance is offered as to what might persuade the coroner to undertake such an investigation. I have a further major concern about this bill, which is that far from ending the debate about assisted dying, it's the beginning of a far bigger debate, touched on, my Lords, by some of you this afternoon. The replacement of judicial scrutiny by the proposed panel is a warning that safeguards risk being abandoned. Have no doubts, if this bill becomes law, this is the slippery slope to further change, with calls for us to introduce euthanasia, which has been the experience of other countries. Euthanasia is now accepted in Belgium, Netherlands, Canada, and the state of Oregon. And in some places, patients have been euthanized for psychiatric conditions, including depression. Indeed, the Netherlands has proposed extending the law to elderly people with completed lives. There is already pressure to extend this bill, some suggesting that doctors should be able to administer the drug, not simply assist when the patient is too ill to take it themselves. My Lord, is this what we want? I certainly do not. This bill outlines a complicated process before a patient will be permitted to receive assistance in dying. The bill is silent as to how this is to be done. I am concerned, my lords, that none of this has been sufficiently thought through. I do not believe that our present medical staff can cope with assisted death, in addition to the very valuable work they now do, so something different is needed. The NHS is finding it hard enough coping with the patients who want to live, let alone those who want to die. One possibility is that ministers might create mobile assisted death units, making the option of choosing death far easier for vulnerable patients to accept, because all the problems of the process will be managed by professionals who know the system, know what is required, provide the 2 doctors that are needed, liaise with the panel, and assist patients with all the administration and form filling. Frankly, this risks a further means of subtle coercion. My lords, I have only touched on some of the concerns I have about this bill. It is a thoroughly bad measure and should be rejected. Nobody wants patients to suffer a painful death, but assisting an early death is not the answer. If this measure is approved and the government has to make it work, the cost and administration involved will be colossal. It would be far better spending this money and putting our efforts into improving the palliative care that we offer.
I've heard a variety of opinions, and I wish to express mine on what I believe is a vital issue, that of life and death. As a gospel minister, I have been present at the sick and dying beds of so many of my fellow travellers to eternity. It can be a difficult and heartbreaking experience for the individual and for their loved ones. But my Lord, sickness is a reality for us all at some time in our lives, and death is inevitable. We all must needs die. Death passes no dwelling, whether the occupant be rich or poor. It's a great leveller. In my contribution today, first of all, I wish to thank those that sent me their numerous letters, emails from deeply concerned individuals, health professionals and organisations expressing various viewpoints. But we in this House must make a decision about the legislation that has been presented to us today. I unashamedly state that I believe that human beings are unique among God's creatures in being made in the image of God. When our first parents rebelled against the revealed will of God, they chose their own way, and nothing has changed. For the accepted opinion of society today is, it's my body, it's my life, and nobody can and should tell me what to do. As in the book of Judges, every man did that which was right in his own eyes. And I know that philosophy is very popular today. My lords, not one of us decided when we would be born. And the cardinal question is, have we the right to decide when we should die? Again, the Word of God says, it is appointed unto men once to die, not appointed by them. We live in a secular society that has pushed God out of its reckonings, and it wanders on aimlessly and hopelessly, seeing little reason or meaning in life itself. Now, each of us can mention individual harrowing cases of the severe struggles endured in life and the pain of death suffered by our fellow human beings. Some conclude that the answer to these stories of human suffering is to assist the person to end their life, rather than improve the management of the end of life. My lords, this bill makes it a legal right for patients to access assisted dying, but does not mandate a comparable right to be able to access other end-of-life services. We are aware that patients with a diagnosis of a terminal illness are very vulnerable and weak, and elderly people are at serious risk of coercion and left to feel that they are only a burden to their families. I've heard that so many times in my ministry. Also, estimating how long a patient will survive is at best very difficult, even for specialists. And I know of patients being given a 3 or 6 month prognosis who are actually still alive today 3 years later, enjoying life, making cherished memories with their loved ones.
were they to act on a similar prognosis using this bill, that decision would be fatal and final. The legislation before us is called the Terminal Ill Adult End-of-Life Bill, but in reality it is assisted suicide. Euthanasia is killing, and in most countries killing another person is considered murder, even if the intention is to ease the pain or even if the person has a terminal illness. Giving one category of sick people a legal right to exercise autonomy by killing themselves logically opens the door and creates the legal conditions for expanding it to others. Indeed, the expansion has been already applauded by some of the groups that are supporting this bill. It was only last Wednesday that we marked World Suicide Prevention Day. Today we're debating a bill that creates an exception. One day we tell them, don't give up, but at the same time we make legislation to allow the NHS to give drugs to make people end their lives. Some years ago, Parliament rejected capital punishment on the basis that if one innocent life was taken, it would be one too many. I ask today, how many innocent elderly or sick people will die through this legislation if it's enacted? I have no doubt that the number will be great, and I strenuously oppose this bill.
My Lords, I'm one of the two survivors of the Committee on Medical Ethics, which reported in 1994 consequent on the case of Anthony Bland. Since then, my views have changed, assisted by the report of the Nuffield Council on Bioethics. While some arguments for and against the bill are finely balanced, it now seems to me that the balance comes down in its favour, and I support it. The status quo is unacceptable. At present, it is possible, irrationally, to refuse life-saving treatment, but not possible to pursue an independent, rational request for life-ending treatment. At present, the law allows suicide, but can criminalise any compassionate loved ones from whom the person may want or need help. The law cannot be left as it is, discriminating in favour of those who still have the physical ability and finance to travel abroad unaided, while allowing other unregulated, covert and sometimes drastic practices to continue. Opponents of the bill really must consider how much of the existing status quo they wish to continue. I do not accept the more extreme objections to the bill. It is indeed not rushed legislation. The topic has been extensively considered in and out of Parliament for years. Ironically, the first bill rejected by this House in 1936 is said to have failed because the safeguards were too cumbersome. I do not accept speculative, overstated, slippery slope arguments. Good legislation can and should provide firm footholds on any perceived slope. Through unambiguous drafting, clear and specific safeguards and guidelines, including active oversight, and proper exploration of realistic alternative medical options, including palliative care. Parliament can and should retain control of the focus and clear confines of the new law, and the courts and government can be expected to make clear that any further permitted extension of such law should be for Parliament and require primary legislation. The risk and sources of possible improper pressure by unscrupulous partners or relatives can be discerned and addressed by appropriate regulation and procedures, and by informed assessment of the family structure and dynamics and of financial implications. The proposed multidisciplinary panel should have an inquisitorial approach to collect and test the necessary evidence and, where necessary, make factual decisions. Further consideration should be given to requiring earlier notification to family and carers and encouraging their participation if wanted, and requiring disclosure of testamentary arrangements. I would like to see a wider role for the independent advocate, authoritative guidance for vital assessment of capacity, and possible protection of anonymity. This bill was improved in another place. It can be further improved here. Finally, I would suggest that perhaps the worst possible outcome would be differing laws in different jurisdictional parts of the British Isles.
My Lords, I declare my interests as Chair of Team Domenica and Patron of the Acorn Children's Hospices. In 2018, along with 2 other mothers of young adults with learning disabilities, I took a test case to the High Court to challenge the way in which the Mental Capacity Act was being interpreted for this cohort. Essentially, what it meant that authorities had no obligation to consult us as parents on so-called best interest decisions for our children, because they were chronologically adults and therefore, in the eyes of the law, deemed to have capacity. The High Court judgment, although sympathetic to our case, did not radically change anything, and it is still extremely difficult for parents to become welfare deputies of their own children. I recall this to draw your Lordship's attention to a particularly disturbing aspect of this bill. That someone such as my daughter who has Down syndrome could be advised by a doctor who she may never have met that she should consider it would be best to have her life ended because she was deemed to have a terminal condition. Not only that, but the bill specifically excludes any obligation to discuss this with us, her parents, or other family members. I can only imagine the fear and terror that would go through my daughter and the total lack of comprehension. Yes, she is capable of making decisions, what to wear, what to eat, what to watch on Netflix. But when it comes to something more abstract, she is, at best, extremely confused. Also, like many with Down syndrome, she is highly suggestible. She is anxious to please those who she perceives to be in authority. I can clearly see where the danger lies. It is regrettable that the other place did not find the time to discuss the amendment put down by my honourable friend Damien Hines, which would have excluded any person with a learning disability from initial discussions about being given a fatal dose, unless they themselves had raised it. I do not mean to cast aspersions on the medical profession. We have wonderful examples of it in this House. But there is a tendency within it to regard those living with learning disabilities as suffering. And we saw this clearly in COVID with the do not resuscitate notices at the end of their hospital beds. People with Down syndrome, for example, do not suffer. They do not have a disease. Nor do I question the good intentions or the compassion of those who have promoted this legislation. But I was startled to see in a pamphlet that was circulated to all members of this House by the campaigning book My Death, My Decision, a paragraph urging us not to contemplate any amendment which would, and I quote, encourage interference from family members. What a strange view of the very nature of what a family is. I will certainly be putting down such an amendment. I urge the House to consider, when voting on this bill, the most vulnerable among us. A coalition of more than 350 disability organisations have expressed their opposition to this bill. For parents who have spent lifetimes fighting for their children to now worry about them being disposed of by lethal potions is inhuman and devastatingly cruel.
My Lords, it's a privilege to be able to take part in a debate such as this one. And even if I disagree with some of the views that have been put forward, I do fully respect the sincerity with which they have been put forward. My Lords, I'd like to pay a tribute to Kim Ledbetter. I think she's done a tremendous job. For you know, with the tenacity, the sensitivity, the campaigning fervour, I think she deserves a lot of respect, even if one does not agree with her views. I do. And I've always felt that I could not vote against a measure which I would... I've always felt that I cannot deny to others something that I would want for myself. And I would certainly want to avail myself of the bill if my health had reached a position when I qualified for it. My Lords, the present position is surely unsafe, cruel and unworkable. And those members of this House who don't want the bill under any circumstances, I think are obliged to say, what is it? What is it that you have to offer? Or do we simply keep the status quo going as it is? People who've got the money to go to Switzerland, there are no safeguards at all. Yeah. They can just go, provided they've got the money, off they go. And at least here we have a bill with numerous safeguards. Public opinion is very much on the side of this bill. All the surveys show that the public want to be able to have a choice. And it's we, the politicians, who are in danger of being out of step with the public. My Lords, we've had the question of Oregon, the experience of Oregon put before us. Well, my understanding is, as I think Noble Baroness Heyman said, my understanding is that people who get palliative care in Oregon also have the right, if they want, to finish their lives, if they qualify under the legislation. And yet, because they can do it at any time, because they're in control, they often don't use it at all. It's a sign that people want some control over their destinies. My Lords, the bill had extensive coverage in the Commons, and I think we have to be very careful before we challenge an elected House that has been through such long processes of debate and consideration of this particular measure. I think it'd be a regrettable step if we were actually to block something by procedural means, rather than by the principles which are there for us to scrutinise legislation. I think the bill in the Commons had received more scrutiny than virtually any other piece of legislation in the world. And it was very, very clear that the Commons in the end were in favour of it. People have talked about pressure. There's also the possibility of pressure the other way. There might be an individual who wants to take advantage of the bill and whose family won't let him or her. So the pressure can work in both directions, and I think what we need is adequate safeguards. I wonder if I could just finish by describing an experience. We've all had personal testimonies. Some years ago, there was a similar attempt to pass legislation in this House. A friend of mine was very ill with motor neurone, and I used to see him quite often. But on one particular occasion, he was anxious through his family to say, could I be there, and he wanted to talk to me. I got there, his wife and children were there, and at that point, all he could do was tap out on a keyboard, which on my next visit, he couldn't even do that. But he was in a pretty bad way. But the purpose of my visit there, or his intention in visiting him, was that he wanted my views on the bill going through, similar to this one. And he wanted me to give a promise that I would support such legislation. I gave him that promise.
My Lords, I want to address 2 points. When you read the debates in the other place, you immediately see a strong focus by proponents of the bill on the pain and suffering of the terminally ill individual in the period leading to death. That distress and suffering also impacts the lives of the family and friends of the individual. This point has been made by other noble lords and was pressed by the noble and learned Lord Falconer in his opening remarks. The curiosity is that when we examine the conditions or safeguards designed to ensure, so far as possible, the integrity of the process devised for ending a life prematurely, there is a striking omission from the drafting. Specifically, no condition has been inserted to the effect that the patient should, still less must, be suffering pain or anguish of the kind which has been emphasized. My Lords, this looks like a mismatch or a non sequitur. It is a convenient and emotionally appealing argument for those who propound this dramatic change in our law to stress the suffering of the patient. We all hate the idea of our nearest and dearest having to live with excruciating pain. But for some reason, the bill does not make the existence of that pain one of the conditions that needs to be satisfied before assisted death would be legally permissible. Perhaps the noble Lord Falconer, will be able to and will enlighten the House with an explanation for the non sequitur. Alternatively, he may be supportive of a suitable amendment to deal with the point. We shall hear his view when he winds up, and I think that the noble Lord Lamont made a similar point when he made his remarks a little earlier. The other point I want to draw attention to is that the conditions identified in the bill are, in my view, quite inadequate to cope with coercion, by which I mean family or social pressure put on the patient, which impacts or undermines what should genuinely be the free choice of the patient. Where money is involved, people have been known to misbehave and to do so badly. I think Lord Dobbs took a different view in the course of his remarks, of which I must say I profoundly disagree. The point is neatly, if rather crudely, captured by the expression, where there's a will, there's a relative. Google attributes this remark to the comedian Ricky Gervais, but it is, I think, a serious point. At first blush, the proposed safeguard, the requirement for an opinion of the attending doctor, plus that of an additional independent doctor, supported by a panel which includes a lawyer. Why lawyers are said to have any special capacity, I just don't begin to understand. But my Lords, I ask this, what does any of this mean in practice? I'm afraid that years as a lawyer may have made me a bit cynical. In particular, the reference to the involvement of the panel, including a lawyer, looks like a piece of window dressing. If two reputable doctors are both in agreement, it is impossible to see what useful function the panel can perform. The panel cannot gainsay the joint view of the medical practitioners. They are the experts. By parity of reasoning, it is obvious that if the two doctors have not agreed, the case will never get to the panel. Now, unsurprisingly, it's not suggested that the panel should have the power to summon witnesses or to satisfy themselves whether the patient has been coerced or encouraged in the direction of suicide. I would add, as must be obvious, that coercion can be a thing of great subtlety. Even in court, where the validity of a will is debated, with all the panoply of documentary disclosure, witness statements and cross-examination, the truth may never emerge. None of these courtroom safeguards are contemplated by the bill. The reference to the requirement of a panel to approve the bill, in my view, is just a fig leaf calculated to cover the doubters. On analysis, it provides no comfort at all. The safeguards in the bill with respect to coercion, I think, are inadequate, and I'm not convinced they can be satisfactorily improved.
My Lords, I feel truly humbled by the debate so far, and indeed the many people who wrote to me, and I thank them for doing so. I feel certain that the nation is looking to us here today, in this House, to deliver on this final liberty, that of being able to decide how in certain specific circumstances one leaves this world. I know that there are rightly concerns about the bill and how in practice the prospect of giving people this right will operate, and I do not take this lightly. Obvious and reasonable objections have been well raised today, and these concerns must be answered by the body politic. We must be aware that people may feel pushed to end their life early, as we've just heard, that vulnerable people must be protected, and I'm always sceptical as to how the state can be genuinely compassionate. Safeguarding, well-being, and other such nomenclature is often simply a mechanism to protect institutions and facades behind which officials hide. These are not technicalities. We should also not use this, as has been well raised, as an excuse
to reduce funding for palliative and end-of-life care. For this to be right and proper, it must indeed be a genuine choice and not a false one. However, in reality, this bill is more about decriminalising those who help me with a choice that I want to make, as much as it is giving me that choice in the first place. As Lord Dubbs has just so eloquently said, we already have that choice, but it is absurdly complex and solitary, and those who love us are removed from the process. This bill changes that. It allows us to have access to proper care in this country. It enables us to have real dignity in our departure, and it ends these, in my view, absurd situations we currently endure, where a spouse is arrested, potentially at Heathrow, having taken their partner to Dignitas. The fact is, this is happening today already in the worst possible way, and this bill, with however many issues it contains, is at least fundamentally better than the situation we currently suffer. To this end, we must in this House not let the complexities defeat us. We should not use the technical needs of regulation as a block on the principle. I, who dislike fundamentally all forms of regulation, actually in this instance support proper clarity for doctors and structure for families around this urgent need. We should be more fearful of failing to deliver this freedom than of the risks that the freedom of choice may entail, because with freedom always comes risks. It behoves us to use all our talents to find a way to deliver on this last and final right of our citizens. Now, I am an optimist. Legislation can be revised and reviewed. Secretaries of State can take common sense decisions, it is true. And the medical and other professions can pride themselves on really owning the process over which they have control. This is all possible. People often ask, what is the House of Lords for? And I say it is precisely for situations like today, where we focus on solving complex and highly sensitive problems with a single goal in mind, which is to allow people to live their lives as they want, free from pain and suffering, from the moment they are born to the very end. And I look forward to working through this bill with that single objective in my mind.
My Lords, I was explaining to a group of people last night what the virtues were of speaking in your Lordship's House and of being in the debate. And I, somewhat controversially perhaps for a former member of the other House, found myself saying that the advantage of having no constituents is that you can look at the evidence and listen to the arguments. And I find myself actually in awe of the depth and quality of evidence assessed and arguments made today, and of the listening. Now, I intend to use the prism of eating disorders as a way of examining some of the arguments that have not yet been made, because I'm going to stick to my resolution not to repeat points that have already been well made about the lack of choice when there isn't a sufficient quality of hospice care, and so forth and so on. Other noble peers have made those arguments very well. If you are a young woman, and it is typically women, with an eating disorder, you may have consulted a website about how to do that better. We, in both houses, have tried our best to legislate against that provision of such websites with the Online Safety Act, and rightly so. You may not have consulted a website about how to commit suicide, but you also may have done. And again, the Online Safety Act rightly seeks to stop that from happening. Now, many of us voted for that act, and we did so thinking about what was currently legal but harmful. And I stand by that, and I'm committed to that. If you have an eating disorder, that is in fact a mental health condition which is not covered by Clause 2, Part 2 of the current bill as it stands, because voluntary suspension of eating and drinking is not the same as an eating disorder. They are two different things, and it's important to distinguish those. I do not pretend that this is easy for anybody. And I do not pretend that it is easy to find us all in this House taking incredibly seriously the fact that if we get this bill wrong, people die who should not die at the stage they will die. Now, that's one of the reasons, I think one of my noble colleagues has already expressed, why your Lordship's House came to the view many years ago that capital punishment was wrong. I hold that same view now about this bill, and I speak with intense pain, actually, and love for those who've made eloquent and heartfelt cases to end the suffering of those who are terminally ill. I understand that, but this bill actually isn't worded so as to end suffering. It's worded so as to end life, and I think we have to draw that distinction. If it was a bill about ending suffering or alleviating suffering, then the provisions of the terminally ill adults brackets end of life close brackets bill would be about palliative care, and they are not. They are not. In the case of eating disorders, I represented a constituency where there was no specialist treatment. There was none. And unfortunately, that doesn't mean there was no specialist treatment, but there were no specialist treatment beds in hospitals when they were needed at the point when that mental illness had become life-threatening because of the physical consequences. Now, as Baroness Faulkner so truly said, treatment delayed increases the risk of a terminal end. Now, do we really want to legislate so that people who cannot get treatment then become terminally ill and seek assisted dying as the route out of that? Is that what we want to do? Because we are, my lords, we are in danger in your lordship's house of doing just that. And I don't think that's what the intention is by my noble friend Lord Falconer, by my friend much-loved Kim Leadbeater, or anybody else who's in favour of assisted dying. I don't think that's the intention. But that is where we're going to end up. I'm not in favour of assisted dying for a complex set of reasons, but actually I'm not here to speak against the principle. I'm here to speak against the bill because we are legislators and that is what we are here to do. So I wish all noble peers in their thoughts over the coming weeks to consider the specific case of eating disorders and how that does not work in the context of this bill and why that matters, and then to consider that frame for other conditions which lack of treatment will exacerbate the risk of terminal illness, which was preventable. Thank you.
Yeah. My Lords, I want to stand back from this bill and call out the dangers of the wider cultural drift towards hyper-individualism it epitomises. Freedom to end life on our terms, making death accessible as a personal convenience, desacralises and cheapens death, life and humanity itself. Professor Lewis Appleby, Advisory Group Chair of our National Suicide Prevention Strategy, warns that our socially remarkable consensus that it is right to try to prevent all suicides will be radically altered. He also said the phrase assisted suicide should not be considered offensive. At the time of the second reading in the Commons, two of my friends who were suffering terminal conditions, one has since died, both followed the debate and news coverage and told me that the subject's very airing made them feel that they were a burden to their loved ones. Assisted dying is the latest blatant promotion of personal autonomy over any obligations we owe to each other as members of a shared society and over reverence for life itself. It flouts the important do no harm principle underlying classical liberalism, as well as immediate harms to the disabled, those who fear becoming a burden, and those vulnerable to coercion. There are long-term harms to this bill, typical of what pollster James Kanagasorian calls shrouded attributes of policies, costs and liabilities hidden at point of sale to the public, which inflict a later tale of pain. First, the inevitable extension to other groups beyond those catered for in this bill. International examples abound of legal creep, where mental illness, non-terminal conditions, and ever younger sufferers become eligible. Second, Canada has shown how palliative care withers, yet two-thirds of the public agree that Labour should prioritise sorting out palliative, social and end-of-life care before even thinking about assisted dying. Less than a fifth disagree. Two-thirds of assisted dying supporters agree our threadbare, charitably sustained hospice movement needs strengthening first, otherwise there is no genuine choice, as we've heard already in this debate. Hospice movement founder Dame Cicely Saunders' philosophy of palliative care was, you matter because you are you, and you matter to the last moment of your life. We will do all we can, not only to help you die peacefully, but also to live until you die. Helping patients live until they die is what very many doctors want to keep offering, or offer more reliably. Fear of missing out drives calls for assisted dying. Supporters are significantly more likely than opponents to believe they will be unable to fund their own end-of-life care and that the government won't pay for it. Third, the cheapening of life and disregard for relationships which flow from outlawing physical and mental suffering, despite these being part of our universal human condition. Whilst they should, of course, be alleviated whenever possible, actively taking the escape route of death is intensely painful for many years for close family members and friends when they've had no say in the matter. When personal autonomy trumps everything, we end up, dare I say, deifying selfishness. Former Chief Rabbi, the late Lord Sachs, I think we've heard his name today already, wrote in his last book, Morality, Western society has all too often been insensitive to the dimension of time. Thinking through the long-term, unintended consequences of policy changes is imperative. Beware short-term fixes to individuals' pain, which will inflict lifelong pain on those near to them, and sow seeds of destruction into our society.
My Lords, I strongly support this bill. Overall, it is well considered. Importantly, it benefits from the experience of many other countries that started this journey well before us. In no sense, my Lords, would we be pioneers. The carefully designed process that the bill sets out should address the possible risks, for instance, severe coercion, which have reasonably been identified. We know from surveys, my Lords, that there is overwhelming public support for assisted dying. All of us have received heart-rending letters pleading for the passage of this bill from individuals who have had harrowing experiences of witnessing loved ones slowly dying in extreme pain or in utterly debilitating circumstances. And this bill confers the right for such an individual facing imminent death not just to avoid intense anguish and pain and the prospect of their condition progressing intolerably, but to die at a moment of their choosing, in the circumstances of their choosing, and with dignity. I want that right, my Lords, and anyone who wants it should have it too. No doubt the bill can be further improved. The Delegated Powers Committee makes many persuasive points that we should take on board, but the explanatory notes remind us of decades of attempts to introduce assisted dying legislation which have simply failed. It is highly unlikely that any government in the foreseeable future will seize the baton. We must therefore make this bill work, then pass it. I only have one personal point of reservation, which I share with others, including Lord Forsyth. Whilst I entirely see the value of a process setting out 2 independent medical assessments, 2 periods of reflection, and an independent review panel, there may be a risk, my Lords, in a world of constrained resources, where it is hard these days even to see your GP, of unwelcome slippage, of a prolonged delay, perhaps in August or over the Christmas period, that intensifies suffering. Should we build into this process, on the one hand, greater certainty on the total time normally taken, on the other, some flexibility on telescoping time when circumstances demand it, particularly for those who may enter the process at a later stage? Finally, for anyone uncertain and harbouring doubts about this bill, I would strongly advise, my Lords, that they watch the 1-hour discussion hosted by the Healthcare Professionals for Assisted Dying with 4 Australian practitioners working in this field. Without exception, they came over as people of enormous integrity and humanity, caring, truly dedicated to their work, and entirely convincing about the necessity and the effectiveness of a carefully considered assisted dying process. It is well worth watching, my Lords, and I have no doubt whatsoever that our medical professionals who volunteer, and you have to volunteer, for a role in the assisted dying process will equally rise to the challenge. My Lords, let us further improve, but then let us pass this critically important bill.
My Lords,
I have spent some years working to improve care and support for vulnerable people, specifically as Chief Executive of Cerebral Palsy Scotland, my involvement in Scottish Government's neurological framework, and as a previous trustee of the Neurological Alliance of Scotland. I believe all of us want to ensure compassionate care and services are available for anyone when they need it. And I believe everyone is entitled to make informed choices about their treatment, to access care that ensures they are able to live as pain-free as possible and to live with dignity. But sadly, as we have heard, for too many people, this is not the reality. Lack of access to condition-specific support, lack of access to palliative care, lack of access to social care are all reasons why the status quo doesn't work for too many people. Set in the context of clinical backlogs and constrained funding in health and social care, people will not make all their choices in a context that is equal. Here, in this chamber, we are all in the main healthy, competent, articulate, and above all, privileged people. I have been asked, would I not want an assisted death if I was unable to speak for myself, dress myself, or eat by myself? But, my lords, this is the reality every day for many disabled people. In seeking to ensure this bill leaves this place fit for purpose, we must consider assisted dying not through the lens of what we think we might want for ourselves, but rather its impact on the most vulnerable in our society. We have been told that this bill gives people choice, but which people and what choices? As it stands, this bill leaves me profoundly uncomfortable. The personal stories of people seeking choice and control over the manner of their death, or the heart-rending examples of poor care, seem to me not likely to be resolved by the provisions of this bill. I'm also concerned about the differences between this bill and the bill currently going through the Scottish Parliament, and the implications of these differences for service provision and regulation across the UK if both bills pass. I gave evidence to the lead committee scrutinising the bill on behalf of Cerebral Palsy Scotland in Holyrood, and both bills leave too many details to be agreed later. Sweeping consequential powers, such as the process for the approval of drugs or other substances and the regulation of professions, will require cooperation and coordination between two administrations and should, I believe, require full and transparent scrutiny in both parliaments. Where these bills use words such as terminal, progressive, or treatment, we need greater clarity on what exactly those terms mean. Otherwise, such broad terminology and the lack of detail around the process of assisted dying will result in unintended gaps that would be challenged. I also want to seek provisions to ensure mandatory involvement of health professionals who actually know the person and are experts in the condition the person is presenting with. But there are a host of other issues that currently concern me, including greater clarity on how people will die, especially if they are unable to use their hands or ingest a substance, direction on what medical professionals are supposed to do or not do in case something goes wrong, stronger protections for conscientious objectors, and far, far greater clarity on training and reporting standards and requirements. So at the moment, my lords, the bill presents too many questions and not enough answers, and I look forward to playing my part during its passage, as it's essential that these questions are not brushed aside or dismissed, and that clear answers are provided.
My lords, the noble Baroness Lady Merron stated in this House on the 4th of September last year, and I quote, that the government's commitment is to ensure that any debate on assisted dying takes place in a broader context of access to high-quality palliative and end-of-life care. Well, here we are having that debate. Has access to palliative and end-of-life care improved so much in the last few months? The experts say not. As we've heard, but it bears repeating, the evidence shows that 100,000 people die each year in the UK with unmet palliative care needs. Fewer than 50% have input from a specialist palliative care team in their last 3 months of life. The bill sidesteps this crucial issue because, as was pointed out, I think, by the noble Lord Lamont and Lord Grabbanner, it contains no requirement that a person who is suffering a terminal illness must also be suffering intolerable pain. Under the bill, anyone given a prognosis of 6 or fewer months to live would be eligible for assistance to die, regardless of whether they're experiencing pain or not. Of course, some of these people will require palliative care in any event, but if the focus of the debate was instead on relieving intolerable pain and suffering, then it would be more apparent that we should be legislating for wider access to higher quality palliative care, not a state-assisted death regime. As the Health and Social Care Committee heard, patients in countries with assisted dying who request help to die frequently change their mind if provided with proper palliative care. For example, evidence from Oregon showed that 46% of patients who received substantive palliative care changed their minds about an assisted death, compared with just 15% who did not receive such palliative care. Yet the bill does not require that a person receive palliative care before electing an assisted death, merely that they be given the opportunity to discuss it. There is therefore a strong case for the huge sums which would be spent on state-assisted deaths to be spent instead on improving access to specialist palliative care. Yet the intention seems to be quite the opposite. The impact statement sets out the tens of millions of pounds currently spent on care, state pensions and benefits which would be saved if this bill were enacted. Is this really a relevant consideration? If so, I suggest we need to re-examine our priorities here. We should be encouraging those who are ill, depressed or struggling in any way to believe that life is a precious gift and worth living. We should be treating them as individuals who never cease to be important, even in frailty or decline, and that they deserve to have a dignified life in all its seasons by being cared for to the end, with the state meeting the full costs of that. My Lords, in speaking on this bill, each of us will individually have searched our consciences, and that is exactly how it should be. In searching mine and taking the line I have been guided by my Christian beliefs on life and on how life comes to an end.
My Lords, the measure before us represents the possibility of the greatest alleviation of pain and suffering in this country since Sir Alexander Fleming discovered penicillin 97 years ago. It's no criticism of our excellent hospice movement to point out that no amount of resources given to palliative care can alter the ultimate result or abolish the fearful pain and indignity that terminally ill people have to go through unless they take so many painkillers that they become prey to weird delusions, essentially becoming different people to those their loved ones know. Families gathered around deathbeds are presently denied the right to help to end their loved one's suffering because of the so-called sanctity of life, even when that life has lost any possible meaning. Hamlet wishes in his first soliloquy that the everlasting had not fixed his canon against self-slaughter. But the commandment, thou shalt not kill, can be suspended in exceptional circumstances, such as in wartime, and so it should be in the case of the horrendous pain of an irreversible slow death. Wanting to avoid it, such excruciating pain, is not selfish, it's a human right. Going back further in history, beyond Augustine of Hippo and Thomas Aquinas, the theologians who proscribed suicide, the ancient Greeks and Romans recognized there was nothing ignoble in it if the alternative is far worse. It should be up to the individual, along with their doctor and family, protected by robust safeguards and oversight mechanisms, but not up to the state or the church to decide whether he or she wants to escape pain and suffering in their final days. The autonomy to die on one's own terms, not on those imposed by others, should not be denied any longer. The defenders of the status quo have been talking about this being the thin end of the wedge, but, my lords, there's hardly any legislation we consider here that can't be seen as the thin end of some wedge or another. The idea that Britain is going to turn into some kind of a hecatomb of grannies, being killed off by families eager for bequests, is ludicrous, and this bill has safeguards against it anyhow. This is not about the disabled, or about the mentally ill, or about those with eating disorders. Future generations will consider us monsters for stopping people from shortening their death agonies if they wish to, especially as the majority of the population and of the elected House support this bill. People will rightly condemn this House if we refuse a person in desperate pain with only 6 months to live the right to choose the time and method of their death. We spend a good deal of time criticising our ancestors for their antediluvian views on race, sex and class, but those people who come after us will stand aghast that we allowed some of our old people to die in pain akin to torture rather than simply overturn a medieval and sadistic practice.
My lords, I apologise for giving you 3 very personal examples. When I was in my late 20s, we had a baby son who died, and I almost died giving birth to him. For a few short hours, it looked, while our lives held in the balance, it looked as if choices would have to be made. In fact, this wasn't the case. There was nothing to decide. But the whole experience gave me a much deeper understanding of where law and medical ethics collide. I learnt that to be kind, law must be very clear. And I was able to use this in my later practice in coronial law and, for example, in representing the government in some very high-profile cases on this issue. Secondly, my point is that death within the law can be, and indeed usually is, as the Bishop of London said, very good. My parents' deaths are examples of this. My mother's 6 years ago, my father's 12 days ago, were assisted by excellent palliative care. Drugs were able to help my parents to breathe and ensure that their pain could be managed at the last. These were good deaths, but my concern is that doctors need to be empowered to be frank and to be honest and to provide holistic care for the person that they're caring for. One of the best things we did for Dad was to go round his body disconnecting some of the bleeping machines and some of the syringes that were in him and ask, why do you need that? What's that for? You know that he's dying. Let's take it away. And those on my side of this debate must be honest as well. There is a small group of illnesses for which a peaceful death is not a likely outcome. And we need to focus our efforts collectively on these and on managing these and on managing the law to support these being better deaths. My third concern is that the ill are very vulnerable. I've recently been diagnosed with aggressive cancer, and my treatment starts this week. My prognosis is excellent. I have every advantage. I have a strong faith, I have a loving family, I have an interesting workplace and good colleagues and a supportive community and enough money and underlying good health and indeed excellent treatment, I should say. But there have been some very low moments in the past few weeks when I've realised the burden I am to my family, who are currently arguing who should take next week off to look after me. And also my concerns about watching me suffer, as well, of course, as my own fear, frankly, of pain and loss of control. I watched that final debate in the Commons, and what struck me was that woman after woman, ethnic minority after ethnic minority, disabled people, stood up and said, this bill is not good enough for my vulnerable community. My lords, please don't write me letters and messages. I'm drowning in kindness. Instead, I ask you to think hard about me with all my advantages feeling like a burden. Just briefly, not all the time, don't worry, I'll be back this time next year, bouncing around. But I ask you to think instead of messaging me. Think about the vulnerable and how easy it is for them to feel that their lives are not worth living.
My Lords, like others, I'd like to thank the many people on both sides of the debate who've written to me, sharing views and deeply personal stories. For the sake of transparency, I'll say that on a personal level, I'm supportive of the principle of assisted dying in very narrowly defined circumstances. However, I'm deeply concerned about this bill as it stands and do not consider it to be either safe or deliverable, and I'll focus on just one aspect. As part of the consent process, the bill requires 3 different doctors, the one undertaking the preliminary discussion, the coordinating doctor and the independent doctor, to discuss the primary diagnosis, prognosis and treatment options, as well as palliative care options, including symptom management. The latter 2 doctors must also assess for coercion, domestic abuse and capacity, as well as discussing the assisted dying process. Now, I believe I'm the most recently retired medic in this House, having given up my licence to practice last month. And throughout my recent review, I've devoted much time and discussions to thinking about meaningful, informed consent. Now, back in the day, when I was a junior houseman, we were expected to take consent without knowing much about the relevant procedure or how to adequately answer patients' questions. And we've come a long way since then. Options are explained to patients firsthand by clinicians who are specialists in the topic they're discussing, because it's impossible for other doctors to be up to date with the rapidly evolving range of treatments. Now, you may assume that in the case of those seeking assisted dying, this has already been done by the treating doctor. But when someone imparts a serious diagnosis, you often blank out everything that's said thereafter and may be fearful of asking additional questions. We know nothing about the background and qualifications of the 3 doctors who are expected to fill this potential gap. The latter 2 are at least supposed to be able to examine the patient's medical records and speak to treating professionals. However, written records are rarely adequate as a basis for such discussion, and there are major complexities in doctors external to an organisation accessing electronic records. Furthermore, the treating doctor may not be available in a timely way. And as for advising on palliative care options, the only professionals who can explain the full range of symptom control measures are palliative care consultants. In other words, the coordinating and independent doctors are being asked to take on 2 wholly different roles. The first is to substitute for a full multidisciplinary assessment involving the team managing the primary diagnosis, a palliative care specialist, and in some circumstances a psychiatrist and social worker. And I would submit that such an MDT assessment should be a core NHS function. It should identify the patient's main concerns and fears and share information about possible options, ideally in a family context. This should happen up front before discussions about an assisted death rather than at the end of the process when it's far too late to generate a trusting relationship. The second role is the process of consenting to assisted dying, which should be considered separately once other options have been discussed and rejected. And for the reasons that Lord Lamont said, I believe this should be through a service external to the NHS. Now, I've worked in MDTs throughout my career, and what is key is respecting the unique skills of colleagues and listening to their views. So I formed my views on this topic not just on the basis of my experience, but in large part by listening to organisations representing key professionals, GPs, psychiatrists, palliative care consultants and physicians. So I'd strongly encourage noble lords to take their views very seriously in further deliberations, and for that reason I will be supporting Baroness Burge's amendment.
Others have referred to the report of the Delegated Powers Committee into this bill. I am a member of that committee, although I should emphasise that I, of course, speak today only for myself personally and not for the committee collectively. Indeed, my lords, I have no idea whether most members of the committee share my view that assisted dying is deeply problematic in principle. But, as has been made clear, we unanimously concluded that this bill is flawed in practice. Our report made, by my count, 13 main recommendations covering such vital matters as the investigation of deaths, approved substances, the prohibition of advertising, and perhaps above all, voluntary assisted services. In other words, the relationship between what this bill proposes and how the NHS will dispose if the bill comes into effect. I quote from the report. There are several themes running through the issues that we draw to the House's attention. Some delegated powers have very limited provision on the face of the bill and leave so much to delegated legislation there is insufficient detail or principle evident for proper parliamentary scrutiny of the underlying policy. In some cases, particularly where a substantial regulatory regime may be needed, this tendency results in skeleton legislation. There are several clauses where delegated powers can be used to do anything that an Act of Parliament can do. This is a highly inappropriate formulation that gives sweeping, unspecified and unjustified powers to the government while removing Parliament's scrutiny role for provision that should be in primary legislation and replacing it with a considerably more limited role of scrutinising delegated legislation. Now, noble lords will have perceived that the main question the committee was tasked with answering was not what does the bill seek to do, but how does it seek to do it? Can I suggest that this is the key question, not just for the committee, but for the whole House, which, for better or worse, my lords, tends to scrutinise legislation more exactingly than is sometimes the case in the other place? And if the answer to the question how is inadequately, a further question then arises, namely, how could the bill be made adequate? Indeed, can it be made adequate at all? Now, I intend, as many other noble lords intend, to table amendments at committee and report, some of which will seek to effect the recommendations of our report. However, I cannot see how this bill can be made adequate, no matter to what degree it is amended. For as Jill Rutter and Hannah White of the Institute of Government have noted, this private member's bill carries matters more weighty, profound and complex than it can properly bear, whatever the degree of government involvement and support. They write, a key problem with using this route to legislate is the lack of pre-legislative stages. Legislation on an issue like assisted dying would have benefited enormously from a more thorough preparation phase. A well-led review involving many of the people on both sides of the argument and with a mandate to engage the public could have addressed the whole range of issues that MPs are now trying to navigate. And I should add, my lords, that this view was also backed up by the Constitution Committee, which has echoed many of the criticisms of the committee that I have the privilege of sitting on. I end with perhaps the most crucial criticism of the bill in the committee's report. It surely cannot be right that a matter so vital as the relationship between assisted dying services and the NHS is left to ministers to propose by regulation. I ask noble lords to consider whether a bill that contains such a proposal can possibly be fit for purpose.
Yeah. My lords, we've had several references in the debate so far to a settled public view that the public is in favour of this legislation. I may now briefly revert to a previous existent as a Member of Parliament who took part in the 2015 private members' legislation on assisted dying. And my constituency was Birmingham Edgbaston, which had some interesting aspects, like Harborne had the highest concentrations per square mile of doctors anywhere in the country. Across the road from the constituency was the Birmingham Oratory with very strong Catholic views. As the debate was coming up, I thought I'd do something very unusual for a politician, an elected politician, because if you're elected, your voters only want to hear your certainties. They never want you to go out and say, no, I really don't know what I think about this, could you help me? So I organised 3 public meetings. One was organised by the Birmingham Medical Society and was largely attended by members of the medical profession. The other one was organised by St John's Church in Harborne and brought in all the faith groups. And the third one was a public open meeting to all my constituents, or anybody nearby who wanted to come. And the format for all 3 meetings was the same. I had a lawyer there who would explain what the bill was about.
And I said, I'm going to make up my own mind, by the way. You're not going to mandate me how I'm going to vote, but I really want to test my views and hear what you have to say. And the outcome was very, very surprising. The one group which was almost unified in its view were the doctors. And in that, the legislation was what happens if you needed to have medical assistance, and they really said, we don't think we should go there. And again, we've got very much here this argument between choices and palliative care. And the group which was most divided, and with apologies to faith leaders in this group, actually were the churches. The churches were arguing from one end of the argument to the other. And the most thoughtful debates were the public, who essentially were making the cases for and against. And at the end of the meeting, where I said, broadly speaking, what should I do? One of them got up and said, you've got a really tough job on your hands, love. Just try and do your best. And I'm explaining this because I think we should be very careful when you have the kind of public opinions where, of course, if you have a survey which says, do you want to reduce pain? Of course you say, yes, you want to reduce pain. But as so many speakers here have said, it is about palliative care, it is about where the money goes, the consequences of that. And I don't think we have really considered that. The other thing which I really want to specifically address is about personal autonomy. Can I just say, to make choices for the few and assume that that will not have implications for society as a whole is deeply, deeply misguided. The essence of society is the collective of the individuals. And if we make something acceptable, we can permit it as when we stop criminalizing suicide. But to make it suddenly an option, I think is problematic. And I want to finish with something which Baroness Debonair started to address. And I want to quote Bronowski, who in one of the episodes towards the end of The Ascent of Mensa said, science is a very human form of knowledge. Each judgment in science stands on the edge of error and is personal. In the end, he quoted words by Oliver Cromwell. I beseech you in the bowels of Christ, think it possible you may be mistaken. And what Baroness Debonair also reminded us, that this is one of those occasions where if we are mistaken, we cannot reverse it.
My Lords, it's a privilege to follow Noble Baroness Stewart, who makes a very good point on public opinion. I am persuaded that one of the reasons why this bill should pass is that the public broadly do support it. But they support it only if it works. And if it doesn't work, and if it doesn't deliver what it's promised, then the public will be extremely sceptical and angry that we've allowed this to happen. And in this matter, I have some concerns on the fundamental workability of aspects of the bill. And in this, I'm going to be invoking my noble friend, Lord Goodman, and the noble Baroness Cass. This bill creates a vast laundry list of new responsibilities without, I think, the clarity and consensus on execution that such a bill requires. And I convened a meeting of frontline clinicians earlier downstairs in the Attlee room on Tuesday to listen to some of these concerns. And the feedback echoed what we've been hearing from medics time and time again. Testing for capacity, which a number of noble lords have alluded to, the criteria remains contested. The signing off on medicines, the processes are extremely unclear. Huge palliative care expectations, which are totally unfunded, which noble Lord Stevens referred to. Expert panels consuming vast amounts of very, very senior professional time, particularly psychiatrists. My lords, we don't have that many psychiatrists in this country. If they spend all their time on these panels, then I'm afraid to say the rest of us won't get any support at all. Ambiguous doctor roles, including in the presence of death. The 6-month prognosis judgments, again, not a very clear methodology. Very, very importantly, provisions for what I'd call the non-NHS sector, completely unstructured and left to civil servants and to secondary legislation. My lords, this leads to what the noble Lord Carker very acutely termed over-protocolization. And I think what he meant by that was the sort of bureaucratic complexity without clinical clarity
that blows up the intimacy that is needed for the best medical care without actually managing down the risks of something going wrong. My Lords, I know from my time as a minister that confusion in the business of health, and in that matter in the business of death, very quickly wastes vast amounts of resources, it breeds litigation, and it costs lives. So who will be defending these court challenges? The DHSC's already stretched legal teams? Who will be paying compensation if things go wrong? NHS resolution that already has a £60 billion liability bill. My Lords, sloppy legislation costs an absolute fortune in the business of health. My Lords, when we consider IVF, which is different but has some of the same considerations, we had very rigorous preparation. We had a Royal Commission, detailed legislation twice, robust regulation, private sector delivery. Instead, we have here what my noble friend Baroness Murphy called unwieldy and unworkable bill. And I'm sorry to say that I am concerned that the Commissioner, in particular, is a role that needs to be clarified. There's no private sector regulatory capability, and there are large, sweeping Henry VIII clauses. And in particular, I draw Noble Lord's attention to the very, very important clause 40, which is particularly weak. The Constitution Committee demanded that greater detail on the face of the bill regarding intended guidance and direction on this clause is necessary, and I fully support that. My Lords, the principle of this bill is a very, very important one. It does have the support of our public. But without substantial clarification and reform, this Act could devastate the NHS and our healthcare system. We must address its fundamental flaws, or this legislation should take pause before irreparably damaging our health system.
My Lords, I do think we face a tragic dilemma. On the one hand, advocates for the disabled and several royal colleges voice persistent concerns about the risks of abuse that this bill's legalisation of assisted suicide would create. On the other hand, as we've heard, are dreadful cases of individuals suffering grievously, where those who help them find relief through suicide must endure police investigation. This intolerable situation, we're told, would be solved by the bill before us. Except, my Lords, it wouldn't. By limiting assisted suicide to the terminally ill, this bill excludes those who are not dying but are still suffering grievously. So anyone supporting this bill who intends that terminal illness should remain a prerequisite of eligibility accepts that some people, tragically, have to suffer, and others have to endure police investigation, because the social dangers of wider access are just too great. But, my Lords, if this bill, despite its tragic imperfection and its risks, is supposed to be tolerable, how come the legal status quo, with the same tragic imperfection and fewer risks, is not? My Lords, if we were serious about reducing the quantity of human suffering, we wouldn't focus on assisted suicide at all, reckoned to be chosen annually by up to 7,500 people after a decade. Instead, we'd focus on ensuring the universal provision of adequate palliative care, which, as we've been told several times already today, more than 100,000 fellow citizens every year need but do not get. And we have known that for decades and done nothing about it. Indeed, if we were to pass the present bill before ensuring that, we would create an unjust inequality of autonomies. Some, typically privileged like us, would have a choice between decent palliative care and assisted suicide. But others, poorer and less white, would have to choose between grievous suffering and killing themselves. That's why 2/3 of the more than 5,000 people polled by Focal Data last November wanted end-of-life care sorted out first before any thought is given to assisted suicide. It's also why the 2012 report of the Demos Commission on Assisted Suicide, chaired by the Noble Lord Falconer himself, stipulated as an essential condition of legalisation the universal provision of the best end-of-life care available. I refer your lordships to pages 24 and 299. My lords, compassion is a virtue, but it needs to look in more than one direction and distribute itself equitably. And compassion that takes impatient and imprudent risks with the lives of the vulnerable is no virtue at all. So, my lords, to pass this bill in the current state of palliative care provision would be, I think, unjust and imprudent, and I can't support it.
Yeah. My lords, I too would like to begin just by thanking the many people, members of the public and members of this House for the letters that I've received, as many of you have, and the power of those personal testimonies that have been brought to me. And I've particularly been struck by the handwritten letters that have been sent as well, which speaks about people's real dedication. I find this a difficult debate, not because I don't have clarity on my position, but because I actually hear the legitimacy of those in favour of the bill, the very real pain that's in people's lives. But I'm thinking about some of the key words that have floated around today when we talked about choice, fear, pain and protection. And the reality is that those things don't land equally in different people's lives. They mean different things. People have different degrees of vulnerability to them, and they have different sources. So I speak today, and I bring two areas of experience to this discussion. First, my time as mayor of my city for 8 years. And one of the reflections we had at the end is that good things can have negative consequences for some people. And that's a very real danger. One of the things we grappled with in Bristol was that there was a 10-year life expectancy difference. There was a 16-year healthy life expectancy difference. Those were people on lower incomes, born into poor backgrounds, destined to become unwell, sick, to the point of unable to work, 16 years before the wealthiest. That means that those people from those backgrounds will more likely end up in situations in which they feel the pressures towards the end of life. The second was I was a manager of race equality mental health, and Lord Simon Stevens was head of the NHS at the time, and we looked at the reality that from determinants to access to experience to outcomes, people from black and minority ethnic backgrounds were disproportionately getting the bad end of the stick in terms of our mental health services. And one of the things that we recognised was that services designed by people in positions of power are designed for people in positions of power, not for vulnerable people. If you're not one of those people, you don't have the resources to navigate those services. And even if those services are good, you can fall in the cracks between those services. You don't have the personal assets to navigate those limbos. The social, political, economic inequalities within which this bill would be put if it was to pass, are not inconsequential. What this service means is not what just exists on paper, how it's designed, but it's the product of its interaction with those inequalities. And I fear that landing on such an unequal society we have today, the circumstances, the consequences could be quite dire for some communities. It is also true, going back to the NHS, that we have not tackled inequalities in NHS services, from access to experience to outcomes. And I fear that putting a terminal service into an organisation that for all intents and purposes has not solved health inequalities both the context within which it works and the outcomes for our population, is incredibly risky. And then we have the challenge of palliative care has been raised today. And while I absolutely agree with the idea and the principle of dignity in dying, I do not think that can be detached from an absolute commitment to dignity in life and dignity in sickness. And that means tackling the social, economic and political consequences in which people experience life. Brilliant. Now, I do think also, just as a final comment, because the consequences are so big, we cannot afford to go into a situation where we're trying to fix this on the move. It has to be sorted before the legislation goes through.
My Lords, the noble and learned Lord Faulkner suggested the effect of this bill on palliative care would be to improve it. That is not the view of my sister, an NHS nurse who spent much of her career working in palliative care, and it's her reservations about this bill that I want to share with your lordships. Like many noble lords, she's concerned about the shortage of GPs and other qualified medical practitioners to see patients who want to avail themselves of the assisted dying service, and a shortage of psychiatrists to refer those patients to if there's any doubt about their capacity. Baroness Meacher, outlining her reasons for introducing the bill, said this law would provide reassurance to those living with a terminal illness that this option will be available to them if the worst should happen. But as my sister points out, not all terminally ill patients will have that option, because patients will have to self-administer the life-ending drugs, and some terminal patients are unable to do this if they're suffering from a neurological illness like motor neuron disease or Parkinson's, as my noble friend Baroness Fraser said. My sister asks the reasonable question of whether terminal patients will still be eligible for treatments designed to prolong their lives, such as oncology treatments, palliative chemo, immunotherapy, and hormone treatments, if they've expressed a desire to die and have already embarked on the pathway set out in this bill. Would those patients be reluctant to undergo treatments designed to prolong their lives if they know they have to secure a prognosis of having less than 6 months to live to be eligible for the service? How are palliative care doctors and nurses supposed to help those terminal patients who have an incentive to reject their advice? My sister acknowledges that most palliative care patients do at some point express a wish to die, whether because of pain, nausea, extreme fatigue, or because they're anxious about dying at home without adequate care or support, or because they feel they become a burden on their families. But in her experience, most of those patients change their minds when help does come, solutions are proposed, symptoms alleviated, and they're grateful for the opportunity to spend extra time with their loved ones. It is providing terminally ill patients with these opportunities that makes the work of people in hospices so rewarding. It is why many of them do it, my lords. Their sense of vocation comes from wanting to improve the health and extend the life of their patients, not from accelerating their deaths. She also makes the point that many terminally ill patients have considerably less than 6 months to live. Would there be a statutory minimum amount of time patients are expected to live for alongside the 6-month statutory maximum? Even if there's no statutory minimum, the time it will take to jump through all the hoops before a patient is prescribed life-ending drugs will mean there is a minimum in effect, if not in law. What is my sister to say to those patients who want to end their own lives but have no realistic chance of being approved by a panel in the time they have left? More generally, my lords, my sister is concerned that any attempt to integrate an assisted dying service into one of the most overstretched parts of the NHS, with the inevitable bureaucracy and delays, the forms incorrectly filled out, the unreturned phone calls, the missed appointments, will end up making the lives of terminally ill patients even more miserable. She says her job often feels like working in a war zone. and fears this bill, particularly as currently drafted, will only make things worse.
To focus on the content of existing law relating to end-of-life issues. And I do so to make the points that the current law recognises the fundamental importance of autonomy. It rejects the absolute sanctity of life, about which we have heard much from the bishops' benches and from noble lords. And this bill will introduce greater dignity and greater safeguards than currently exist. There are two basic legal principles. The first is that you have a legal right to end your life. Since the enactment of the Suicide Act 1961, attempted suicide is no longer a crime. You don't need to satisfy a panel of doctors or psychiatrists. There's no special protection against your relatives. If you are a competent adult, the doctors cannot require you to eat, to have a blood transfusion, to have chemotherapy. And they can't stop you going to Dignitas. Why is that? Because the law recognises that it's your life, and so it's your decision. And because the law rejects the absolute sanctity of life. There's a second legal principle that follows from this, and it is that the health system has a legal duty in some circumstances to take positive steps to implement your wish to end your life. I give an example, the case of Ree B, 2002, volume 2 of the All England Reports 449. This was an adult woman who was paralysed from the neck down. She was dependent on an artificial ventilation machine in order to breathe. She wanted the machine turned off. She wanted to die because of the poor quality of her life, and her doctors declined to do so. So she applied to the courts for an order that they do so. And the noble and learned lady Baroness Butler-Sloss, then the president of the family division, granted that order. She said the woman was an adult. She was of sound mind. It was her decision whether to live and whether to die. Parliament has intervened in this area. We made provision by the Mental Capacity Act 2005, sections 24 to 26, to allow an adult of sound mind to make an advanced decision, refusing treatment to prolong their life, should the occasion ever arise, and should the person at that time lack the capacity to indicate their wishes. One other example, when Tony Bland, a victim of the 1989 Hillsborough football stadium tragedy, was in a persistent vegetative state with no prospect of recovery, and he could not express a view about whether to live or die, the appellate committee of this House decided in 1993 that because he had no quality of life, there was a legal duty on the health authority to end his life support, to pull the plug. And that's what the doctors did. And there have sadly been many similar tragic cases since. So I say for this bill to authorise doctors to assist a person to end their life by providing a drug so they can die with dignity is entirely consistent with well-established legal principles which respect autonomy on end-of-life decisions. The bill contains many more safeguards than already exist. It enables terminally ill people to end their life in a less painful, in a more humane manner than starving themselves to death or otherwise committing suicide, or I can't take a question because we are restricted to 4 minutes, than starving themselves to death or otherwise committing suicide or travelling to Switzerland. I support this bill. I look forward to debate, including debate with the noble and learned Lord Carlisle at committee stage. Thank you.
Lord, before the noble Lord sits down, My Lords, 60 years ago, Parliament passed what I think would be, by common consensus, one of the most significant pieces of legislation of the 20th century, namely the abolition of capital punishment. The rationale for that decision was largely based on three principles which I think are difficult to argue against. Firstly, that in a modern civilised country, that it was barbaric for the state to decide to kill its own citizens, even after judicial process. Secondly, that whatever protections were put in place, whatever procedures were put in place, that a judge, a jury, or a tribunal or panel is made up of human beings who ultimately, from time to time, will make mistakes. And thirdly, that when we are dealing with a situation involving the death of a person, the consequence of a mistake in those circumstances is something that is irreversible. The clock cannot be turned back 6 months later when new evidence emerges if that person is dead. Those principles, I think, have held firm throughout the decades, which is why perhaps in the 60 years since then, there has never been a realistic prospect of that law ever being revoked. But I would contend that the legislation that before us today reverses and repudiates all three of those principles. And with the added expense of offering sort of in return a false prospectus of a painless, easy death. If this legislation passes, the state will have control over who is eligible for assisted suicide. It will have control over how that is done. It ultimately will be administering the killing of the individual. Similarly, the panels, whatever procedures we put in place, will make mistakes. Now, we know that in terms of the prognosis that doctors make, no matter how qualified or specialist they are, that cannot be got right all the time. But what worries me most is the issue of coercion. This is not simply an academic or hypothetical question. Sadly, we have seen too many cases over the years, particularly resulting in the tragic deaths of partners or children, where it has then emerged at a later stage that there were years of abuse and coercion. And the reality is that coercion is not easy to spot, because coercion happens behind closed doors. Now, coercion can be blunt and aggressive, but it can also be sophisticated and subtle. The drip message to the person that they are a burden on their family. And the reality is that even sort of beyond the coercion that comes from others, there is a risk with this legislation on what I would call self-imposed coercion, where the person decides that they convince themselves that the burden that they are placing in terms of the caring responsibilities, in terms of the financial responsibilities, will mean that they feel compelled to make the supreme sacrifice for their family. And thirdly, as with capital punishment, if we get it wrong on an issue of coercion, we cannot look back 6 months or a year down the line and reverse that decision. Finally, I would say that, to use a classical analogy, today we not only cross over the River Styx, we do cross over the Rubicon if we accept this legislation. Some of the proponents of this legislation are already saying that, well, it is the first step. And we've seen this happen in country after country, less perhaps sometimes in terms of change directly of the law, but in terms of change of practice. And while I'm sure we have great faith in this country, we cannot be that uniquely arrogant to believe that we will be the one country which this does not become an expansion of the issue of assisted dying. I would say in conclusion that this bill, rather than being progressive and permissive, is cruel and regressive, and this House should do the mature thing and reject it.
I've got to sling something away from me. This is very embarrassing, and I will now shut it off, and I'm so sorry. My Lords, if I can start again, and if the clock can start again, because I've lost 12 seconds out of that intrusion. As with my noble friend Lord Rees, And as with many peers in this chamber, I have received lots of emails on this bill, both in the post and by email. In my case, every one of these communications, except the paper by the sponsors, which I hold in my hand, of this bill, were stated they were against this bill. I didn't count all of them, but they must be up to 50 in number. Although we are an unelected chamber, I believe we should take note of these representations that we've received. I thought, therefore, I should give the bill careful study. I found it thoughtful and well drafted. It's readable and comprehensible, quite a change from every other bill that is now being descended on this House. It does provide safeguards on the proposed assisted dying. There's also the appointment of the Assisted Dying Commissioner and the Assisted Dying Review Papers. It carries a number of helpful stipulations and goes right to what should be discussed with the patient and dealt with other safeguards. Importantly, it defines who is entitled to apply for assisted dying. My noble friend Lord Faulkner covered this in his opening remarks, and I therefore only draw attention to the crucial one, which is the patient has to be terminally ill with the prospect of death within 6 months. However, my lords, these provisions do not cover those with neurological disorders. I refer to multiple sclerosis, motor neuron disease, muscular dystrophy, and advanced Parkinson's. These are all terrible diseases when the patient loses all control of their body movement, but they have no direct expectation of death. I could also refer, and the noble and Reverend Lord Harry's referred to those who have severe spinal injury. One of my sons received a very serious spinal injury and went to Stoke Mandeville, and I met there a rugby player, he must have been 18 or 20 years old, who had quadriplegic injury right up to his neck, no movement of his body. I'm told that he was wanting to go to Digitas in Spain, in Switzerland. I don't know whether he ever went there, but I can say that he felt he had no future in life. My concern, my lords, on this bill, if passed, inevitably the terms of this bill will be extended. My lords, that is exactly what has happened in Belgium, Netherlands, and the US state of Oregon, all of whom who have assisting dying legislation for over 20 years. So one can expect the lowering of 18 years, the age of 18 years, the inclusion of many more who don't have terminal illness. The prospects are never ending extending this bill. This brings me, my lords, to the moral position and a practical position. The moral position is that no doctor should ever be asked to kill his patient. And the practical provision relates to palliative care. That the bill overrides the wonderful work in palliative care in providing every help to a dying patient. My lords, that brings me to oppose this bill.
My lords, like many noble lords in this House, I have wrestled with this bill for weeks on end, and I have changed my mind several times. My father died at the age of 97, a proud and honorable man, a veteran of the French Navy and a devout Catholic. He spent his last days almost blind, incontinent, in pain, and confined to a hospital bed. When I visited him with my late husband and sons, he looked at us with love, but he could barely speak. He only whispered 2 words, quel supplice. What torture. That night, after saying goodbye, he tried to end his own life by pulling out his drips. Alarms sounded, and the nurses bound his hands so he could not try again. The next day, I was horrified to find my father reduced in this way. That experience left me sympathetic to the right to die. On a personal level, I would want that choice, and I do not want my sons to have the last memory of their mother as the one I have of my father. But personal experiences, however powerful, are not enough to justify enacting a law of such gravity. The risks are stark, coercion, irreversible errors.
Irreversible.
Thank you, errors. Erosions of trust between doctors and patients, pressure on the elderly and the infirm, financial cost, and the burden on an already overstretched GP workforce. And to add to this, a long list of concerns so clearly listed by many noble lords who spoke before me. Some argue we're behind other countries, and so what? But Canada gives me pause. 8 years on, assisted dying has become routine, now the 5th leading cause of death. Reports show people seeking euthanasia not because they are terminally ill, but because they were poor, isolated, or unable to access proper care. A right to die has become a duty to die. Now, in Canada, there is a question of expanding this law to include children. At present, doctors feel compelled to keep people alive at all costs because it is a crime to hasten death. This has caused some to suffer unnecessarily. But if the law changes, we must be equally vigilant that it does not push people in the opposite direction, towards feeling that death is expected of them. The advocates of this bill cite many cases like my father's. They are motivated by compassion, yet to enshrine in law the deliberate taking of life is a moral hurdle too high to cross, particularly when key details would be decided later through regulation. In our law, a case must be proved beyond reasonable doubt. Here, my lords, for me, that doubt remains, and it is too great to ignore. I wanted to finish by telling you the story of this Swiss 72-year-old woman who had put her name down with Dignitas, but she never made it because COVID happened. So she did not die. Soon, a neighbor moved in, she met him, liked him, they fell in love, and they married.
I'm not going to try and match that story. All I would say is that this has been a brilliant debate on an extremely controversial subject. Some people have opposed the bill on principled grounds. The first point I want to make is that in practice, a number of the areas of principle, and I agree on that point with Lord Panic, the Rubicons on the principle have already been crossed, and I want to mention two. First of all, withdrawal of care essential for the preservation of life is already permissible, including the withdrawal of food and even water in certain circumstances in a controlled medical environment. And secondly, indefinite sedation with drugs is also permissible, even when it's understood that it may shorten life. These are already practiced to some degree. What we're primarily debating are the practical consequences for the terminally ill, their families and the medical profession of widening somewhat the discretion that's already there. Most people want to be able to exercise control, and especially when they're elderly, fearful or in deep pain. although the point has been made that those in pain won't get any benefit from this bill because it's silent on the issue. I remain very nervous about this legislation on several practical grounds, many of which have already been mentioned. Can 6 months be defined? What constitutes mental capacity? Can assistance be legally defined? And once legalised, as has just been pointed out, will the eligibility criteria be expanded? Will the Human Rights Act get engaged here? I think it will. We've already seen that medical science and practice and court scrutiny of both has taken us well beyond the intentions of Parliament in the Suicide Act of 1961, and it'll undoubtedly happen again if this bill's on the statute book. And it's important to bear in mind that the discretion I described a moment ago that's already exercised was almost certainly not envisaged at the time of that legislation. A further concern has been aired very widely already, and I won't linger on it. Some people may feel pressured into taking decisions at the end of their lives which don't reflect their true wishes. And we know that some people hold one view of the termination of their apparently hopeless lives while they're discussing it while they're well, but quite another when they're very ill. A third point I want to make is, which has already been aired to some degree, the medical profession is deeply split on many of these issues, just like this House. I personally support people's right to exercise control over their deaths as well as their lives, but we have to accept that the regulation needed to support this legislation will be complex and will almost certainly have unintended consequences. So in my view, we have to try much harder to get this right, particularly to assist the clinicians in the front line in ICUs and in the hospices. To pass this bill in its current form, heavily laden with controversy and with many arguing, as they have today, that it's not been properly debated, would be a very profound mistake, and it would make for bad law. At the very least, we need a select committee. We perhaps need a royal commission. And then we need a bill in government time, as the Suicide Act was brought in, and as was the case with the Mental Capacity Act. What I've suggested might lead to some delay, but we'd probably get better legislation as a consequence.
My Lords, irrespective of the underlying moral and policy question, as many noble Lords have already identified, the bill in its present form is seriously procedurally flawed. I'm against it. I am most concerned about the impact those flaws will have on vulnerable people. Given the time available, 2 points occur to me which demonstrate this problem. First, at no point in the mechanism under the bill does anyone expressly ask the applicant the reason why they wish to die. Such a question would not be an intrusion on private autonomy. To the contrary, it would be a reasonable and, I suggest, compassionate inquiry. In its own way, it would be a significant guard to protect the most vulnerable. Second, more technically, there are very significant failings in the panel stage of the process, as described in the bill and embodied in Clause 17. In its current form, the panel stage of the process, as the noble Lord Grabbanner identified, is lawyer window dressing. I agree. Unlike him, though, I suggest this stage could and should be used to reinforce the process and to protect the most vulnerable against abuse. Let me explain. Clause 17 provides that the panel's function in an application for a certificate of eligibility for assisted suicide is simply to determine whether the 9 tick boxes set out in Clause 17, subclause 2, are met. To do so, the panel, who are described in Schedule 2 as comprising a lawyer, a psychiatrist and a social worker, must hear from the coordinating doctor, the applicant, and they may hear from anyone else. Subsection 7 then requires that the panel must grant a certificate if they've satisfied that the 9 boxes in subsection 2 are met. My Lords, this is a quasi-tribunal process in which the tribunal is bereft of any appropriate powers. Frankly, even a parking adjudicator has more evidential power than these panels. In the past few months, this government has given more enforceable rights to employees and tenants, to mention 2 bills which have recently passed through your Lordship's House, the Employment Rights Bill and the Renters Reform Bill, than to those who seek assistance to die under this bill. How is that so? Because those other pieces of legislation, employment legislation and landlord and tenant legislation, go before a court or tribunal with evidential powers to look into the matter before them. The panel in this bill is toothless. The panel has no power to require evidence to protect vulnerable people, no power to summons witnesses or experts, no power to order the disclosure of documents, no powers of compulsion at all. Indeed, the panel would have no power even to see an applicant's will or to summons witnesses to explain the relationships in the application before them. There is no logical reason, my Lords, why applying for assistance to die should have their request for a certificate of eligibility to be scrutinised by a body with fewer powers to compel evidence and make decisions than a person would have had if they had brought an employment claim or a landlord and tenant claim, or indeed a road traffic matter. At the very least, this bill should explicitly provide that part of the statutory role of the panel should be to investigate motivation and possible coercion. And the panel should have the powers of any other tribunal in performing that task.
I would like to thank all those who kindly wrote to me and sent emails, both from members of the public, religious organisations, religious leaders, and many people in the medical profession. There is no greater responsibility than how we treat those at the end of their life. The vulnerable, vulnerably ill, elderly, the dying, my Lords, and that is precisely why this bill troubles me so deeply. Let me begin by addressing something fundamental: language. Entrepreneurs are dangerous. They are designed to conceal what is actually happening. Why is this called, by its supporters, an assisted dying bill? It is nothing of the sort, my Lords. Assistance sounds good. Dying is a natural process which comes to us all. Pain relief, emotional support, these are vital and uncontroversial. My Lords, this bill is not about that. It is about assisted suicide, and that is altogether a different matter. I understand why some see this as a matter of choice, but they cannot ignore the context in which that choice is made. When someone is terminally ill, frightened, exhausted, and overwhelmed, my Lords, they're at their most vulnerable. And it is precisely at that moment that this bill proposes to offer them a legal means to end their life. And that is aided by others, approved by our institutions, and normalised by law. An individual who takes their own life alone does not do so out of desperation, but a combined operation involving doctors, lawyers, family, and the state is something entirely different. Those who support the process may act with the best of intentions, but motivations are not always pure. My Lords, it is rarely simple, and even when they are, the risk of coercion remains real. I don't believe that we can eliminate that risk, and that this bill certainly does not do enough to do so. Once we create a legal route to assisted suicide, how can we ever be sure that a patient's choice is not shaped, even subtly, by pressure, manipulation, guilt, or simply the sense of being a burden? This is why this raises another concern: the undermining of palliative care. Palliative care is so important. Instead of extending choice, I fear we're quietly narrowing it. And not everyone has access to high-quality end-of-life care. Not everyone is given the full range of pain management, hospice support, and spiritual care, or even the time to prepare for a dignified death. But rather than committing to universal, excellent palliative services, this bill offers another option: to end life earlier. This is not a service to people, but to end their lives. It is an abdication of responsibility to provide excellent services to those in need. My Lord, some will say this is about autonomy, but this is not true autonomy, cannot exist without full support to live. We have seen in other countries that what begins as a narrow exception can widen. In Canada, eligibility has always expanded beyond terminal illness to include chronic illnesses or disabilities. And finally, we must listen to the voices of those most at risk. Many disabled people, organisations oppose this bill. My Lords, they do not because they fear death, but because they fear that society too often assumes that their lives are not worth living. My Lords, it is, if we were to compensate society, we must replicate this path. We must invest instead in palliative care, emotional support, hospice services, and the time and presence to walk with people to the very end. In particular, people should be able to be looked after at home. We owe our dying not the offer of an early death, but the assurance that they're valued, supported, and loved until the very last moment. This bill cannot promise that, and so with deep respect to all those who have spoken on both sides, I cannot support it.
My Lords, I believe in choice and personal autonomy. But if this bill is passed, it will change how we treat each other as humans and not for the better. Hard cases make bad law. And this bill is defective in too many respects. I say this despite the imperfect state of the current law. The reports of the delegated powers and constitution committees cannot be brushed aside. The bill is at once long but incomplete. There is insufficient detail or principle evident for proper scrutiny of the important powers to be delegated. We should, for example, have had draft regulations regarding the coordinating doctors. They are to have a central role and will make the most important assessments, namely whether the person seeking assistance has sufficient mental capacity, has a clear and settled and informed wish to end their own life, and seeks assistance voluntarily, without coercion or pressure from another. How will this be done? From what knowledge base? My noble friend Lord Murray has explained that. How will the panel then test the process? How long will the panel devote? How will it be resourced? So that it is not, and it must not be, a tick-box exercise. We all know subtle family pressures are real. Until now, doctors have been obliged to protect against suicide. This bill goes against that. Death by poison is not treatment. It brings huge ethical challenges and changes for doctors. Next, what sort of people will be the independent advocates? With what skills? How will the vulnerable be identified? For qualifying vulnerable persons are those with a learning disability, mental disorder, or autism, which is often not diagnosed. People who may experience substantial difficulty in understanding the processes or information relevant to those processes or communicating their views, wishes, or feelings. But there is no requirement to involve the independent advocate before a doctor decides to initiate a conversation on assisted dying with people in that cohort, that in precious cohort. The independent advocate will only be appointed once someone is, quotes, on the path. Who with what resources will consider family coercion, subtle family coercion, or just the old person who thinks, I'm probably a bit of a burden? I'm aware of the head of safeguarding in a London hospital who has recently said that that person already has issues with families who want to clear the decks. The noble Lord Grabiner, has explained all that. The overloaded NHS is not always safe. Remember the Bristol Children's Hospital. Remember the South Staffordshire hospital scandals. My chambers was involved in dealing with the aftermath of all those and many other medical disasters. Mistakes happen. Practitioners, I'm afraid, are known to change the notes after the event. I've had personal experience of that in matters in which I've been involved.
How will we know if the system is working properly? Cover-ups will happen, and we are not to have coronial inquests. Why on earth not? Giving responsibility to the NHS will create a stark financial conflict. It will likely damage the delivery of palliative care. The noble Lord Stevens has addressed that in detail. Palliative care should be our focus. This bill cannot be put into acceptable shape. We should be left with a national death service, and a poor one at that. We should have had a royal commission and proper legislation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Received, acknowledged many emails and letters. What surprised me is that the vast majority expressed deep reservations and anxieties. I wish to record my appreciation and thanks to all who've been in touch with me. It affected my own thinking. The wish to help is understandable, but difficulties mount as attempts to ring-fence from all others those who might be allowed to choose assisted suicide. Is the Mental Capacity Act a sufficient safeguard to determining sentience when dealing with this life or death decision? Its thrust is to determine whether the individual lacks degrees of capacity, rather than they have the extra strength and steadfastness of capacity to decide on life or death. With every good intention, this bill attempts to define the ring fence, but gaps in the fence exist, such as so accurately assessing life remaining with or without treatments. It sidesteps probabilities of more successful treatment. Others are overlooked. Take a soldier, almost fatally burnt, wounded, or CBRN poisoned, fighting for his country, with no more than a 6-month prognosis to live. Does not such a case equate to even trump a peacetime terminal illness? What then of the military covenant? Ignored, my lords. Ignored. That's just shameful. The subject worth debating is not solely about an adult seeking an earlier death, but about the friends and families and others who know the individual. Whilst the legislation addresses the former, the views, feelings, behaviour of the latter cannot be ignored. Even a 59-page bill with over 50 clauses, 3 schedules and ministerial regulations to come may not be foolproof against any venal behaviour. Presumably for devolved reasons, this bill covers only England and Wales. Were it a government bill, would it be restricted thus geographically? The idea that a dignitas equivalent might be arranged in one part of UK for the use by another is abhorrent. My lords, we do not control the time of the first breath in our life. Society places special value on the right to live. Since the abolition of the death penalty, should it be approved by law to time one's last living breath? My lords, whilst not wishing to set aside all feelings of sympathy, this bill is flawed. As such, it is not worthy of enactment.
This bill invites us to cross into, in my view, completely new and dangerous territory. And whilst it's been argued that we already in the law allow for intervention, we would be permitting for the first time a policy and a widespread practice of ending of life by medical means. This is a fundamental alteration in how we understand the purpose of medicine, the duty of the state, and the value that we place on life itself. It's not the natural course of dying with support, but the deliberate intervention to end life. If Parliament is to legislate on such a grave matter, the language we should use should be transparent and precise, so that the public understand fully what's at stake. And it is assisted suicide, and we should call it for what it is. Human life carries dignity and meaning in every stage and circumstance, and that worth isn't reduced by age, or illness, or disability. When people fear pain, we must provide support for better relief. When they fear loneliness, we must ensure companionship and support. When they fear neglect, we should guarantee care. The solution to suffering is not to make death one of the prescribed remedies. A number of issues have come up time and time again, and it's right to emphasise them because they're at the heart of the concerns that people have. And people have written on many, many issues, and I thank people for being in contact with me also. A central safeguard is said to be the requirement of the 6-month prognosis, and we have heard about clinical prediction of life expectancy, oftentimes being totally unreliable. It's an estimate, not a certainty. Doctors themselves acknowledge that such judgments can be mistaken. And if a person's eligibility rests on a calculation that is inherently fragile, then the foundation of the safeguard is insecure. Second thing is that one of my main concerns is, as has been said by so many people rightly, the pressure on older people. Even where explicit coercion is absent, people will feel that they should choose an earlier death to relieve others of responsibility or to reduce demands on family or care systems. And evidence from abroad shows that individuals frequently cite such considerations in their decisions. There will be a new and silent expectation on those who already feel vulnerable. And then we're told that this legislation is narrow in scope. But again, experience, and many noble lords have referred to this, indicates that once the principle of assisted suicide is accepted, criteria will broaden through later legislation, through judicial rulings, or through medical practice shifts. And even if the bill begins with limits, there's absolutely no guarantee that those limits will remain firm over time. And regarding the safeguards that were outlined so fully by Lord Faulkner in his introduction, some of the most significant checks that we were told about have been revised as the bill progressed in the other place. Oversight has moved from established judicial processes to new administrative structures. Definitions have altered. Clarity has been reduced. There's much vagueness, too much power given to the government through delegated legislation to make regulations. If protections appear less certain even before the bill reaches the statute book, what confidence can we have in their long-term durability? My Lords, we must have regard to what should be our priorities. Across the United Kingdom, access to specialist end-of-life care remains extremely patchy. There was a conference in Belfast just yesterday on palliative care, which illustrated the many deficiencies in Northern Ireland. Too many families still face inadequate pain management and insufficient support. And before contemplating a law that allows doctors to hasten death in a widespread way, our first responsibility is to guarantee that everyone can receive comprehensive palliative care of the highest standard. That's where compassion and justice should direct us. My Lords, no one who has listened to this debate can fail to understand that everyone has compassion that is spoken in this debate. But compassion must be joined with caution. Even those who agree with the principle of assisted dying or assisted suicide must acknowledge that this bill is grossly deficient even for that purpose.
I rise to speak against this bill and in support of the amendment, Lord Forsyth's amendment, put forward by Lord Carlisle of Bayeux. I speak as a former World Health Organization ambassador for Africa and the Middle East, and as chair of the Amar International Charitable Foundation. And the mandate of the Amar Foundation is health for all, as is the WHO mandate, and education for all, as is UNESCO's mandate. And in that capacity, with outstanding board and uniquely committed professionals, we have built in the last 35 years 90 to 100 primary health centres, several small hospitals, and we have delivered health care to 50 million medical consultations to 50 million people in greatest need. This has taken over 40 years, and in conflict countries, in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Iran, in Lebanon, and in Romania, Ukraine, and in Pakistan and Kashmir. These are all local medical staff. There has been no linguistic misunderstanding of what I am going to report. Working to WHO standards and to UNESCO standards for the poorest of the poor in these conflict zones before, during, and after their wars. And I have to report to their noble lords, not one single patient during that long time has asked for death. Every patient has asked for life, for understanding, for compassion for their suffering, but also potentially for a future for themselves. The drive for life is so great that when I was in Damascus last week and saw skeleton figures on the streets, I'd never seen poverty quite like it for a very long time, utter skeletons. They were not begging for death, they were begging to be given the opportunity to live. In other words, the thing to do is to bring joy to the patient who is in trouble, assist in every possible way to ease the pain. Maybe our parliaments would lift the restrictions we only put in a few years ago to stop medical professionals easing pain more easily. Because the inbuilt desire to live is so great that the most intolerable circumstances, people beg to be kept alive. The World Health Organization, of course, admits that the National Health Service is not yet perfect. For example, it has never really focused on preventative medicine, which is the key to success in the modern world. But this bill destroys even that opportunity, because it will take resources away, and worse than that, it will divert from the primary purpose of the World Health Organization, which is to provide health and life for all. You can't do both in any organization. Those of us who chaired companies, businesses, and institutions, you know you have to have a single mission statement. You don't have a mission statement that tell you turn right 1 minute and left the next. I recall very well as a child a wonderful example of this, which all of you may remember, a tremendous animal which had a head at both ends. It was called the Push Me, Pull You. May I say, who looked after and owned the Push Me Pull You? Dr. Doolittle. And that is what will happen if we bring this dreadful bill before the House any further. Humans are very imperfect creatures. You look yesterday at the Utah Valley, wonderful university I spoke at very recently, where poor Charlie Kirk was slaughtered. Immediately, people said, well, what he said, he deserved to be killed. Indeed, I don't wish to paraphrase it so precisely, because the incoming head of the Oxford Union said something very like that, as did some of the local journalists. Absolutely appalling. We are not perfect people. This bill gives the opportunity for maximum damage for a huge number of individuals.
My Lords, what a pleasure and privilege to follow the noble Lady Baroness Nicholson of Winterbourne. In light of the impassioned contribution in this chamber already, I wish to speak as a mother and a daughter, and as someone who has worked professionally in suicide prevention. And I speak with a heavy heart in acknowledging the hundreds of letters who have spoken of their pain and suffering in support and in opposition to the bill. My beautiful, intelligent 46-year-old son and equally magnificent 85-year-old mother lives with various difficulties, disabilities, with my mother encountering numerous hospital appointments. They have both taught me more about joy, courage, and resilience than I could ever have imagined. And to my horror, they have on several occasions been offered no resuscitation during routine medical treatment. My Lord, state action as this for common good may raise fundamental consequences unattended in this bill. It is lived experience, and in fact, that during COVID, people like my son, disabled, elderly, like my mother, many of minority heritage died in disproportionate number, often with no resuscitation orders in place on their records without their consent. So it is not a surprise if alarm bell rings fear, as Noble Lord Reeds referred earlier. This is not fear-mongering on my part, my lords. It is documented disparity. And this bill, however well-intentioned, sends a powerful message that in the future, if they're seriously ill, they will be offered suicide deaths as compassionate choice. I do not feel confident that this bill provides safeguarding in wider practices in real-world promise in this chamber by my noble and learned friend, Lord Faulkner. This is not hypothetical concern in jurisdiction mentioned, where assisted suicide in Canada, Belgium, and elsewhere, the cliff edge is real. Within a narrowly designed legislation as this one, theirs have expanded rapidly to include people with chronic mental illness as a matter of choice. People choosing death, not because of physical agony, but because they're distressed with their basic social condition, healthcare, and other state provisions. My lord, such reality may be added pressure on those who may already be vulnerable and poorest in our society as a cloak of choice and relief. Many suggest to me that this is absolute abandonment of every principle our society value as fundamental basic rights, a choice to live in dignity and care. Supporters of this bill say this is about autonomy, but choice only exists where there is parity of palliative care. Sadly, that is not the case for many elderly and the disabled. Many already feel a burden when community care, mental health support, and other accessible services remain chronically underfunded and out of their reach. My lord, I'm all too aware of the agony and suffering. I do not dismiss grief or their human desires to control how they wish to die, but we cannot make laws built on the basis on those who are able to decide to access influence at the highest level, including bringing this matter to our Parliament, which is an appearance, at least, that we may be overlooking future rights of the most vulnerable in our societies. This proposal is presented as a panacea of state care, but today's compassion risks becoming tomorrow's coercion, especially as health and welfare services continue to feel deep constraint. If this bill passes, how long before my son or my mother, softly and subtly made to feel that perhaps it's time, as the cost rises of their care, however full of love, could and should be ended, dressed as in mercy. My lords, our duties to protect will fundamentally be compromised if this bill, as it builds, sees the deep seeds of deep consequences. It will send a powerful message that majority silent opinions no longer count, and instead Parliament can be persuaded to legislate over life and death by influential advocacy, which many voices, millions of voices in our country have no access to pathways. Thank you for your patience.
My lords, as we heard earlier, this past Wednesday was World Suicide Prevention Day. Suicide is always a tragedy, and its effects are profoundly felt by whole communities as well as the immediate family. As legislators, I believe we have a responsibility to affirm every life as having inherent and equal value, regardless of age, health, disability or circumstances. And I believe we need to seek to prevent suicide, not to facilitate it. We have a national strategy for reducing the number of lives lost to suicide. But sadly, the suicide rate in this country is the highest it's been in over 2 decades. So it's almost unfathomable that in the very week we should be shining a light on suicide prevention, we are considering amending the 1961 Suicide Act in Clause 32 of this bill to make it legal for the state to give drugs to people to hasten the end of their own lives. Proponents of this bill have tried to argue that legalising assisted dying will somehow reduce the number of unassisted suicides, but there is robust evidence to suggest that it has the opposite effect. Backers of assisted suicide in the Australian state of Victoria claimed it would prevent 50 suicides each year of terminally ill people. They won the argument, but since the law was changed, unassisted suicide amongst over 65s, the largest demographic of terminally ill people, has increased by more than 50%. You can see why. If the state tells the sick and elderly that suicide is a valid way out, some of those who don't qualify under the terms of the legislation will still feel that they should take that same way out because you've normalised it. Our commitment to suicide prevention as a society depends on a consistent message that every life has meaning and value and is deserving of protection. Suicide can't be both something we should try hard to prevent and something that we should assist in some cases. This is nonsensical. My lords, for the state to tell certain suicidal people, "You're right, your life isn't worth living," is an appalling message. It is the ultimate in hopelessness and the very opposite of compassion. According to the Royal College of Psychiatrists, suicide ideation in terminal illness typically resolves once a person's physical pain or associated fear of it is alleviated, unquote. But this bill ignores our duty of care to these people. It sanctions death by poisoning for those who, with the right palliative care and support, would otherwise often choose to live. This bill will put vulnerable people under even greater pressure to end their lives for fear of being a burden on others, physically, emotionally, or financially. We see this in Canada, where the medical assisted in dying law has become, in the words of an ME sufferer called Madeline, a, quote, brutal practicality, unquote, for people seeking to escape poverty and social isolation. One 37-year-old homeless man applied for medical assisted death because, in his words, he felt, quote, useless, unquote, and thought he was, quote, hurting society. Another woman in her 50s asked to die because she could not get adequate housing. Who wants to live in a society like that? This utilitarian way of thinking becomes normalised once assisted suicide is legalised. Polling shows that over a quarter of Canadians now think that it should be acceptable for people to seek state-assisted death as a solution to poverty and homelessness. My lords, the current law exists to protect those who might otherwise feel pressured into ending their lives, and that is why we must keep it. We should be seeking to strengthen people in hope, respect their agency, and give them the care and support that they need, not affirming them in their hopelessness and giving them drugs to kill themselves. My lords, we need to ask, is this bill really the best we can do for society's most vulnerable? This bill cannot be improved. It must therefore fail.
My lords, I rise far into a frequently heartrending debate, so much about agonising death, and so many speeches that deserve to be noted, particularly that of the noble Lord Forsyth about his father's death and his own reflections on it. I speak in a unique position, even as Speaker number 85, for the policy of the Green Party of England and Wales is to legally provide, with all of the appropriate safeguards, provision for assisted dying. But that does not in any way tie my hands, for the Green Party does not whip, so every vote is a conscience vote. That policy position was extensively debated in the party, and we heard a great many concerns from disabled people from global majority communities, from people who fear they are discriminated against and badly treated in our current medical system, and fear discrimination here too. We heard that, as I heard fears from learning disabled people at an event I hosted earlier this month. But as the noble Lord Faulkner said, the safeguards built into this bill means they are more protected in this than they are in other areas of healthcare. Imposing those protections right across our health service should certainly be a priority, as should be fully publicly funded quality palliative care. And polling evidence shows that disabled people overall want the same rights as the rest of us when terminally ill. To lay it out plainly, one of the chief reasons I will support this bill is that we already have assisted dying available to people in Britain. But only some people, those who have the financial wherewithal, the confidence to navigate foreign systems and travel, and the remaining health and capacity to get to Dignitas in Switzerland. That is a profound inequality that leaves some dying in the many harrowing conditions of which we have heard today. And we've heard it also means that people die alone without their loved ones even knowing of their final choice for fear of the legal repercussions for those they leave behind. and dying sooner than they might otherwise because they fear being too ill to travel. Now, I oppose the amendment from the noble Lady Baroness Berger, which I'm afraid can only be regarded as a wrecking amendment, setting an impossible timetable for the bill, as the noble Lord Faulkner explained. I'm not so sure about the obviously constructively intended amendment from the noble Lord Forsyth. I will listen to further arguments on that. But in addressing both of those, I do want to make the point that in progressing to make a new law, particularly a law of conscience such as this, as with the laws on access to abortion and the rights of LGBTIQA+ people, debate does not only happen in Parliament. As the noble Lord Faulkner sets out, this bill has already received far more parliamentary attention than many government bills. But debate and scrutiny does not only happen in Parliament. It happens in the media, in communities, and now, of course, on the internet and social media. And we should not discount the power and importance of that in shaping the law. And the level of correspondence that I and many other noble lords have received about this bill, for me, many hundreds of contacts, the balance of which reflect the views of the public in the polls. And I thank all of those who've taken the time to be in contact with me about it. That is people's politics, and if we look at the opinion polling, the people have a clear and settled view on the need for assisted dying to be available in the UK, not relying on the decisions already made by the people and legislature of Switzerland. The people expect the politics to deliver on their view. Finally, I've been asked to note that my noble friend Baroness Jones of Moulscombe, on medical leave, is listening to this debate from home and wishes to put on record her support for this bill.
My Lords, this bill raises profound concerns for me, and I wish to outline 5 reasons why I cannot support it in its current form. First, while many of us have faced the death of loved ones, in my case, have witnessed the extraordinary comfort that high-quality palliative care can offer, both to patients and their families, this level of care is not universally available, as we've heard. I consider myself extremely fortunate. Far too many people, due to underfunding and limited access, are denied this vital support at the end of life. When individuals are left without proper access to proper palliative care, they may begin to see assisted dying not as a choice, but as the only escape from suffering. My second concern is as people grow older, many lose confidence and become vulnerable. This leads them to being susceptible to subtle pressures that can arise from well-meaning family members and friends. More troubling still is the potential for overt coercion, where someone may be made to feel a burden or believe their life no longer holds value and thus opt for a path they do not truly want. How and by whom is this being evaluated? Third, even with the strictest safeguards, we must learn from the experience of other countries. In places like Canada and the Netherlands, as we've previously heard, we've seen a gradual expansion of the eligibility criteria far beyond the original intent. What begins as a tightly controlled process can over time become worryingly permissive. There are reports of individuals shopping around for sympathetic doctors, even when they're not terminally ill. This, my Lords, risks the potential of normalising suicide as a legitimate solution to human suffering. Fourthly, I'm deeply concerned about the position in which this bill places medical professionals. While I acknowledge that some doctors believe that helping a patient to die peacefully is, in certain circumstances, an act of compassion, there is a stark difference between that and actively participating in determining who qualifies to die. I'm particularly concerned that a doctor can raise the thought of assisted death with a patient without the requirement to also discuss palliative care. This means discussing assisted dying alone could almost be considered coercion. It also goes against the current UK medical law, GMC informed consent, which requires doctors to discuss the various treatments and options for patients and give them long enough to consider these options. This is ethically very problematic and challenges the very foundations of the medical profession, which is grounded in the preservation of life. It runs counter to modern GMC guidelines and risks turning doctors into the gatekeepers of death, not life. Finally, I worry about the broader cultural impact. Our society is built on the principle that every life has an inherent value, from the beginning to the natural end. This bill risks undermining that ethos. It sends a dangerous message that lives of the elderly, the disabled, or the chronically ill may be less worth living, that they are expendable when they're no longer seen as contributing or useful. My lords, I do not deny that there are tragic cases, and we've heard of some today, where medically assisted death may appear preferable to prolonged suffering. But this bill, as it stands, is not the right instrument. Its potential consequences are too grave, its safeguards too uncertain, and its impact on our societal values too profound. For those reasons, I cannot support it.
Yeah. Well, when the question was last before your lordships, I opposed any alteration to the present law, but I've changed my mind because I've come to believe that our present arrangements are discriminatory and hypocritical. These arrangements benefit one group by conferring upon them effective immunity from prosecution for assisted suicide, and then damages the rest by withholding that same immunity on what looks like an arbitrary basis. To explain this, let me go back to my 5 years as DPP, when just around 100 cases involving assisted suicide came across my desk. We didn't prosecute a single one of them. In some cases, this was because the bodies had been cremated in Switzerland and there was no firm evidence of cause of death. This meant that our first test for prosecution, that a realistic prospect of conviction existed, was not met. In other cases, bodies were repatriated for burial, and we had a cause of death, usually massive barbiturate poisoning. Here the evidential test was clearly met. However, even where it is, there's a second test to consider, because prosecutors are given the discretion to determine whether a prosecution would be in the public interest, and in each case we decided it would not. Why? Well, at a basic level, we felt that a mother, a father, a son, a daughter asked to accompany a loved one to Zurich faced a choice that no jury would regard as real. What to do? To take your terminally ill, suffering daughter yourself and to stay with her while she died, or to leave her to be taken by somebody else? Now, even presupposing a rational English jury, following proper directions of law from a rational English judge, we believed that that jury would never convict a mother or a father in this situation. In all likelihood, they would regard the intrusion of the criminal law into such grief as an abomination. Since my time, my successors have invariably followed this reasoning, except in cases of exploitation or other venality, which never were present in cases I considered. Indeed, my immediate successor, Sir Keir Starmer, was even required by the then Judicial Committee of your Lordship's House in its last judgment before becoming the United Kingdom Supreme Court to publish guidance on the factors that prosecutors would consider in determining where the public interest lay in assisted suicide cases. Like me, Sir Keir had resisted this step on the grounds that it would constitute the DPP issuing guidance to the public on how to break the law and get away with it. But that's where we are. We all know that if you assist a suicide in Switzerland and avoid anything the DPP has categorised as an aggravating feature, you may be investigated, but you will never be prosecuted. Of course, there are cases where improper pressure, greed or wickedness are involved, but these would remain serious crimes even were this bill to pass. These few cases aside, this means that the reality is that the vast majority of assisted dying cases abroad have in effect been decriminalised, with notable help from the old Judicial Committee and no involvement at all from Parliament as a legislative body. That in itself is strange, but what is worse is that this dispensation, this de facto right to die, only applies to those with the physical ability, the wherewithal, family or friends willing to risk breaking the law to help them, and the knowledge to do so. Those who are too ill to travel, or who don't have the wherewithal, or can't find anyone to help them, or are simply unaware of the extreme unlikelihood of prosecution are left to suffer in the UK. They are abandoned by a state that's unwilling to put the current law into practice, yet equally reluctant to ensure that the benefit of its studied inactivity is available to all. In my view, this represents an abuse of the cardinal principle of equality under the law, and it can only be addressed by provisions of the sort contained within this bill.
My Lords, as I speak towards the end of the day, the range of the arguments have been thoroughly rehearsed. But, my Lords, I want to focus on an uncomfortable truth that most of us do not want to admit even to ourselves. And that, my Lords, is the issue of human nature and the evil that is in every human heart. And I do pay tribute to Noble Lords Grabiner and Sandhurst and to Baroness Nicholson, who touched on this in their contributions. Every day, as we gather here, we pray the words that Christ taught us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. And it's this that's informed my strongly held opposition to this bill, and no amount of additional scrutiny or legislative tweaks would make it acceptable, because I oppose the principle of assisted suicide. As a Christian, my faith shapes my view, but not from a rigid doctrinal perspective. Rather, it is on reflecting on the teachings of Jesus, who knew humans are capable of great love, but also of great evil. We pray, deliver us from evil, because we know that without God's help, we're too weak to resist. And my Lords, it's much too easy not to be honest about human nature. We pretend that all families are happy and all children want the best for their dying relatives. We've rightly heard much about elderly people not wanting to be a burden, but we've not talked about putting temptation at a very distressing time in front of otherwise good and moral people. And no amount of safeguards can take away the temptation to kill off one's relatives under the euphemism of assisted dying to get hold of one's inheritance. Care home fees are eye-wateringly expensive, and one can see how easy it would be to say she or he would not have wanted to live that way, and no one would ever need to know. We cannot know, my Lords, how we would behave under these conditions of extreme temptation. Remember, in our human history, where we've witnessed human beings carrying out unspeakable acts of wickedness and violence against each other. Supporters say the bill is narrow and safe, but the evidence from abroad does not persuade me. It tells me that no matter how many safeguards are introduced, we cannot escape human nature. And my Lords, how often in this place and in the other place, and those of us who've been members of Parliament, have we heard about so many terrible things happen, authorities letting people down, and we gather together and we say such and such a terrible thing must not happen again and we must introduce safeguards. But I'm afraid too often it does. But my Lords, we're not destined to repeat these actions, which I'm convinced will lead to more suffering and more pain. We talk about vulnerable people, and I want to add my words about victims of domestic abuse, because coercive control in particular is extremely sophisticated. Abusers are perfectly capable of manipulating their victims to convincingly express a wish to die. And by the time the courts, with their delays, have caught up, it is too late. And I finish by saying this debate is about what kind of society do we want to be? Do we hold to the truth that every life is made in the image of God? And are we able to be clear-eyed about the capacity to do evil that lives in all of us, even though it is extremely uncomfortable for us to admit that, especially in this chamber, my Lords? And I know my view, which is why I do not support this bill.
Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of London this morning, said that to change the law is to change society. The reality is that society has already changed, and it wants us to change the law. When the House of Commons passed this bill, the Daily Express newspaper hailed the success of its campaign. 21 years ago, when I lodged my bill in the Scottish Parliament, the Sunday Express's entire front page, coincidentally on the 12th of September, shouted, I quote, "MSP in bid to change law to kill patients." The death threats I received as a consequence seemed rather ironic to me. So some people have changed their minds over the years, even in the church, as up to 2017, it denied someone a Christian burial if they died by suicide.
But this bill does not concern people who choose to end their life. It concerns those whose life is ending and the choices they are denied to make that ending better. The arguments I heard in opposition then included that which asserted palliative care as either the answer or part of the answer. But I think we all know that even with comprehensive and universal palliative care, there would be times where someone would prefer not to die through sedated starvation. You can prescribe morphine, but not personal dignity. A common argument I heard then was just to allow doctors to quietly ease the passing of people. Don't interfere. But I don't want an approach to the permanent turning of a blind eye to potential coercion and denial of transparency and protections. 21 years ago, police and prosecutors rigorously investigated and prosecuted those loved ones to travel abroad because this enforced the law on assistance. I argued then it was unjust. Now, as we've just heard a few moments ago, this is considered unheard of. And I've not heard any calls today to return to the approach taken before then. Nor have I heard the argument today to return to the approach where a patient didn't have the right to an advance directive, to reject a doctor's insistence on resuscitation, or to refuse food and hydration. All these changes in their own right are accepted by opponents of the bill, but they provide for an inconsistent, unfair, confusing, and often, too often, an inhumane legal framework. These inconsistencies within England and Wales will be alleviated by this bill, but they also exist where I live in Scotland. Liam MacArthur MSP, with great care, is taking his measure through the Scottish Parliament. I hope it passes, as I hope this bill does here. And perhaps because I live on the Scottish border, we will need to address the cross-border issues of residency for those who live in one country and receive services in another. Adult competences laws, the interaction of resolved and reserved competences, and the relationship between health bodies south and north of the border. None of these issues will that we need to resolve are prohibitive or should be in any way block progress. Indeed, the reverse, as they will assist operability. I don't question the motives of those who have principled objections to this bill, but I note that they favour the current legal right to allow a patient, either by choice or persuaded that they are a burden, without full reporting or transparency, to decline food and water and die of sedated starvation. I do not want this carrying on for another 21 years. This bill is not about people choosing to die. They are dying. Indeed, the point missed by many is that this debate is about people who do not wish to die. The way someone dies impacts on how their loved ones live the rest of their lives. A better final few days with dignity, love and care means loved ones remembers their life lived and less so how it ended.
Yeah. My Lords, I wish to raise two concerns with this bill. The bill seeks to prevent coercion, but, my Lords, that is a high bar. My concern is with undue influence. As with many others who have been elected, I came across many elderly, vulnerable and lonely residents. Often they lacked the support that they should have had and they needed. Yet they voiced concern that they were a burden to their family, to their friends and to society. Now, I combine this with the risk of undue influence being brought to bear. One of my earliest experiences as a counsellor was an elderly lady who went into hospital for a major operation. She had few relatives and gave one of the few relatives she had left, she gave a power of attorney. Now, the operation was successful, yet the relative put her into a care home and sought to sell her home. Fortunately, she had good friends who managed to nullify the power of attorney and she returned home. Now, this may be an extreme case, but it demonstrates the risks, and I have other lesser examples of relatives seeking to gain their inheritance sooner. My second concern is the role of the NHS. The NHS is a large and complex organisation. It already has a great deal of difficulties in delivering its current roles. From a personal perspective, I have had several family members being treated for cancer, and despite many good staff, All too often it felt like they were being treated as a unit and not an individual. And in the case of my mother, palliative care was only available eventually. And I know that both Noble Lords Bethel and Noble Lord Stevens have raised the issue of the capacity of the NHS to do this bill. Now, the NHS's whole focus, in my opinion, should be on health and well-being of the individual. It should not have an additional role to kill people. If this bill were to progress, its delivery should be entirely separate to the NHS, and I intend to table such an amendment.
My Lords, the strength of feeling on this issue is understandable. Rarely do we get to debate such a truly momentous issue. But in the end, this is a question of personal choice. No one is suggesting that assisted dying should be mandatory, nor even that it should be widely available. In fact, under this bill, few might be eligible to ask for it, let alone choose to take up the option. All this bill would do is make it possible for a dying person to die the death they want. I don't believe it's my right, or the right of any of us in this House, to deny another individual that option. Could anyone have been in Millbank House on Tuesday, listening to Nathaniel, now battling with pain, in order to continue walking while he can still move his cancer-riddled body? Would they deny him what he craves, the certainty that, when he can cope no longer, he can have the death he chooses? It is, he says, his dying wish that this bill should become law. Barely 40, until very recently a music teacher and marathon runner, he says he's receiving excellent palliative care. He doesn't wish to die, yet. But when life becomes intolerable, he wants an assisted death. He is anything but suicidal, and the use of that word is an emotive effort to confuse two very different things. Nathaniel does not want to kill himself. He's dying already. Many noble lords have talked of the need for investment in palliative care. That's not a matter for debate. We all want investment in palliative care. But assisted dying should be viewed as merely part of a palliative care package. Palliative care cannot always deal with all pain. One of the many letters I received on this subject said, "No matter how good we can make palliative care, there are always those for whom the experience of terminal illness and dying involves suffering that cannot be alleviated nor endured. We need both good palliative care and assisted dying to be available." To my Lords, the author of that letter was a former hospice director and consultant in palliative medicine. Sophie Blake has been a vigorous campaigner for better palliative care and for assisted dying. She doesn't want to die, despite the pain she suffers from multiple cancers. But she's allergic to opioid painkiller, which makes pain relief difficult. She's terrified of going through excruciating pain when she does die. But worse still is the fear of her daughter watching that. So while she fights for better palliative care and for her life, she's desperate for the right to have the peaceful and dignified death this bill could deliver for her. I want to be able to reassure Sophie, Nathaniel and others that I will help give them the reassurance they crave and that I couldn't give my own mother when she was dying. During the course of this long and balanced debate, and we're only halfway through, many have voiced concern over a lack of safeguards. But there are safeguards and there'll be more. The bill isn't perfect, and this House will do its job, scrutinise it and improve it where possible. But we need this bill to move ahead quickly. My Lords, I support it.
My Lords, this is a difficult and controversial bill, not only because of the substantial amount of delegated legislation, the problem of skeleton legislation, the lack of adequate pre-legislative scrutiny, as committees of this House have pointed out, and as the evidence presented by lawyers and academics, including at the think tank where I am research director, also points out. Not only because of the magnitude of the proposed change and potential impact to which your Lordships have drawn attention, although this has no electoral mandate which would have allowed for pre-legislative consultation and debate nationally, which isn't guaranteed by opinion polls. Most important of all, the bill fails to recognise the nature and basis for the law in the fundamental matter of life and death, and that once assisting suicide is allowed, it becomes impossible to detect cases where more than assistance is provided and someone is in effect induced to kill themselves. This is a criminal act, but under this bill it becomes impossible to police. As the recent Chief Coroner has pointed out, the bill removes any realistic prospect of an effective inquest. The bill also ignores the moral and religious underpinning of a historic tradition based on the principle that the life of each person is sacred, irrespective of how much or how little value may be put on it by others, or the state, or whether that life has a cost to others. Without such a premise, we risk a descent into barbarism, in which human lives may be done away with as fast as battery chickens, by category, by age, by disability, on account of their mental and psychiatric condition. Indeed, the mask proposed by the dramatic change in the law proposed in this bill, the veneer of strict conditionality and the obligation for the person himself or herself to want to commit suicide and prove consent, reveals an ignorance of the very nature of our society. Society is based on kinship, on interdependency, on networks of support both in the private and the public sphere, and ultimately on trust. It is underwritten by tradition and conventions which for centuries have been given the protections of the law. At the basis of this whole structure, though unfashionable to say so, the conviction that human life is sacred is there. My Lords, despite the bill's conditions, its alleged limitlessness and restrictions, it strikes a hammer blow at a civilization supported until now by law, custom, kinship, and trust throughout the centuries, whether in peace or war, but now struggling to keep afloat.
My Lords, on the 9th of October in the year 2000, my parents-in-law, Jack and Ruth Lowy, committed joint suicide. He was dying, and she had decided to accompany him on this last journey. Jack was born in Bratislava, in what was then Czechoslovakia. The family were Jewish, and following the events in Munich in 1938, they fled to Philadelphia. When war was declared, Jack went to Canada and joined the Czech division of the RAF. He survived a punishing war and then worked for British intelligence. He went to Cambridge as a demobbed airman and became a brilliant scientist, a professor in biophysics, specializing in the movement of muscles. His work required him to conduct experiments on animal tissue. He spent much of his time using X-ray refraction in his lab at King's College and at the Daresbury synchrotron in Cheshire. In those days, no one quite understood the long-term dangers of radiation, and protection was rudimentary.
For him, it was fatal. In 1998, he was diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia, which he knew was terminal. He told me in his usual blunt way, "I know how this story ends, and it is not pretty. I'm bloody well going out with my boots on." Not much room for doubt on that one, my lords. As he became weaker, they both cut themselves off from us, gradually, then completely, so as not to involve us in their deaths. Letters were returned, emails bounced back, and telephone calls went to the answering machine. We were bereft. We had no one to talk to, and to be honest, when we tried, no one believed us. When we said there was a chance that Ruth would commit suicide along with him, people shook their heads in disbelief. My wife in particular sensed that they would carry out their wishes. After all, they were both intelligent people who had carefully thought this through. There was no one to support Jack and no one on hand to help Ruth in what must have been hell for her. The main practical problem for Jack was procuring enough barbiturates to ensure one and then another successful suicide. He found a way. Being the scarred Holocaust survivor that Jack was, and the brilliant scientist that he had become, there was no way he was going to get the dosage wrong. If there had been assisted dying legislation at that time, I am certain that things would have turned out differently. We could have talked about it openly, without the fear of legal consequences. We could have engaged professional help. My lords, I can't be certain about my mother-in-law's motivation to join him, but they both knew that his own suicide at home could well run the risk of her being charged with committing a crime as an accomplice. What I do know is that had this bill been law, then she probably would have chosen life. My family would have been spared a double bereavement that was unnecessarily brutal and psychologically damaging for us all. Not surprisingly, my lords, I support this bill.
My lords, it's a great privilege to sit here all day and listen to noble and learned members of this House. The problem is, when you're the penultimate speaker, most of the good ideas and suggestions have already been made. But I would like to pay tribute to my noble friend Baroness May and Baroness Faulkner, Baroness Hunt, and indeed Lord Stevens over his very good point regarding palliative care in England and Wales, all very highly relevant to this debate. My lords, I am concerned about the fundamental shift that this bill will cause for our relationship with the medical profession. As legislators, we owe it to the public, who will be impacted by this bill, to think through all consequences carefully, whether intended or not, and to think about who we will empower to pass legislation. In this bill, if this bill passes, we'll be moving from an NHS where doctors are focused solely on healing to an NHS where, with the conditions of this bill are met, any individual doctor with no specific training can raise ending a terminal ill patient's life with the state's endorsement, no matter how vulnerable the patient. We place a lot of trust in our doctors and healthcare professionals to seek what is best for us, and this bill risks that implication, if not the outright declaration that ending your life early is a suitable course of NHS treatment. The Honourable Member for Sleaford and Haken, in the other place, who is an NHS consultant doctor, reflected on this issue about how patients interact with their doctors during report stage debate. As a doctor, I am very aware that the trust that the public places in doctors and the seriousness with which they take what we say, if a doctor gives somebody information about assisted dying, it is quite reasonable for that person to think that the doctor is suggesting that they should take part in that process, or is hinting that their death will be dreadful and trying to be kind if doctors are allowed to say, this is a good process. More people will take it up and would otherwise have wanted to. My lords, I know when I go to the doctors, I am assuming that this doctor before me will be there to help my health and recovery and nothing else. And that should be our experience. Any threat to this kind of relationship between the medical profession and its patients must be rejected. We cannot afford to fundamentally rewire the NHS to the effect that the public will no longer be sure that their recovery is occupying the totality of the doctor's thoughts, or worry that in a cash-strapped NHS trust, somebody is calculating set out an impact assessment that £13,000 could be saved per patient for every 4 months of unused health care for the cost of a £14 prescription. As this bill passes into law and establishes assisted dying as a regulated and approved treatment, something commonplace, we will have to be sure that we not just systems and processes are beyond reproach. Many professionals at all stages on their career will have the opportunity and ability to put patients on the route to an assisted death. This means we will have to have faith in the competence and professionalism of every individual. I have no problem having closely interacted with 3 NHS trusts as a Member of Parliament, saying that some of the most dedicated people in our country work in the NHS, but I would be delusional to pretend that this is universally true. I've seen deeply worrying cases where one bad apple was simply shunted from job to job. As with all institutions, doctors are fallible human beings. Mistakes will be made through exhaustion, misunderstanding, and yes, my lords, in some cases, malice. And yet advocates for this bill would have us reject common experience when the member for Vauxhall and Camberwell raised at report stage that many constituents have grave concerns about the way in which they are treated because they feel they do not have a level of equality within our NHS. The member for Solihull West and Shirley rejected it as rhetoric that engenders a fear around medical profession. We must not underestimate how much power this will put into the hands of potentially very junior medical professionals and the scope of impact a very small cohort can have. This is evident in the international jurisdictions with similar regimes. According to an official report in 2021, a single doctor in Oregon wrote 1/8 of all assisted dying prescriptions. In Victoria, according to the Voluntary Assisted Dying Review Board, during 2023-24, 10 doctors handled 55% of all cases. My Lords, this bill should not pass in its current form.
My Lords, as Lord Evans has indicated, everything's been said, but obviously not yet by me. For me, it's a simple matter of choice. I support this bill. It's a choice to end your life at the time of your choosing, when all hope of survival is gone. The choice to ensure that your passing is peaceful and controlled, and the choice, so far as possible, that it occurs where you would prefer, with or without the people you choose to be present. At the moment, people do have that choice, as people have mentioned, to travel to a jurisdiction in which it's legal. But this choice is hampered by conditions. If you wish to travel to Switzerland, then you'll need to be able to afford a ticket. If you're imprisoned, you'll not be able to travel at all. You'll probably need someone to accompany you and help with the arrangements, and those people will need to risk an investigation and prosecution. And it's not whether the prosecution takes place, it's the investigation you're under and the family who are affected for the time that it takes to decide that you haven't committed an offence. And finally, and something that hasn't been mentioned too often, is that you will need to be well enough to travel. And of course, illnesses progress, not always at the rate at which medical people expect. So it can remove that possibility at a time at which you most need it. And so if these 3 conditions aren't met, you're poor, you're alone, or you're already extremely ill, then you do not have that choice. So why do only the rich, the well enough to travel, and those with friends and family have a choice? It can't be right. And even for those fortunate enough to travel, they have to end their life in a foreign place, which is clinical, cold, and anonymous, when they could have been at home, surrounded by the people they love, the animals they probably regard as family, and the home they've enjoyed. Those who oppose this bill say that better palliative care should remove the need for assisted dying, and I don't accept that. I don't accept it because we had too many cases where palliative care did not work. So I agree with Lord Stevens in particular, who said that we should have far more palliative care. There is an irony that while 100,000 people do not have that opportunity, they're probably more in need of this option. And to sit in a room and say to them, well, actually, we can't ease your pain. We might provide more palliative care in the future, but probably 5 to 10 years away, is hardly a conversation I would like to have with the people affected by it. And each one of us might want to imagine we have to have that conversation, because that's the power that we hold in our hands. And for me, it's not for doctors to say what a dignified, pain-free death is. It's for the person who's suffering that trauma. It's for them to decide when enough is enough. It's said that people may be induced or pressurised to go early. Well, I'm afraid the risk of that outcome is already with us. If anybody imagines that no one is being pressurised at home to go early, I think we're naive. But I think this possibility is that someone could intervene, should that be happening against someone's will, and provide an option that provides a better end than someone might be anticipating. People could, of course, take their own life, and I've seen people take their own life when all hope is lost. It's not attractive. They're not in control, and they usually do it in a way that affects many other people. And of course, their family is left with all the uncertainty and pain that can bring to them when they've not been there or not had the opportunity to make sure that it's a far better end. And I would just mention very briefly, I've heard once or twice today people say that suicide is wrong. I think that's the underpinning of why we used to say that attempted suicide was a criminal offence. I don't think it's wrong. It may not be the best end for anybody, but I understand why people come to that conclusion. It's a very brave decision for those who make it. I don't think we're right to say that it's a wrong thing. So finally, just a thought for all of us in this place. This is a moment when we're told 80% of the population support this bill, and that matches my own polling with people I meet. This is a moment of conscience for us all to vote according to our best judgment. But I don't think that means anyone should try and stop the process of this bill by procedural mischief or interminable debates. If the bill is voted down, that's what democracies do. It's my view very unwise and unfair to prevent the opportunity for this vote. So I support this bill. Now, the time has come to be more humane to the dying, and this bill achieves a humane solution to the most awful problems at the end of our time on earth.
My Lords, I beg to move the debate on the second reading is now adjourned until Friday the 19th of September.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. As many as are of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content. The contents have it.
My Lords, it's been a long day at the end of a very long week. As we adjourn our proceedings, I'm sure all noble lords will join with me in thanking the catering staff, the attendants, the clerks, Hansard staff, the broadcast unit, the police, security staff and the doorkeepers for their excellent support, keeping the House operating and keeping us safe. With that, my Lords, I beg to move the House to now adjourn.
That the House do now adjourn.